Hi, I'm Emma Danaher. I'm Miss Vermont's Teen 2025.
And I'm Sophia Parker. I'm Miss Vermont 2025. And it is so good to be here during CCTV's 24-hour telethon. Thank you for having us. So Emma, what is it that you do outside of being Miss Vermont's Teen? You should tell us all about it.
So I have a community service initiative that I do. It's called Limitless Miss, and I provide scholarships to young women so that they can access extracurricular activities. And I also work at Ulta Beauty, and I snowboard. I have lots of things going on. Sophia, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. That's amazing. Real quick, how did you get into doing your CSI? That is so cool. What inspired, your community service initiative? What inspired that? That's so cool.
I've always loved playing sports and participating in different arts programs, and I know that not everybody gets the opportunity to do that because of how expensive they are. And I want to give everybody an opportunity to do what they love and learn things from them.
That's so amazing.
I've been so fortunate to do, yeah.
It's so awesome that you're creating these opportunities for the next generation to enjoy these things that you have been able to enjoy growing up. That's awesome. So yeah, you asked about me. So I am 27 years old. I am a medic, a sergeant in the Vermont Army National Guard. So I've been in for 7 years. I also am an emergency room nurse at the UVM Medical Center. And my community service initiative is wildlife rehabilitation and stewardship of the natural world. So what I do is I take in some injured and orphaned birds and animals from all across the state that people take the time to rescue and bring to me. My mom and I have actually run Otter Creek Wildlife Rescue, our nonprofit, since I was about 13 years old. And I actually have a couple little birds for you guys to meet if you would like.
Amazing.
So these, normally we wouldn't bring the birds from our wildlife rescue out into the world because the goal is always to release them back into the wild, and we don't want them to have exposure to too many people while they're growing up. But these guys were actually brought to me this morning after their nest was destroyed by some sort of predator, sadly. These were the two survivors, and so because they were brought to me on the way here, I figured I would bring them for you guys to see.
Amazing.
And then I brought a couple things to feed them.
Snacks.
So these are some blueberries, and this is Purina Naturals cat kibble that I soaked in water until it's soft. And so you can see the baby is probably hungry, especially the older baby. He's always hungry. So you can see him opening his beak, and I give him a kibble.
How many birds a day would you say are brought into Otter Creek?
So we get about 30 calls a day, I would say. We have an amazing volunteer dispatcher named Ellen, who people call, and then she helps direct them in the direction of the right rehabber. So for instance, if you have a raccoon, she'll send them to someone who specializes in raccoons. If you have a baby bird, she'll send them to me, something like that. So we could get anywhere from 2 or 3 to, in the summer, up to like 10 new creatures in a day.
Amazing. And I think we should remind our viewers that if you ever find injured wildlife and don't know what to do, always give Sophia a call because she can give you directions or even take in the animal.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's such a good point. You can actually always find a wildlife rehabilitator in your area by looking up 2025 licensed wildlife rehabilitators in Vermont, and there's a whole list of us with all of our numbers and locations.
Amazing. And next we're going to talk about what is the Miss Vermont Scholarship Organization. So Sophia, do you want to talk about our first point?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Miss Vermont Scholarship Organization focuses primarily on scholarships and sisterhood. So there's actually 5 points of, it's called the Miss America Crown, and it's service, scholarship, style, and success. And what is the fifth one?
Sisterhood.
Sisterhood,
Do we already say that?
absolutely. Sisterhood is the most important one, in my opinion. So you actually get to interact with all of these wonderful people, and it really is a mentorship program. So in a way, you could say like the Miss is a mentor for the teen, but I also feel like Emma's 16, but she's a mentor to me too, in all honesty. Like getting to learn from her and learn from all the other girls that we compete against. And then also we have our Little Sisters program that we'll talk about in a little while. So it really is a mentorship program. It focuses on scholarships. It focuses on building skills like public speaking, interview skills. And it's really a program that I would really suggest that anyone gets involved in. Now, how did you get involved in the Miss Vermont's Teen Organization, Emma?
One of my teachers actually reached out to my mom and was like, Emma seems to have good leadership skills and public speaking, all these things. And my mom was like, well, she's not old enough yet. So the following year, actually, I competed. I competed for 3 years before I won. And before you win the state title, you have a local title, which I guess is like a little bit less known, I feel like, because we're kind of more in the spotlight. But there's so many great opportunities as a local title holder as well to get involved with your community before you win and get some experience before holding the state title.
Yeah, that's such a good point. So if any of you guys are interested in becoming local title holders for the title of Miss Vermont or Miss Vermont's Teen, you can honestly go to our website and check it out. It's very easy to get involved, and there's lots of opportunities for local title holders to come both with us to different events throughout the year and different volunteer opportunities, and then also to create your own opportunities. This experience and organization really is what you make it, and all of our title holders are out there making a difference a difference in the state that we live in. And it's pretty cool because that's one of the big emphases as well. Like for us, this is a year of service. Like people see the crown and the sash and they're like, oh, you guys must just be going around wearing fabulous dresses and parading around and having so much fun. And yes, it is a pageant. Like how we put ourselves together does matter, and we learn a lot about that as well. But the primary emphasis is really about serving our communities and giving back to the state that's given us so much.
Mm-hmm. And another big thing that the Miss America organization really emphasizes is scholarship and getting a great education. I was awarded a full tuition scholarship to the University of Alabama. Sophia, do you want to tell us about where you went to college and how the Miss Vermont organization helped you through that?
Yeah, so I actually went to Castleton University, which is now Vermont State University, Castleton, and got my Bachelor of Science in nursing from there. And through scholarship money that I had earned from being Miss Vermont's Teen in 2015, and also from competing in the Miss Vermont organization, and then also money from the Vermont Army National Guard, I was actually able to graduate completely debt-free thanks to these organizations. So that was huge. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, you get a full ride. That's so huge.
Yes, I'm so excited.
Where are you thinking you're going to go to college? I know it's a little early to decide, but where are you thinking you're going to go to college, and what do you think you want to study?
I'm planning on going to the University of Alabama. I'm going to go into the medical field. I'm hoping to become a cardiologist. I've made so many amazing connections being involved with the Miss Vermont organization. While I was a local title holder, we went to the State House to talk to representatives about getting emergency response plans in schools. And while I was there, I met some amazing people who work in healthcare and are cardiologists, and I got invited actually to go shadow them. And during that experience, I had so much fun and was really interested in it. So I'm excited to learn more about it. And actually, only 15% of all cardiologists are women. So I'm really excited to add to that statistic.
That is so wild. So you actually got to shadow a cardiologist for a day. That is so cool, and that reinforced your desire to do it.
I got to watch surgery, actually, and I got to wear some scrubs. I put on do you know what they're called when you're going behind the X-ray so that you don't get radiation?
Oh yeah, like the lead.
Yeah, I got to wear the lead
suits. Those are fun.
It was a blast.
That's awesome. What an amazing day. And I have no doubt you'll be the most amazing cardiologist.
Yeah. What inspired you actually to become a nurse?
So my mom actually was diagnosed with leukemia when I was 14, and is actually doing pretty well now. And it really inspired me to get involved in the healthcare field. And then also I was just always that kid that would see ambulances headed somewhere, or see an accident on the side of the road and be like, oh my gosh, like, can we help? And I think it came from being a wildlife rehabber and always helping animals that needed things. I wanted to be able to do the same for people. So nursing is one of the most amazing ways, in my opinion, to be able to do this, because it's so hands-on and you get so much direct patient care experience.
Yes.
So, and then I also am not as ambitious as you and did not want to go to med school because it's a lot of school. I respect you so much.
Thank you.
So I love my job right now.
I love to explain Sophia, like one of my favorite words to describe her is a lifesaver. You save animals' lives, people's lives in the National Guard and in the ER. You are so amazing. You even save my life sometimes when we get into sticky situations at appearances and things like that. So.
Oh my gosh, no way. You saved my life just as much as I saved yours. And thanks for tolerating me. So Emma and I were on the way back from Massachusetts last week because we take a lot of road trips together. And she had to deal with me pulling over on the side of I-89 to help a snapping turtle cross the camera. And she definitely thought I was going to kill us both, and I felt really bad.
Little Sophia running across the highway to go pick up the turtle.
Oh my gosh.
She's so brave.
Emma has to deal with so much with me, but no, it's one of the best parts of this whole thing is getting to spend the year with her for me, so with you, Emma. And we get to do so many things together, so many appearances together, and, you know, road trips to all the different other state pageants and Massachusetts to work with different sponsors and stuff like that. And then we get to go to Miss America together next month.
We really do have the best time. And do you think it's time to introduce our little sister?
We have a very special guest for you
Yes,
folks.
Addie, do you want to come over here?
Come on over, Addie. I'll get the birds out of your way. All right. You can come closer if you want, or you can be right here, whatever you prefer.
Sophia, do you want to explain what our Little Sisters program is?
Yes, so we have a program called the Miss America's Little Sisters program in Vermont. It's also called the Red Clover Kids. And what this is essentially a mentorship program. So amazing young girls like Addie get involved in our organization, and we have events throughout the year that they can go to. Everything from volunteer opportunities to parades to little activity days that we have, and it's a chance for older girls like us to become mentors for younger girls like her, and then also learn about the awesome stuff that she's involved in. And then she actually gets to come on stage with us at the Miss Vermont competition, and the little sisters do a specific number, they wear a dress, they walk with us, and it's just an awesome opportunity to get to hang out throughout the year.
Okay. Addie, you've been a part of the Little Sisters program for several years now, and what do you love most about being a part of it?
I'm going on my 8th year in the Little Miss Red Clover program. I love all aspects of it, and one of my favorites being sisterhood. I love it so much to get to meet all these people, and I love all the events that we get to do, and it's just so much fun.
Amazing.
That's awesome.
I would have to agree with you, being a state title holder as well. Those are also my favorite parts. Let's see.
That's so amazing. So what have you learned from the time you've spent with your big sisters in this program? You've been involved in this program for a long time now.
Yes.
You've been in for longer than us.
Yeah, I've learned a lot from all my mentors. I've definitely gained a lot of confidence and a lot of really important life skills like public speaking and just being able to go in front of an audience. So I've learned so much, and I'm so grateful that I've gotten this opportunity.
You're so well-spoken, Addie.
You really are.
We're so lucky to have you here. And do you want to share a story or your favorite memory or appearance?
I love all the appearances we go to. One of my favorites being the St. Albans Tractor Parade that my family hosts the float of every year.
Amazing.
That's one of my personal favorites.
What was on your float?
All the local title holders, the state title holders, and just a bunch of Christmas decorations. It's a great time.
That's so amazing.
Much fun.
How old are you now, Addie?
I'm 12.
So do you think, now it's fine if it's a secret, do you think that you might compete for Miss Vermont's teen in the future?
Yes, I will be competing for Miss Vermont's teen in the future.
Amazing.
That's
We're so excited to
amazing.
have you.
Yeah, and you, like you said, you are so, like Emma said, you are so well-spoken, and it's so awesome to have you be a part of this program for so long, and I have no doubt that it's going to give you a lot when you do end up competing as well.
Addie, do you want to tell us what you do in your free time?
Well, I go to school during school year.
Amazing.
I dance. I do the Little Miss Red Clover program.
What kind of dance do you do?
I do all styles. I compete at Electric Youth Dance Company in St. Albans.
Amazing.
is so
What's your favorite style?
I don't have a personal favorite, but I really like contemporary and jazz.
Amazing. Those
love
are really
that.
fun.
That's awesome. Good for you. So is there anything else that you'd like to share today?
I'm okay.
All right, no, that was perfect. Thank you so much. So if you guys have if you guys have interest in more information about becoming a Little Miss Red Clover, or you have a girl in your life who would like to become a Little Miss Red Clover, more information is available on our website, which is www.missvermont.org, and there's a whole specific tab that is dedicated to learning about the Miss Red Clover program. So come join us, come join Addie, and come hang out with us. It's a good time.
We have so many good opportunities, so many friends to make, it's just such a great program to be a part of. And our local title holder program, actually registration is open now. I think it opened like 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Yes. So
Yeah, we've already had our first few girls sign up.
if anybody's interested, you should definitely look into it. And if you'd like to learn more about competing or request us at your event, go to our website. Again, that's www.missvermont.org.
That's perfect.
Amazing.
And yeah, it's honestly just, I cannot emphasize enough like what a positive program this is. I mean, there's a lot of talk about pageants getting a bad rap in the past, and for good reasons throughout history, but the Miss America organization and the Miss Vermont organization really are about scholarship, like we said, and about making friends. I mean, backstage, even at the actual competition, you'd think everyone would be like stressed out and all that, but even at the actual competition, we're just back there helping each other, having fun, talking.
Sophia, what was your favorite memory from competing this year?
Okay, so I am going to steal your one from a couple weeks ago, actually, that you said. One of my favorite memories was funny because it actually ended up being very fortuitous. So we were all doing each other's hair, we were all doing each other's makeup. Emma actually helped me zip my dress to go out on stage, and then I helped her do her hair for interview.
Yeah.
So I honestly would say my best memories are those, getting to hang out and getting to all help each other, and throughout the year just support each other.
I love all the little coincidences where like the stars aligned for both of us.
Yes.
Winning together. And even during opening number, we were both in the middle, right in front of each other, or I was right in front of you, and it was just cool that we were both in the middle and ended up winning. And I feel like there's so many pictures from the weekend when everybody's on stage and like somehow our heads ended up being like right next to each other before we even knew we were gonna win.
That's so true.
Yeah,
That's so true. What is your favorite memory?
My favorite memory? I'm gonna say preparing for my interview and talking to the board and preparing for it. We have so many amazing board members. I remember preparing with Caroline Bright, and we had the most amazing conversation. She is an amazing woman. She's a former Miss Vermont, and her daughter Betsy is also one of our Miss Little Red Clover girls.
Yes, you probably know
Yes, I
Betsy.
love
Addie.
Betsy.
That's awesome.
And yeah, we just have so many amazing board members, so being able to hang out with them, because some of them are from out of town, but the competition weekend really just brings everyone together.
I totally agree. That's such a good point. And it really, and those I would consider to be my mentors, all of our wonderful board members and our former forever Miss Vermonts and Miss Vermont's teams. So, yeah. And what else are you the most excited about for the rest of our year, Emma?
Of course, I'm excited about Miss America and Miss America's teen. We get to go to Orlando in September. Yeah, we're going to be competing for the title against 52 other amazing young women, or women, for you. And let's see, I'm excited for fall and to see what appearances fall brings, because in summer we get a lot of golf tournaments, things outside like that. So I'm excited to see, I think we have an apple pie. Yes. We're judging an apple pie contest.
Yes, oh my gosh.
Our like fall parades, see the foliage. Of course, living in Vermont, that's the best part. And winter things might be a little cold, but us Vermont girls are used to that.
Exactly. We love the 4 seasons here in Vermont, and we'll all be at various different things in all of the seasons. Real quick, we have a little more time. Do you want to tell me about your talent?
My talent, yes. I am a speed painter. I have always loved painting and art, being artistic. Actually, when I was growing up, my grandpa drove a Prius, and he would always drive my sister and I around, and I actually drew all over the inside of it when I was like 4 or 5 years old. My grandma would like give me stickers, pens, all the things from like the book fair, and I'd color inside of it. And you know what? Instead of telling me to stop and complaining about it, he actually would be like, "This should go in a museum, Emma. This is great." Like,
This is amazing.
yeah, my grandpa is so supportive, and I'm so glad that I had an adult in my life who encouraged me instead of being like, "Oh my gosh, bad," which like I understand drawing inside the inside of his car. Probably not the best thing looking back, but I'm glad that he always encouraged me, and same with my mom, and both of my parents gave me the opportunity to do whatever I wanted. But yeah, at Miss America, I will be painting Audrey Hepburn in 90 seconds.
It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing to watch. I encourage you all to tune in because I don't even understand how she manages to do it. It's so stunning what she comes up with in 90 seconds. I could never.
Lots and lots of practice. Sophia, do you want to tell us about your talent?
Sure. So Miss America actually has a talent category called Her Story, and it's the opportunity to talk about your life or an important aspect of your life in a theatrical way in 90 seconds. So for my girlies like me who might not be a singer or a dancer and be conventional unconventionally talented like Emma or Addie here. For context, I asked if I could feed a baby squirrel as my talent when I competed as a teen. Our board members were like, no, I don't think so.
Backstage, please.
Yes, so her story is a wonderful option because if you're in this organization, you already have something that you're passionate about in your life, and we all have life stories that we can share and something we're passionate about. So don't let not being a singer or a dancer discourage you from participating in this program. And Addie, what do you think you would do for talent? If it's a surprise, that's fine. I know you said you're a dancer.
Yes, I'm thinking about either dancing or singing.
So cool. Okay, that's amazing. Well, we can't wait to see it. Yes. That's amazing. And you'd be competing next year?
No, because I have a late fall birthday, so I don't make the cutoff. So I think I have to wait 2 years.
Got it.
Well,
okay.
You get another year of experience with Miss Little Red Clover.
Totally, absolutely. And you can keep coming to things with us and with whoever's next, and we'll definitely both be there to cheer you on when you do when you do rock that stage.
A really important part of this whole program is patience and competing for multiple years. Sophia and I both competed for 3 years before winning, and I'm so thankful for that and learning how to be a good loser, or I wouldn't even call it a loser, but just not winning and being able to learn from that and have multiple years to watch other title holders and what they do with their years to just get inspired by them.
Yeah, you bring up such a good point, because honestly, like, one of the big things that we talk about on competition weekend and that our board hypes up so much is that even if it's not your year to be Miss Vermont or Miss Vermont's teen, you still will get so much out of this experience. And what the judges are looking for that year is what the state needs that year. It doesn't mean that you're not the right person for the job ever, or that there's anything whatsoever wrong with you. It just means that whatever Vermont needs this year, someone else might have fit that slightly better. And honestly, like, last year I was actually first runner-up to Mira, and Mira ended up being the most amazing Miss Vermont. I was so happy for her, like, standing up there as the last two, before they call actual Miss Vermont. I was genuinely so happy when she won. Like, I was overjoyed for her, and then getting to cheer her on for this year, or for last year, was just amazing. And she actually taught me so much about what it meant to be a wonderful Miss Vermont. And her relationship with Charlie Roy, our last Miss Vermont's teen, they were so close as well. And that definitely set the tone for, like, me and Emma having a similar kind of just really close friendship during this. And so it's really awesome to watch everyone. And then there's, like, this iconic photo from when I was crowned, where Hannah Rock, who's one of my best friends in this program, and who's competed for years and does such an amazing job, was just standing there literally, like, with her arm in the air, like, clearly so happy and cheering me on. And that truly meant the world. Like, that is what this is about for me, getting to cheer on the other girls and feel supported by them, and that is truly priceless. You can't put a number on that.
Yeah, seeing all the girls on stage standing behind us after, like, the final two were called, and then when, like, the winner's announced, seeing how excited they all get for the winner, I think is truly a great representation of how close we all are and how supportive everybody is of each other. I think a lot of people might think that it wouldn't be that way just because, like, stereotypes behind pageants, but we are all truly very close, learn so much from each other, and have the best time.
That is so true. And Emma, if you had to give one piece of advice to someone, I mean, obviously, Addie, you already know what you're doing, but if you had to give Addie a piece of advice, or give even someone a piece of advice that's never been involved in this organization, what would it be?
To keep an open mind, set a high standard for yourself, but don't get your hopes up about the weekend, because I think for Sophia and I, we both tried our best, but knew, like, in our hearts that it will go how it's supposed to go, and if we don't win and that's how it's supposed to go, then that's okay. And just go into the weekend with an open mind, and truly that's how you will perform the best.
That is so true. That is such a good point. And I felt like, we were both pretty relaxed, and our emphasis was just to have a great time, make friends, hang out with people that we genuinely like, and make sure that all the new people are having a great time. And then we came out of this and ended up being the winner. So that's such a huge, such a great piece of advice. Like, if you go into it with those goals, you will be a winner no matter who walks away with the crown. And if you spend the whole weekend fixating on getting the crown, then it won't be a great experience regardless of the outcome. So that's such good advice.
Yeah. And let's see, I lost my train of thought.
No, you're good. Sorry, I'm talking your ear off.
Oh my gosh, no. I love the sound of your voice. Do not apologize for that.
You're hearing enough of it this year, that's for sure.
Well, I'm trying to think. Over that weekend, yeah, like we were all just backstage, and I'm so happy that I won, but I'm a little bit sad that this year competition will feel a little bit different because I was just excited to go back and continue making friends, and as the state title holder, it's a little bit harder, I feel like, sometimes.
Yeah, it's always, competition's a little bit bittersweet for the state title holders because we will be giving up our crowns, but it's also so exciting because we'll be giving the opportunity to 2 other amazing girls who will get to have the best year. And the best way that I ever heard it described was from Mira and Charlie, actually, where they're like, we did everything that we could do this year. We had no regrets. This was our year of yes. Like, we did absolutely everything that we could possibly do, and so they felt good about giving up their crown, and I respected that a lot.
Right, and I think by the end of it, they had known in their hearts that there was truly nothing else they could do. Like, they had the best year, and that it was just time.
That is so true. And yeah, we're just so grateful for this opportunity. And I personally, I mean, I'm a lifelong Vermonter, so is Emma. And like, I think we're both just so grateful for the opportunity to have this year of service and to give back to the many, many people and organizations in the state that has truly made us who we are. So it's an honor to get to go, both spend every day, you know, doing different things around the state of Vermont, and then also go be Vermont on the national stage. Because when you go to Miss America or Miss America's Teen, you're not Sophia or Emma for that week. Like, all the other girls will call you Vermont for that week, and that's an honor. So it's going to be pretty fun. Anything else you would like to share, or anything else you're specifically excited about?
Yeah, I'm going to say, if there's any young girls watching and you need help paying for extracurricular activities, you can search Limitless Miss VT on Instagram, and in the bio there is a link to sign up or apply for a scholarship. And Sophia, do you want to talk about how people can reach out for Otter Creek Wildlife?
Yeah, that's awesome. So like I said before, you can look up 2025 licensed wildlife rehabilitators in Vermont. Just put it in Google, and my number will come up. It's Otter Creek Wildlife Rescue, and then also the other rehabbers across the state's numbers will come up. So definitely reach out if you have an animal situation that you want help with.
And if anybody considering competing is wondering any questions or need any advice, please feel free to reach out on social media to either of us.
Absolutely, yeah. We're on Instagram, we're on Facebook. I don't really do the TikTok. I haven't figured that out yet, it's my bad. But Instagram and Facebook are reliable ways, or throughout our organization's page. And we really look forward to seeing more of you, hopefully competing this year and getting involved in the organization, and also at events around the state as well.
Yeah, and I want to thank CCTV for having us at their amazing Telethon Fundraiser.
Yes.
And
yeah, please support local television. In this day and age, it's honestly rare to have something as special as this that brings together a community at a local station like this. So much of our news that we get is online or in short little blips from social media. So these guys provide such a special opportunity to really bring Vermonters together, to talk to our neighbors and listen to our neighbors, and that's a really priceless thing. And we're so grateful to have been able to be part of it. And definitely, it's absolutely something worth supporting. So we're grateful to have something like this in our community. Anything else you wanted to share, Addie?
I'm excited to go to the parade coming up on Labor Day. I'm very excited. I don't know who's going, but I'm very excited to go.
Oh, very cool. Do you know where that one is?
Northfield, I'm pretty sure.
Cool. Okay, that's awesome.
I'm not sure who's going.
That's amazing. We'll probably miss that one because I think that's when we're at Miss America and Miss America's Teen.
Yeah.
So you'll be representing the whole organization there. I bet you'll be with some local title holders, and that'll be amazing. We can't wait to see pictures of you there.
Yes.
And thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
of course.
Absolutely. So yeah, like we said, for more information about becoming a local delegate, a little Miss Red Clover, anything like that, go to www.missvermont.org, and we look forward to meeting some more of you guys throughout this year.
Do you have video production experience? Are you interested in local government and public affairs? Do you want to produce media that makes a difference? If so, we want to work with you. Town Meeting TV is hiring part-time field producers to cover Chittenden County municipal meetings and public events for our government access platforms on TV and online. Meetings typically take place during evening hours and with some weekend event coverage. Help open the doors to local democracy and keep the community informed. If democracy means more to you than just meetings, this position will be a great fit for you. We're in need of someone with open availability in the evenings and some weekends. Scheduling will vary from week to week, with between 5 and 15 hours per week. Please email a resume, cover letter, and one reference to Stephen Herron, Town Meeting TV Co-Director of Production. sherron@cctv.org. Town Meeting TV, we want to work with you.
The telethon is Friday and I'm excited. Oh, and I want to be the first to donate. I'm donating $41 in cash today. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but put me at the top of the list. I want to donate $41, 42, because we have to give one for luck. Because we want to remain right here. The community is in need of Channel 17, CCTV. We need this always. Just like I talk about the People's Kitchen and the free food. Everybody eats no matter what. We gonna have a party this weekend, raising the money to save the archives. They are essential. And we need to have those memories always in good shape because our children will learn from them. I got grandbabies now, so.
I wanted to bring these few points just to point out that these videos and this messaging is really helping us learn new things. We are learning new things that we otherwise did not know or had no idea they existed. Also, it helps us be careful about dangers that exist around us. These videos, this messaging, carry important messages that we think are to strengthen and to build our lives in this new culture. They carry education about, again, new things that people need in order for their life to prosper. And it helps bring change in the community. Things that when you learn new things, you know how to bring change around you and in the community in general.
Do you have video production experience?
What's your name?
My name is Mrs. Dick Righteous.
Mrs. Righteous. Could you look into the camera and say hello to our viewers?
Hi.
Now, when you say nip womanhood in the bud, what do you mean, Mrs. Righteous?
Well, I mean that we are here. I have a statement. Do you mind if I read my statement? We are here to prevent the feminist blight of blue jeans, flat shoes, and female facial nudity. We expect to see an American dress code as the law of the land. We also support a new congressional group, HULA, the House Committee on Unladylike Activities.
What I've done is made beauty. You say, what is it? It's beauty.
And I wrote this script in Vermont last year, as a matter of fact, during Christmas vacation at Stowe. And we got involved in a story of what would happen if Superman really got involved in the real problems of the world. And one of the main actions of the story is that in response to a letter-writing campaign from students all across the country about the breakdown in U.S.-Soviet relations, Superman yields to their request and vows in a speech at the United Nations that he's going to end the arms race. The time has come now to realize that there are no Supermen.
Well, thank you, Miss Vermont, Miss Vermont's teen, and Miss Little Red Clover. Again, if you want to see archival footage of former Miss Vermonts, Please donate to the CCTV archives. They are all throughout our archives. Again, you can donate at 802-862-3966. You can also donate online at telethon.cctv.org. Right now, we have a very special guest for you, another Miss Vermont, but this is Miss Black Vermont, Harmony Edosamwan here in Studio B to cook with us and show us what she's cooking.
Hi everyone, my name is Harmony Edosamwan, and I am currently serving as Miss Black Vermont 2026. I'll be competing for Miss Black USA next August of 2026, where I get the opportunity to get a full ride to law school or graduate school, but I'm gonna go to law school for business law. But like I said, my name is Harmony Edosamwan. I own Harmony's Kitchen, which is Vermont's original Afro-fusion soul food business. Today, we're gonna be cooking up something fun. We're gonna be making my famous cornbread waffles. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard of cornbread waffles before, but it's like my unique twist on traditional waffles while adding a nice soul food flair. At Harmony's Kitchen, we like to kind of add a twist to things. I like to call my food soul food with a Vermont twist because we like to infuse, like, you know, traditional Vermont culture, traditional Vermont foods into some of traditional soul food foods. But today, cornbread waffles. But let's get started. I have all my ingredients laid out here today. We have some cornmeal, flour, some eggs, brown sugar, more salt, baking powder, and some other things. But yeah. I think to start though, I'm gonna show you something really cool. Did you know that you can make buttermilk at home? And you can make it in less than 5 minutes? All you need is some milk and a little bit of acid. I would say, today I'm using white vinegar, but you can use lemon juice, you can use apple cider vinegar. I've also heard of champagne vinegar. I don't know if you've ever had that, I haven't. Sounds lovely though. So, I'm gonna start off with this because I need it to sit for about 5 minutes before we add it to our ingredients. But first, this is just a cup of milk, regular old milk, right? We're gonna add a little bit, about a tablespoon of vinegar. And what it's gonna do is, we're gonna start seeing some of the milk kind of curl up a bit. And that's when we know it's ready. But yeah, just like that, 5 minutes. We're gonna let that sit there. But just like that. Buttermilk at home. Save some money, save some time. I'm sure you have milk at your house. I'm sure you have white vinegar probably sitting inside some cabinet that you haven't used in ages. But that's how you make some buttermilk. Very simple, all right? So we're gonna let that do its thing. But for now, let's get started on some waffles, right? Now, I don't know if you've eaten breakfast yet. I personally haven't. So I'm really excited to hurry up and make these waffles, okay? Right now I got some cornmeal. This is 1 cup of cornmeal. And this recipe makes about 4 Belgian-style waffles, all right? So that's 1 cup of cornmeal. We're gonna add 1 cup of flour. And I'm gonna start off adding all my dry ingredients. We're also gonna add about 1/4 a cup of brown sugar, but I'm gonna add, about half a cup. After that, we're gonna add a little bit of baking powder and a little bit of salt as well, okay? And we're just gonna whisk that all together, nice and easy. Now my brown sugar is a little bit clumpy, so we're just gonna make sure we beat that out a little bit. Get that mix in. This is so simple, very easy. If you're in a rush, you know, you need something quick, but you don't really want to buy something, or maybe today you're not feeling like you want to order some Harmony's Kitchen, you can go ahead and make some of my famous cornbread waffles. All right, just gonna get that out of there. I think today it would be so great to talk to you all about why I started my business, Harmony's Kitchen, in the first place. And kind of like how I got to Vermont. I started my business, Harmony's Kitchen, when I was a college student. And I was just a senior at the time, but I started it because I was kind of struggling with, very much so, struggling with food insecurity at the time. I would go from one food pantry to the other just to be able to get food to eat. That's what inspired me to start my business because, you know, I was broke, trying to make a way for myself. And I noticed something living here back in 2016 when I first came, and there wasn't really any authentic soul food spots. there are people making mac and cheese, people making fried chicken, but in the way that it's traditionally done in its origins, authentically, Southern, I didn't really recognize that. I went back home to New York City on one break. It was my winter break, I believe, my senior year. And there was a girl there who was making vegan soul food out of her apartment. I was very inspired by this, and I grabbed some of her food sometime and I tried it. I bought it for myself and my sisters, and I was talking to my sisters and I was like, you know, this would be really cool inside Vermont. I'm just using this spatula here to pat out some of the clumps we're seeing. You don't want any clumps because it will show up when you put this in the waffle iron, the clumps will show, okay? So we're just gonna be really diligent here and cut out these clumps, okay? Just like that. Boom. Yeah, so I was talking to my sisters and I was like, you know, this isn't really here. My older sister, being the wonderful person she is, she said, why don't you do that in Vermont? Go on Amazon, you know, order some takeout containers, as simple as that, and then boom, you can start your own food business just like that. And so that's exactly what I did. I came back to Vermont. I was living at the time with about 5 other people, as college students do, and I ordered some takeout containers. And I just got the business started. Right now I'm creating a divot, as you see. Nice little divot here. And we're gonna put all of our wet ingredients inside of here. Now, the reason why I create this divot is because I'm all about saving dishes, you know? And when I say saving dishes, I mean doing dishes. I'm not one that likes to do dishes a lot, okay? So any way that I could minimize how much dishes we use, I'm gonna do that. And creating a divot in the bowl you're already using is a great way to do that. Normally, you would have another bowl, you'll mix all your wet ingredients that way, but we're not gonna do that here, okay? Now, let's crack some eggs. We're gonna add 2 eggs here, like so. I love all these close-ups. This is so great, 'cause I literally just got my nails done, so wonderful. The recipe does not call for eggshells, so we're not gonna add that in there, okay? Make sure there's no eggshells in there. Beautiful. So we have our eggs. Now we're gonna add some oil. Now oil is great because it helps to kind of make your waffles a little bit more moist. You can either use vegetable oil, or if you wanna melt some butter. Now, a trick that we do in the kitchen is that we actually use brown butter. So we put some butter on the stove, we make sure it gets all brown, and then we put it inside. Don't say I never told you guys anything. I'm telling you guys a lot of stuff today. So we have our eggs in here, we have our vegetable oil, and we're gonna add some maple syrup to also make it extra sweet. Okay? And then look at this, y'all. What did I tell you about the buttermilk? That is curling up. Do you see that? We just made our own buttermilk right here in the studio. Nice and easy. And I've been so busy this week because I'll tell you guys about this in a second, but I've been going on a soul food tour all across Vermont, and we're bringing soul food into small towns, okay? And I've just been so busy, I didn't have time to go to the store to grab buttermilk in the first place. And so I was like, dang. I was like, wait, I can make buttermilk by myself. So I literally just ran into my kitchen. Like I said, I had the milk, I had the vinegar that was usually, you know, sitting in the cabinet, just sitting there. And we got it done. So now we're gonna add our freshly made buttermilk that we made right here in studio. So simple, so easy. Great. We have this all together. I'm all about cleaning up too. You gotta clean while you go, okay? Now we're just gonna mix this up. Very simple. Boom, boom, boom. This is looking delicious already. Don't eat it like this though, it's not ready, okay? It's not ready yet. Yeah, so back to my story about starting my business, Harmony's Kitchen. I was living with 5 other people at the time, y'all. 5 other people. And I decided to start my business in that very crowded apartment. I just started, you know, very simple menu. I had fried chicken, mac, fried chicken, rice and beans. And I basically, just started selling food out of my apartment to my fellow classmates. And people were coming. People were very excited, kind of almost immediately when I started my business. They were very excited. Now, we're gonna plug in our waffle iron, get this all heated up really quick. And I'm using a Cuisine Art waffle iron. I am not sponsored though, so. Maybe that could be a thing in the future, who knows? Perfect. People were very excited from the very beginning about my business. And so I would literally have a line of people coming to my bedroom, not my bedroom, but my, I think at the time it was like a 5-bedroom apartment where like I said, I lived with 5 other people, and they were just lining up outside there. I eventually moved out from that place and I moved into a 1-bedroom where we really got cranking. And yeah, people would literally line up outside of my 1-bedroom apartment just to grab some good food. It was very astonishing. I would have my neighbors coming and they would be like, hey, like, what's going on? Why are there so many people outside of your apartment? And I was like, well, I'm making some good food, y'all. The food is calling them and they're coming. So that was 5 years ago. I started my business when I was 22. I am now 27. I had no plans to be a caterer. I had no plans to be doing what I'm doing now. Originally, I still am a writer. That's one of my many passions. I have a lot of passions. But I thought I was going to be out in California making films, but I'm here making soul food for you all. And I couldn't have asked for anything better. It's been an amazing journey. It's been so awesome. All right, let's see if this is all heated up. Not just yet. This is going to go green when it is. And when it does, we're going to spray it down and add our first little waffle. My goodness, so excited. Okay, now I think that's nicely mixed. I just like to make sure that it's all incorporated. I think that's good. And it's actually at a really good consistency too. Perfect. Awesome. How exciting. So that's probably gonna take another minute or so. But yeah, so like I mentioned before, I am going on a soul food tour. We are bringing my food to you, to small towns, as a means to meet you all, and as a means to combat this narrative of, there isn't good soul food here in Vermont. And Harmony's Kitchen is here to say that is far from the truth. And we're here to show you that good food exists here, good seasoned, Southern-inspired food. And we want to be able to go into small towns to not only help these small towns have an amazing soul food experience, but to also spread awareness about food insecurity. My own journey with food insecurity really inspired me to start my business. And Food Security for All is my platform as Miss Black Vermont. I am very passionate about spreading awareness about hunger in our state. 1 in 4 Vermonters are currently struggling with hunger. And we have such a unique form of food insecurity due to our landscape, and being that a lot of our neighbors live in really rural areas where they don't have easy access to food. They may have the money for it, but they don't have easy access. I tend to think of our neighbors who live in these areas who may not have access to a car, and how that deeply impacts their access to food. So yeah, I'm just here because I want to spread awareness about this. Every town that we go to, we are donating 10% of all of our profits to a local food justice organization or local food bank in these small towns, just as a way to, like I said, keep spreading awareness, but to also give back to you all. Because we really appreciate it, how much you guys have been showing out to us. So far on this tour, we've had 2 stops. We went to Brandon, and we've just got back yesterday from Jericho. Yeah, that is ready to go. All right, we are going to spray this down. Now, when you're doing this, make sure you're spraying top and bottom, okay? Boom. And we're gonna add about 1 cup. We're gonna add this in here so it's a little neater. We're gonna add about 1 cup of waffle. to this guy. Oh yeah, and we're making this live in studio, y'all. I don't have anything pre-made for you guys today. I'm gonna add a little bit more, but sometimes I always regret adding a little bit more, but we'll see how that goes. And we're gonna give that a close. So we're gonna see live how that turns out, okay? We're gonna let that go for about 2 minutes. Things are getting a little messy. I hate mess in the kitchen, I swear. I'm just like always trying to make sure everything is clean and put together. How fun. But yeah, I'm looking to team up. We're looking to bring this soul food tour all across Vermont, okay? So right now we're putting out a call for local breweries, local bars, social clubs, restaurants that want to team up and bring soul food to your town. Feel free to email me at info@harmoniyskitchenvt.com or just shoot me a DM on any of our social medias, Harmony's Kitchen VT. I want to bring soul food to your small town. We don't care how far it is. Like I said, we went to Brandon. That was about 1 hour and 15 from us. We've been getting a lot of calls to go to Brattleboro, so that might be a stop that we go. But I'm looking to go north, east, west, south. I want to go all throughout, so let's work. Let's work together, all right? All right, let's see how this is going. Oh, it's doing its thing, it's doing its thing. Okay, I like a crispier waffle, so we're just gonna let that sit for a little bit. Let that chill. Now, I made a rookie mistake, and I did not bring a plate, so we're going to be a little patient, and hopefully, we can hopefully get a plate. Rookie move, rookie move. And then out of nowhere, a magical plate appears. Thank you so much. And, you know, everyone in studio, y'all get to have some of these waffles, okay? So I'm gonna be making all of these just for y'all and me, because like I said, I didn't eat breakfast. All right, that's a crispy guy. Look at that, friends. Kaboom, in studio. Y'all saw it here first. I didn't have anything magical coming up. This is done right here just now, okay? Boom, let's make some more. And I'll just keep telling y'all about my life in Harmony's Kitchen. Let me tell you about this Jericho stop yesterday, though. So we went to Jericho last year in August, and Jericho absolutely showed out. I think I'm just gonna pour it. Let's see how that goes. Jericho absolutely showed out last year, and last night Jericho showed up again. Y'all literally blew us up. Y'all cleaned us out. We just love going to Jericho, and Jericho's such a cute, small town filled with amazing people. We teamed up with Lucy Howe Brewing Company, and we brought soul food to Jericho for the 2nd year in a row, and it was an amazing time, literally. We will be back, Jericho, because you love Harmony's Kitchen, and we love you guys, okay? That's going. So that's one waffle. I can see this making 2 more waffles, and it's gonna be great. I'm so hungry. I kind of want to eat it now, but I'm gonna be patient. I want to get like a little stack going, you know. We'll get a little stack going. At the Jericho stop, we were actually filming a little mini documentary. Like I said, you know, I have many passions, and one of the things I wanted to do before I started my business, Harmony's Kitchen, was to actually specifically be a documentary filmmaker. It's something I'm very passionate about. I love capturing stories. If you go on my website, if you go to any of our social media channels, you'll see that I very much like to share the story of Harmony's Kitchen, because I believe stories are important. It's a great way to get to know people, right? And yeah, so we're actually filming a mini documentary about my soul food tour, and it should be pretty exciting. I'm very excited to see how it turns out. We've zeroed in on Jericho, but we're hoping that for future kind of stops that we can film those too, and hopefully maybe turn it into a mini series. We're hoping that with the mini doc that we shot with Jericho, we're going to use this to kind of pitch it to different networks and see if someone would want to take on our tour as a little show. We'll see. Just spreading ideas out there if anyone's listening. All right, second waffle is done. This isn't as crispy, but very good. 2-stack. Let's keep it going. Bum, bum. This is so much fun. I'm having so much fun. I love cooking for people. It's like one of the many things that bring me joy. And the thing about life is that you don't really know what to expect. Like I said, I had no idea I was going to be cooking for people as a living. I've been doing it for 5 years now. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let me move that so we don't get any more batter on that. Beautiful. Amazing. Waffles are going. And this just smells great, okay? This is a great way to wake up. Great way to, if you live with someone, a roommate, a partner, and you wake them up with some Harmony's cornbread waffles. Man, let me tell you, that's a love language in itself. Harmony's cornbread waffles, okay? In the morning, yes. We're gonna let that go, and then we just have one more after that. So excited to be doing this, and we're gonna dig in and see what it tastes like. Awesome. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, the studio's smelling very good this morning, I will say. Great. So some of you at home, I'm saying this word soul food a lot, right? And some of you at home may not know what soul food is. Let me explain what that is really quick. Soul food, in its most authentic form, is a Black culinary traditional food. It's as American as apple pie. It started with enslaved Africans, and it's said that enslaved Africans were given, the lesser parts of food, food that was kind of undesirable per se, yeah? Like pig's feet or collard greens, for instance, yeah? And enslaved Africans were able to take this food and turn it into something beautiful and turn it into something marvelous, to something tasty and seasoned and flavorful, right? Soul food is a food that I like to describe as not only a food of resistance, but a food of resilience, okay? We're rhyming in here. I'm a poet, so I like to rhyme. Resistance and resilience. That despite what you may be going through, despite what life may hand to you, you can make something out of nothing. And that in its very most simple form, we have one more waffle to go. The very most simple form, my story. My story of struggling with food insecurity, struggling with, poverty, and being able to kind of claw my way out of that with my business, Harmony's Kitchen. So I hope, if anything today, that you've learned to make some delicious waffles. I also hope that you feel a little inspired, If you're someone, if you're going through something right now and you just need a sign that things are going to be okay, let this be the sign that things are going to be okay and that you got this. I believe in you. All right? And making soul food reminds me of that every day, that despite it all, good things are coming, okay? One more waffle to go. We're going to do, I think, a live taste test before we really, really close out. But I just want to get this nice shot first of this 4-stack, and then we'll dig in with the best of our abilities, okay? Yeah. Almost done here. Let's take a little peek. Okay. It's a little lighter. We're going to let that go for another minute. Jump. Beautiful. Awesome. Let's get this all stacked up. That will be for the studio folks. Great. Yeah, so that's what Soul Food is. That's what Harmony's Kitchen is. Me being Miss Black Vermont, I just started this position July 1st, and I had the opportunity to compete on a national level to represent Vermont. Vermont hasn't been represented in this competition in almost a decade, which is kind of insane. But I'm here to change that. And I'm proud to represent Vermont on this stage. And also for the potential to get a full ride to law school, right? That's also something that one cannot pass up. The Miss Black USA organization is one of the largest organizations, leading organizations in providing Black women specifically with scholarships. So very proud to be representing this organization as well. Let's unplug this. Make sure you always unplug your waffle irons because these bad boys get hot. Now let's get a close-up of this shot right here. Look at this, guys. Oh my goodness, look at that. 4-stack, thank you, studio, thank you. I appreciate it, I appreciate it. That was my little bow, little curtsy. Okay, let's dig in with the little bit of time that I have left. Let's do it, boom. Put that to the side. Now, I am someone that I love some whipped cream on my waffles, okay? We're just gonna go a little piece. This is the hottest one, freshest one. I don't know why I did that. All right, so we have some whipped cream. Ha-ha. Now, you can add some berries on top of this. That's what I love to do. I love a good berry on a waffle, okay? Got some maple syrup, boom. And let's just make this into like a nice little waffle taco, am I right? Yes. Yes, Lord. Okay, studio friends, I hope y'all are ready for this. This is nice.
Oh, I can't wait.
Absolutely delicious. Woo! Thank you guys so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure cooking for you all today. These are my famous Harmony's cornbread waffles. I'm Harmony of Harmony's Kitchen, also serving as Miss Black Vermont. I'm wearing a lot of hats or crowns today. Yeah, it was a pleasure to spend this time with you guys. Hello.
Thank you, Harmony. Give it up for Harmony Studio. That smells amazing. It woke me up. It woke me right up. I was like, dang, my stomach is growling.
Oh, I hope you're ready.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for making food,
yes,
as always. You know I'm a big fan of your food.
Thank you. Yeah, you've been with me from the very beginning, Travis.
Yes, I've known Harmony for years. And I kind of want to talk more about why you decided to become Miss Black Vermont. I know you talked a little bit about that on Monday.
Yes.
But I'm going to hear more about it, and then like any advice you might have for people in the future who might want to be Miss Black Vermont.
Absolutely. So I became Miss Black Vermont because I just wanted a way to represent Vermont and to, you know, still promote my platform of food security for all. I was currently, just before me, you saw Miss Vermont and Miss Vermont's team. I actually competed for Miss Vermont last year, but the great Sophia won. But I still wanted a means to continue my work as Miss Chittenden County. I wanted to keep this ball rolling. And so I heard of the Miss Black USA competition, and I just had to apply. I had to do it. Now, if you're someone who next year, or currently, we're actually looking for a missus in a teen. So we have 3 different divisions in our organization: a missus, miss, me, and a teen. I'm currently looking for a missus and a teen. So you can come join me on the national stage next year. But if you're someone that wants to be a miss, reach out to me. I want to kind of curate a program so we can keep the Miss Black Vermont position going, because we deserve to be on that national stage every year.
And so let me get this right. It works like Miss Vermont and Miss Vermont's teen, right? Where you have like kind of a goal or like a foundation that a platform. Thank you. That you're working on. That's like kind of more about like holistic help with the organization, and yours is food security.
Yes.
Which is so fitting because that's literally as long as I've known you. That has been one of your things.
Exactly.
So what have people done in the past for their platform, or like how is other Miss Black Vermonts giving back to our community?
I'm not sure about previous Miss Black Vermonts, because I think there might have just been one back in 2017, but I didn't really see much about her platform. So I feel like I'm kind of one of the first per usual, it feels like,
another entrepreneur,
right?
Entrepreneurial
trying
gig
to like
for harm.
really promote this and get the ball rolling even more. I'm not the first ever Miss Black Vermont, but like I said, I want to be able to be that person that helps to nurture this future position.
Yeah, I mean, you bring everything in style, so
Thank
definitely
you,
bring it back in style. Now, I also want to talk about a little bit about Harmony's Kitchen, because I think I met you before you started it, and then once we actually like got to know each other, you had started it, and I was like, oh, let me get some of Harmony's food. What other food do you make besides cornbread waffles? Do you make a part of Harmony's Kitchen?
Absolutely. So with Harmony's Kitchen, we have a specific kind of food that I like to call Afro-fusion soul food, where we're blending Southern and Nigerian and Puerto Rican cuisines with a Vermont twist to kind of produce what we're seeing before us. So we love to make fried chicken. We make, I say, the best mac and cheese in Vermont. I think we make the best fried chicken in Vermont. But so best fried chicken, best fried mac and cheese. We also make a special honey and maple glazed cornbread as well. That has the folks going crazy all the time.
The cornbread is my favorite. The cornbread is my favorite. Every single time I get myself at least 2 pieces, and then I eat it all up before I get home. It is confirmed. She told me. And we are, so thank you so much for being here. You also do, besides cornbread, mac and cheese, fried chicken, I know you cater a lot of events.
We cater events all throughout the state. That's our main jam. We don't have a restaurant. That's also something that confuses some people sometimes. But we are primarily a catering business who does soul food pop-ups throughout the state. So we cater events of all types. We cater weddings, corporate lunches. If you're looking for a private gathering or a birthday party, we do it all right? And we've been doing that for the last 5 years. We're gonna keep doing it. A restaurant is in the future, but not in the near future.
What would you say has been the most eye-opening experience since you have started Harmony's Kitchen?
Yeah, I would say, honestly, I believe that progress is made through kind of mistakes. I've made plenty of mistakes as someone who, I've never been to culinary school, I've never been to business school. I've kind of learned everything as I've been going. And in these recent years, I've been kind of, reaching out to other business owners, other entrepreneurs, other people who I look up to kind of give me advice and let me know what I should do, what I should not do. I actually went back to school for a 10-week program. I did a Goldman Sachs Black Women in Business program, which was amazing. And that was through the NYU Business Law, Stern Business School. Yes. And I got to learn. I got to have do a really deep dive in what it means to not just be a manager of your business, but what it's like to be a CEO, and moving forward like that.
Right, that's a whole different level of responsibility because you are the business.
Right, exactly. But I've learned a lot through my mistakes, and
And it's been so fantastic. From my understanding, you're kind of new to CCTV. You're in our archives a lot, which I don't think you realize.
No.
Especially during 2020, you are in our archives a lot.
I believe it.
I am too. I found that out. And
we're activist buddies.
And
that's how we met.
Yep. And but you're kind of new to coming into the station, and I would love for you to come and start a show to keep talking about your platform.
Absolutely.
But besides that, after I just told you that information, what would you say the CCTV archives means to you?
Yeah, I think that this is just a beautiful way to capture what's going on. Like you said, a lot of the 2020 protests were captured. I am also an activist as well. I wear that crown or hat as well. And being able to share these authentic and local stories is absolutely imperative. Like I said, storytelling is a huge part of what we do here at Harmony's Kitchen, and it's exactly what you guys have been doing for years upon years. So if you have in your hearts to donate to keep this amazing mission going, please do so.
Dang, I couldn't have even said it better myself. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Harmony. Yes, if you would like to donate, if you'd like to see current Miss Black Vermont in the past, you can donate to our archives. You can watch them on our archives. They're free and open to the public. Donate by calling 802-862-3966. You can also visit telethon.cctv.org. You can also go to cctv.org/donate. There's plenty of ways to get involved. Remember that the average life expectancy of a tape is about 20 to 25 years, and a lot of our tapes are over 30 years old. So please donate. Please make sure that all this community history is preserved for long in the future, so that 30 years from now, we have kids making fun of my hairstyles.
Yes.
So let's keep it going, and let's see if we can toss it right on outside, see what the Ramble has in store for us.
That nobody can come down and help us single-handedly, but we have the next best thing. We have people like Pat Leahy in the Senate.
You tell me if you're pleased with the turnout today.
Oh, I'm ecstatic with the turnout. There's so many more people than we ever expected to have. It's at least 3 times the number we expected.
Really?
Do that without advertising, that's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce to you the 38th President of the United States, Gerald R. Ford.
I know, we will. We'll get to that. All right.
It gets boring looking at us. That's what he's saying.
You can only look at him. I know. He does that very nicely. But why don't you... I mean, if you want to film them for a while... Okay. I'll stop, but...
He gets his name in the free press, it's all over.
That's right. Now he has an enormous ego. He thinks he's a creative artist.
All kinds of...
Put the camera on this guy. Okay, go ahead.
That's what happened. I didn't film that old North End
we're trying to make this man into a household word. We have people don't know who he is.
You were an outspoken critic of the Vietnam War.
Yes.
And I remember once telling a story about when you went to see the president, Lyndon Johnson, to talk to him about that.
Oh, well, that is... And so I ended up spending, I think half an hour with him, and we talked about this and that, and finally I gathered up all my courage, and I said, Mr. President, I said, couldn't we give some consideration to the cessation of bombing of, I think it was Cambodia or North Vietnam? With that, he turned on me, and he had a way of turning on people, and he gave me 5 minutes worth. And then he stood up, and obviously I stood up, and he said, Governor, he said, why don't you go back to Vermont, take care of your affairs, and let us take care of these affairs down here? And I said, yes, Mr. President. Out I went.
I'm practicing with a bunch of people that are going for their black belt, and I'm doing the same thing they are, so I would hope that at least they give me a brown belt.
You haven't got any pictures of you doing that, do you? No?
They've taken so many pictures, and they keep saying we're going to get them, we never do. So I keep bugging them. I did have some that they took, the Free Press took one point, but I don't have them right here. There, yeah.
Mr. Brown, obviously your country is suffering a major image problem here in the United States. This was evident to you this morning when you arrived. and we're greeted by some 40 demonstrators out in front of our studios.
Well, first of all, it's very difficult when you're greeted with the continual type of questions such as, how often do you beat your wife? And that's exactly what happens in our case. We have people outside there demonstrating, accusing me of all sorts of things. They don't really know what I believe. They just assume that I'm a racist, that my government supports racism, and so on.
The American press has to do it correctly, but right now it's not.
Думает, что у русских хватит. У русских хватит.
Translate that for me.
They're devils. Черт, да?
Да.
You're not in the press, Mr. Volga.
I am in the press.
You are not. Are you a recognized member of the press?
FDN. How come?
I think you'll all recognize this as a communist trick to break up a meeting.
I'm asking a question.
You are out of order.
Nat, this is dreadful. Get message out to the secret cell. I got the commandant.
Duck down for a minute, Chuck. Duck down for a minute.
I guess the best thing I can say about Channel 17 TV is that the folks in Burlington and surrounding communities ought to realize what a special opportunity they have if they have people as dedicated as the folks that came to visit C-SPAN who are concerned with you hearing what's going on in your local community and again making up your own mind as to what is correct, right, and wrong. And that's a unique opportunity that's not available to an awful lot of towns throughout the United States. So when you watch Channel 17, it may not always be as exciting as you'd like television to be, but it's important.
Okay, I'm Tom Crosby from Burlington. Lived here all my life. 50 years ago, well, of course, the cars are gone, and there's a lot more people on the street now. And, of course, the different sidewalk stands, the trees. There never were trees on Church Street back 50 years ago. There might have been 100 years ago, but not while I was alive.
There were no sidewalk stands? I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Stockholder, #1. Mr. Stockholder, do you have some plans for what you would like to do once you buy out Ben & Jerry's here? Why, yes, I've got some excellent plans. Well, first of all, I'd like to introduce some new flavors to you all. They're right over here. New flavors? New flavors. Flavors of the month. Flavors of the month. Yes. Did you hear that? Yes. Flavors of the month. The first flavor, Stockholder Brown Nose Crunch. Hold that, please. Thank you, Cal. Oh, don't protest. Don't protest our union. How about this one? Can't you keep it local dough?
Too much changeable and transformable social misery among ordinary people, among everyday people. And it might have something to do with the fact that their voices are not being heard at the highest levels. And that Martin Luther King Jr. came out of a particular species, a specific version of the democratic tradition.
Racism has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. Racism has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. Racism has got to go.
I'm Chief Homer St. Francis of the Abenaki Nation. I want to applaud the support the students who have stood up and spoken out against racism at the University of Vermont. You can't redo history. No, we can't do, and no, we can't go back to harvesting salmon on the Winooski Falls. But we can change the future by knowledge the past. And this is something we can ask the trustees of the university to do. It doesn't necessarily mean renaming Ira Allen Chapel after Greylock, although that's not a bad idea, but simply acknowledging that racism goes back a long way.
You are watching television and you are growing sleepy. You are about to descend into a hypnotic state. Oh, let me start again.
With the banks. Yeah. Because too often we're perceived as just being the fair housing organization that's hammering the banks for discrimination issues. And frankly, empowerment zones, investment strategies, we just have a whole lot of, we made a list yesterday after
John's bank has been good at working. Why don't we just walk on down this way and talk to him? I just don't want to miss his flight.
What I'm here to say might not sound good to the authorities. It's
We
time for
are
us to change
live
our
here for the Burlington This Is You portion. And how do we want to start? I think we first start by saying a huge congrats to everyone. We are at 1:30 p.m., started yesterday at 6 p.m. We've had a shift from 6 to 12, had a shift from 12 to 6 a.m., then we had 6 to 12 again, and now we're in the last shift here. So for those of you out there, callers at home, listeners, viewers, round of applause. Sounds quiet in here, but Ali's clapping, Faraj is clapping. We're getting some round of applause. And right at the top of this program, I want to make sure folks know to donate. You can see down at the bottom, some folks call that, I think it's a Chiron, a lower third, cctv.org/telethon. You can donate to help the folks here save the archives. I also want to give a big shout out to Travis Washington, who is not only a gem, I don't know if Travis is out there, but is has been helming this production here for, I don't know, what are we, there's 4 hours left, so 4 minus 24, 4.5, for almost 20 hours. It's an amazing feat. The programming's been awesome to wrangle all these people, get all these community members in, and kind of the gist of community media, as we will, so I talk with my hands, I do this a lot. The gist of community media is to actually build community while making media, and we can see this telethon as actually doing that, putting that into practice. So it's an amazing feat. The reason why we started with a camera and why I am here is because for the last 4 years, I've been fortunate enough to be in the station documenting the inner workings of this place. It started out as an idea to maybe document the people that document. And the documentary is called Burlington, This Is You, which you can visit on the interwebs, which is burlingtonthisisYou.com. Now, where that name comes from, you might ask. That name comes from one of the first television shows that was started by Nat Eyre. And this history has been described to me through Lauren Glenn Davidian. So Nat Eyre and Lauren Glenn, along with Dan Higgins, were some of the founding members of this organization. And so that brings us back to all the way, that brings us back all the way back. That brings us back to 1984. when access and media activism was starting to kind of take root. And so the city of Burlington, under the leadership of Mayor Sanders, decided that this was a great way to build community, and to, at that time it wasn't probably even called media literacy, but to promote media literacy. And to give you a little backstory, again, not only am I here because I've been documenting, but also we can see that I first learned of this place because I was working on a documentary about the Our Family Boathouse. And so today I have my hat on, which is this hat, Charlie's Boathouse. The Our Family Boathouse is at the mouth of the Winooski River. It was started in 1928, and for a while as I was teaching at the University of Vermont, I decided that I would see if those folks would be interested in doing a documentary, and I wanted to find archival material. And the archival material that I was able to find was here in the archives. And how I learned about the archives was through a student that I was collaborating with named Jordan Mitchell. Jordan, come on down, come make an appearance. Jordan Mitchell, everyone. And throughout the telethon, there's been all these full circle moments here. And now we have yet another one. So Jordan, as Jordan mics up, what do you remember about the early days?
I was kind of partially listening and partially getting here. So the early days of the Boathouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, to reflect on that. It was a while ago. I remember the beagle, the dog, three-legged dog, right?
Charlie had a three-legged dog named Mama.
Yeah.
That followed him everywhere.
Yeah, really followed him around. And I remember when I was there, like Charlie would, he was always trying to clean stuff up and help get people situated with the boats and, greet people and make them food. But it was also maybe near, closer to the end of his life, so he was maybe having a harder time getting around and stuff. But he still was trying to do it and still trying to serve the community in the best way that he could.
Exactly right. And to put a fine point on this, these stories wouldn't be available. We wouldn't have had this I wouldn't have been able to do the type of deeper dive that I was interested in doing, which the project is still unfinished, but we still have it secured. It's in 2 locations. We still want to make it. But the point is to preserve this history allows for the storytelling to happen. So Jordan and I kind of collaborated on that project. We'd go down to the boathouse. We'd help out on closing day. And then Jordan produced a project in my class about the archives. Mm-hmm. And your story is well documented, but what is your story about your introduction to the archives?
Yeah, that's a good question. And before we go to that, also the boathouse is in our archives.
Yeah.
There's an interview with Charlie and his wife Christine, right?
Yeah,
Charlie
or sister Christine.
Sister Christine, thank you. Good clarification. Charlie and Christine were interviewed on a show. I think they're on Stump the Chumps a couple years ago, and I think there might be someone, I think it was lost in Vermont or stuck in Vermont, did a interview at the boathouse, which we have archived as well. So footage of both the boathouse and Charlie and Christine exist in our archives. So another reason to help us save our archives, the telethon. So you had a question. What was the question?
It was about the introduction to the archives, but I think, the point is being made, which is that there's a resource here. Jordan introduced me to the resource, and I said, holy smokes, has anyone done a documentary about this? And so Jordan was my entry point to this organization to meet all the folks here, and lo and behold, here we are in 2025. Deep in it.
Yeah, and at the time I had interviewed, so I'm the current chief archivist and co-director of operations for Town Meeting TV, but prior to me was archivist Michael Blood, and so I had interviewed him while he was working here, and I made a piece in college about his interview and quite a bit of archival footage from CCTV. So at that time I had been volunteering here, working with the Live at 525 shows, so I think that was how I got introduced to it. And then, the staff here were always so friendly. So then, being able to make a project about it, and then, yeah, here we are.
No doubt. And so through this history, thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
I wouldn't be here without you.
Thank you.
And Jordan has pretty much, you could say, has been producing this documentary alongside me. Jordan is the point of contact that lets me know what's been happening. We've had weekly meetings. She's taken on interns that we've worked with, kind of teaching the deep tradition of access and media activism.
Yeah, and helping them and help, the interns you have and yourself, learn about the archives. And our current website is a little outdated and can be pretty hard to search, but I have different access in the back end of the website to be able to help find stuff. So, helping you and other community members better understand our archives and how to search it.
Yeah, totally. So as we kind of continue on this path, I just wanted to say thank you to you, and now I'm going to continue to shout out more people.
Great, sounds good. Thank you.
And onward, after I met Jordan, I think I met Megan O'Rourke first, and I think Megan is in the other room taking callers, had a show earlier, and so I've also met Megan, and there we are. Jordan is tapping Megan, and we are saying hi to Megan. Megan, give a wave. Maybe Megan's going to come on. And so we're going to keep doing this throughout the show. We're going to keep calling people on to prove the point here that as we're actively doing this telethon, we're also actively making a documentary about this whole history, and then we're interacting. And I want to put a fine point on the idea, there's a mic there for you, Megan, put a fine point on the idea that if you were to give a single word for community media and community media access and media activism, participation comes up quite a bit.
We're already talking to me.
Yeah, I'm talking right at you.
I just tuned in.
This is great. So active participation. We're inviting Megan in right in the middle of the movie.
Oh.
And now, Megan, now you're here. Do you remember how we first met?
You were working, how did we first meet? You were working at UVM, and you were teaching a class in community media, and somehow you connected through Jordan, who had come in to interview. And I'll tell you something. At first, I was like, who's this dude coming in? And I'm gonna give him all his ideas. He's gonna take them back, and he's gonna be up in the hill, and he's gonna be teaching his students. And then, and you've heard me say this before, but really the gift for me of media and media making and community media is the attention that allows somebody to kind of transform. And somebody said it today. They were like, oh, I had all my students in here, and this one person who'd been so quiet just blossomed on air. And it's so, because some people have the opposite experience where they're like, I don't want to, and your attention that you've been giving, and also Faraj, the attention that you're giving, being behind the camera, that allows you, or sitting in there and making sure to get the right shot is really part of the gift of community media, and is not so much what's happening here, but it's also, are you looking through the camera and paying attention to what's going on in your community? Like Charlie all day at the Ramble, doing that, just out paying attention. And so I think that, and Nat, I've talked about all the stuff that Nat does. When you look at it, he's looking and paying attention to what people are saying, how they're saying it, who else is in the room. So I don't know if I answered your question.
No,
but thank you.
But it's great, because then that's a great segue to, again, we kind of launched and spiraled to why the documentary is called Burlington, This Is You, and it's because Nat's first television show was called Burlington, This Is You.
That's right.
And then that exclamation point of this is you, I think is a really important way to think about access and public access television. This is you, right? And I think that kind of play on words is really fantastic and adds a lot of value and has taught me a lot about this. So as I've never met Nat, but I feel like I know him through the archive. and through watching how his shooting style changed, and then some of the quieter or the kind of interstitial moments where, you know, if you come to one of our work sample screenings, which you all will be invited to, you know, Nat putting lens cleaner on the lens that would never make airtime, but those little moments are great. Or Nat testing a microphone and going in the other room.
Or he would take his camera and he'd forget, he wouldn't turn it off, he would just be recording and running down. And he'd be like running down from one place to the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I think recognizing kind of the history and the peoples whose shoulders we stand on is quite phenomenal. And then kind of passing that down, which you have so generously done for so many folks that either have cycled through the archive or continue to come through the doors. And that was one of the things that I've always noticed, is that when somebody walks through the door, they're greeted, they're asked if they're needed, if they need anything. And
Which
you
is
always
really
offer
the leadership
water.
of Lauren Glenn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really the leadership of Lauren Glenn, who's like, we're making a party.
You offer somebody
Every day
water.
is a party. Yeah.
It's great. It's actually unbelievable. And I've taken that to, that's one of the things, if I'm ever going to tell a student.
And it's not transactional. It's not like somebody taught you that. It's more just like, oh, what does somebody need to feel part of the community? What does somebody need? And sometimes people just need to chat with you. Sometimes they need to sit on the couch by the front door for a little bit. Sometimes people need to be on the air right away. And yeah.
And so what I also will say is to kind of, to continue to talk about the folks in the past that have helped build this, you know, along with, do you want to get up?
Oh, I wasn't sure if you had somebody else
I'm gonna invite the youth on.
Oh, good, good, yeah.
But in a moment, because I just want to make the fine point that as we talk about Nat and Lauren Glenn, this whole project, the archives are a love letter to them, right?
Mhm.
Like there is a love letter to them and how the culture that they built and the vision and the advocacy work to keep the lights on and the doors open and to build the collection. Now, I also want to give another shout out to Linda Ayer, who was Nat's partner, and Linda may or may not stop by. If Linda makes it here, we will invite her on. But as I watch the material, Linda's continually everywhere with a microphone talking to people too, and saw it as a form of activism.
Yeah.
So people that even maybe weren't like, I'm not the camera person, I don't have the tech, still have a home within the world of how this, why this is important, and why people dedicate their life to do it.
Yeah, and also you don't have to be, it doesn't have to be about big P politics.
Yep.
And I think that's something that, you know, we are a government access channel, the town meeting TV side of it. CCTV, of course, started before then. But everywhere is a point of entry into community. You don't get to be mayor, city councilor, or school commissioner, or cemetery commissioner, or involved in your school PTO without some connection to your community. And if you don't feel like you're part of that, and so I think having places like this, and you know, that's the work that Travis does so amazingly, Ali in his work at the, you know, out in the community. Again, it has to do with being seen and also giving people tools to just, you know, the interns will go and do a thing on like, what's your favorite coffee? Yeah. But that's a way of connecting to, I know the word community just keeps used over and over and over again, but.
and I think that one of the things too is again passing the tradition on, right? Which is when I first got here, I thought I was, you know, in the cinephile tradition, in the tradition of experimental film, and little did I know as I learned this history that actually part of that experimental and that activist tradition is access. And so all of a sudden I had my, you know, one of these moments, which was like, oh my gosh, I'm way more aligned with this movement than I ever thought. I thought it was over there and I'm over here, and little did I know that I'm actually running alongside the folks that I should be running in the pack with.
Yeah.
Which is why we're here. Which, because we're in a liminal space, And because we have other guests that we're going to invite on, let's Mike. And let's invite up
I'm just
Janvier
gonna take off my
and
mic.
Faraja.
Thank you,
Faraja, come
Miles.
up. Thank you, Megan. And I'll go to the handheld.
Thank you,
But
Faraj,
we're-
for all your work on the. Faraj was running the board. He came in and learned how to run the board.
Come on in.
And did it all this morning.
Uh-oh. I'm tripping up. And I'm going to go to the handheld.
That was pretty awesome.
You're going to take that mic. Faraja
You
is...
can just sit right there.
And so...
what do you want me to put it?
I'm gonna mic
you can just clip it right on your shirt.
All right.
And so
Thank
to
you.
kind of talk about this here as we get in, and as we look outside, you know, this is Mickey Western over at the Rats Mission Building, who's yet another person doing great art in the community and using the community, using art to build more community. So now we're here, and Faraj is here recording for the Burlington This Is You documentary. These fellas have been to screenings of the works in progress. They've come in here to run their own show. And so I want you both to be able to introduce yourself and talk about who you are and why you make media.
Yeah, I'm Janvier Belize. This is Faraja Diadone, and we both started filming around in 2022. And it's just we saw Miles and this guy named Ned with his friend Ned Castle, and they somehow got us interested in filming and doing this type of stuff. And so on, years later, we're still doing it because it's something we've come to enjoy because of the experiences and like how close it brings you to community and other people, I guess.
Faraja, what do you got for us?
What's the question?
What do you do? Why do you do this work? What is this work that you do?
So I film with Janvier and Maz, also with Ned, Maz's other partner. Why do I do this? It's a tricky question, but I guess it's like being able to capture people's moments. Example, if we shoot a wedding and stuff like that, just being able to be there and capture that special moment for somebody is really what's important to me. So yeah, and making that look as good as possible. That's why we do what we do.
Okay. And so you all have a YouTube page. What is the YouTube page? Introduce it, and you can tell us about some of the things that you've been documenting. Janvier, why don't you start us, and then Faraja, you can take over.
Yeah, we created a YouTube account called ALV Youth Media. We created this as a way of sharing our works and the things that we record. We want the people who are in the videos to access them because I feel like it'd be nice to see, for them to see what we've been working on with them. So for example, we did a graduation party, Juneteenth, cooking. We do like a lot of stuff. We also do like performances like underground, higher ground. And yeah, it's a bunch of stuff we do. We do African skits as well, which introduces like community, or give insights to the community that we come from in Africa, when we are able to show those through videos and things like, yeah, basically.
So I'd say the main idea is to, well, clearly we have a YouTube account, and the main idea to why we started doing that is because we do a lot of stuff at ALV and we want to like showcase what we do. At the end of each year, we try to do a showing of everything we've done and like stuff like that. So like every once in a while, like we have one, I think next month on the 15th over at ALV. So we're gonna show that over there, and yeah, so it's like, it's a great way of showing the work we've been doing over the past years. And it's a very good way to bring people together over at ALV and people that are just interested to see what we've been working on over the years.
Okay, and then Instagram. Oops. Instagram. You all are on the gram. Tell us about what you got going on there and what you've been recording recently.
Yeah, we also created an Instagram because we do a lot of soccer. We've been filming a lot of soccer videos, like for Vermont Green, and we wanted our work to be posted and for people to see what we've been doing. And so, yeah.
So recently we did a little short clip for the Vermont Green game. We weren't able to get everything just yet because it's a lot of work here and there, but when we're able to, you guys will definitely be able to see those up there.
Okay. So this is now turned into the ALV Youth Media Show, which is great. I don't know why I stayed on here. You guys can carry this. But the point is we want these cats to come in and do their own TV show. And I'm wondering if you both could talk about handing the tradition down. You know, who are you teaching? Who's coming up? Is that important for you to pass the skills down?
Yeah, no doubt. I think it's important because, say, for example, my little brother, he's interested in this type of stuff. So it's good to see him getting in the same environment that I basically have been pulling myself in too. He takes photos, but it'd be amazing if he could also like get into videos, because I go to college soon and we're gonna need more people to come and do it. So we're trying to recruit a bunch of youth kids from ALV to come and help out. Meanwhile.
Yeah, so right now we got a few kids, like Janvier mentioned, his brother. We have another kid named Rama, Steve, and JP. So the main focus is really helping the youth to be able to do this when we eventually leave, because like Janvier also mentioned, people are going to college. I'll go the year after him, but we want to make sure we still leave Mars and Ned with kids to mess around with, so they can have stuff. Yeah. So yeah.
And what about the girls that y'all collaborate with?
The dance group?
Yeah, no doubt. And Okalina.
Oh yeah, we got them too, but we love to like get everyone involved, so we try our best to get people out of their shells and stuff, because a lot of people try to stay away from the cameras and all that stuff. So we encourage people, if you don't want to be in front of the camera, you can always be behind and help us operate the cameras. So yeah, we definitely try to get everybody. And Okolina, what's the other one's name?
Well, Apollina's
there.
You get to use that now. Apollina's been on. I'm going to try to make Ali's life a little bit easier, come between you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically there's a whole crew of folks that are trying to carry on the tradition, and we want to keep it going. As we wind down here, you know, again, there's too many people to give a shout out to. You know, we spent some time talking about Travis, but also the crew. Kevin is back in the booth. We got Steve Diff here being in the audience. We got Ali behind the camera. We got Jordan running the floor. You know, we got all the people that were doing this beforehand. It's just an amazing feat that everyone comes out and shows up. And again, trying to bring the tradition of this into the now and continue. Somebody called in earlier about the archives, and archives create histories, or sorry, you know, histories create the present. So I think it's really important to share the space, invite people in, and continue to make this work. Now, in the closing minutes, you all have seen a version of this documentary. I know it was in last November, but I want to let people know that we're actively creating this thing. We're asking the folks out there, out on the other side of the fiber waves, I don't think that's a thing, to participate and help us make the best version of Burlington, This Is You, that we can make. We're actively getting feedback. We hosted a work sample screening in November. We did the Made Here Film Festival. We did the Green Mountain Film Festival. In your all's opinion, if you were to watch this thing, or if you recall moments where there are things that you're like, I identify with that, I love that, or are there moments that you're like, I want to see more of this? Like, what would you want to see in a documentary about Burlington, Vermont?
I have nothing in my mind right now, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I was thinking about this. Like, we go out and we document things. I want to do like a high-level montage about if people were going to describe Burlington, right? Your Vermont Green footage would make its way in there.
I think also featuring the women's game would also be a good one.
Yep, no doubt. So, right, you can only kind of see the whole picture if you keep going out there, right? If you just like go out there on a sunny day, Burlington's going to look like a sunny day, but you got to get out there in the grit, the bad weather, the good weather, all the weather. We could drag this on, but I'm also just thrilled that Dan Higgins just walked in with our pal Mary Simmons. Let's get a shot of our friend over there. I'm hoping that you all will learn the history about Dan, but I will let Dan speak about himself. But I'm gonna say that just like off the top, I will tell you, right, that we're in the presence of legends. Specifically, one thing that we really think a lot about is not just what you make with the media, but how you make it. And Dan is somebody that has brought language to that and has brought a practice to that has helped me pass that tradition down. And I think one of the most important things that Dan really pushed people to do was to show the media that they made in the community that they make it. So with that said, we're coming to a close here, and I'm hoping that what we just did right here is a version of that. And what I mean by that is that I'm gonna hit play on this, and the other person that I wanna shout out is a kind of a legend named George Stoney, who visited Vermont and would essentially held the same belief that if you make media, then it should be shown to the community members that it's made about. And there's no better person to exemplify that than George Stoney, and this is a perfect reason why you should dig into the archives, is to find gems like this, and to understand who somebody like Dan Higgins is, who Lauren Glenn is, who Nat Ayer is, and then also our folks that are in the now doing the hard work. So we'll pause there. We'll see if they want to cut into some George audio, and if they're just going to take it away to the next episode, that's great too. We love you all. Thank you, Burlington. This is you.
Peace.
Should I cut?
First ever Telethon. All right. Hi there. My name is Emily Brewer. I am CCTV's Marketing and Outreach Coordinator, and I'm also joined by another Emily Krasno. She is one of South Burlington's representatives up in the state legislature. I'm going to let you introduce yourself really quickly and just tell us a little bit about the work that you do and have been doing over the past year or this year in particular, whatever you would like to highlight.
Sure. Well, it's great to be here, and thank you, Emily. As mentioned, I'm Representative Emily Krasnow, and I serve South Burlington Chittenden 9 District. I love Town Meeting TV and CCTV, and I am a big fan and watch almost every day. I'm so grateful for the folks here. When I've had our forums, I always mention, and also something that's really important to me is working with these folks to make sure that they have the funding that they need and are looking for. I'm excited to check out the Ramble today. And yeah, so I serve as the ranking member of the General and Housing Committee, and housing is obviously a topic that's been front of mind to everyone. So in the off session, I've just been working with folks, talking about housing and how we can help folks and make sure that everyone has a stable roof over their head. So thanks so much for Town Meeting TV and CCTV for having me today. And back to you, Emily.
Emily, thank you so much. It's really important to have the support of the legislature, and it's really amazing every year, year after year, to have all of our representatives come in a forum capacity and an under the dome capacity to really kind of like demystify what's going on in the State House, but also to let our community members get to know who's representing them. So we're really thankful that you are such a strong supporter of Town Meeting TV, and we're happy that you could join us for the telethon.
Of course, it's my pleasure, and I hope folks donate and come out and support and be here for a bit.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Emily. Really appreciate it. And speaking of donating, you can donate at cctv.org/donate right at the top here. You can also call 802-862-3966 if you'd like to make a pledge. And this is a pretty exciting moment right here. Let's see if I can do it one/two-handed while I'm still doing the mic. We have broken $2,000 raised while running our 24-hour telethon. So I'm going to do the really exciting thing of filling in the thermometer. We've reached about $2,100, and that is honestly fantastic. The community support for this telethon and for the CCTV archives has been just unreal. So I am just incredibly pleased to be a part of this organization, and so moved by the outpouring of support that we've seen. It's not over yet. We've got plenty of time left to donate. We've got plenty of shows left to see. And before I throw it over to our next program, I'd just like to highlight the fact that we've had some amazing community donations of artwork and services and other fun little things that you could get in exchange for donating while the telethon is live. So I'd like to highlight some of those items right now while I have the time. One of which, or two of which, we actually have two of these. We have 5 passes to Burlington Hot Yoga. So you could get 5 classes of hot yoga and or Pilates, and that's right down the hall from our studio. So that's pretty exciting. We also have this one I'm very excited to show. Let me see. This is artwork from our very own field producer, Steve Diffenderfer. He very generously donated this. Very beautiful. And on the back, he has a description of what it means, because there's actually some Hebrew writing on there as well. And I don't know what time it is. I wish I had a clock. Let's highlight some more beautiful community artwork. So all of these items will be available at telethon.cctv.org. That's telethon.cctv.org. And so all of these wonderful, you can go on and you can see everything that's available. In exchange for, purchasing these items, you are donating to support the CCTV archives. So keep that in mind as you're considering if you'd like to make a donation to support us. We also have a really cool program going on that you can also support through that store, which we're calling Rescue a Tape. Essentially what that is a group of us have selected some tapes from the archives, and it costs about $50 to digitize a single tape. Now, a tape can have any number of programs on it, typically a couple of hours of programming. So you can go on and select a tape that you would like to digitize, and for $50, you can sponsor that. So your name will be in the description of the video as sponsoring it, and that you are rescuing a tape from deterioration. Because if you've been watching this telethon at all, you know that is something that is unfortunately happening to a large number of tapes in our collection. We're running against the clock here because it's just a simple matter of time when it comes to these tapes. And every day our archivist Chris runs into more and more tapes that are either sticking, getting jammed, staticky, the audio's messed up. And we're trying to avoid that as much as possible because it is so incredibly important that we preserve these local programs that date back to 1984. So I'm going to just reiterate, that's there's too many links. That's telethon.cctv.org to visit that store. If you'd like to donate, you can visit either that link or cctv.org/donate. And you could also give us a call at 802-862-3966 if you would like to make a pledge. So that being said, I would like to thank Miles Jewell for that last program, as well as Emily Krasnow. That was a special surprise guest. I love that this telethon is just bringing out all sorts of supporters, and it's an awesome opportunity to get back into the studio if you haven't been here in a while, or come to the studio if you haven't been here at all. So this is just a reminder that you can visit us at 294 North Winooski Ave in Burlington. And speaking of that, we are live, and in the Old North End, the Ramble's going on, the Old North End Ramble. So this is a free annual arts and culture festival celebrating the community of the Old North End. And we are an event on the map. So if you would like to come and visit us and watch the telethon live, we'd love to have you. What you're seeing on screen now is a live camera from our back office window pointing at one of the events at Rat's Mission on Archibald Street. So hey, you could take a dip in the pool and come on over to support the telethon. Get cool in the pool and then come on over to the AC in the studio. So now we're going to show off some of the footage. We've got one of our wonderful interns, Josiah, who is out live on the street filming some events at the Ramble, as well as talking with folks that are enjoying the festivities. So I can't wait to see that, and I hope you enjoy.
Everybody, I'm Josiah Oak again. You know, I do a lot of things here. But today, speaking of things, we are at the Ramble Field Day event here at Roosevelt Park. Over here behind me, you can see we're playing a nice fun game of shot put, and we're going to be learning about some of the people here, why they do what they do, what this event is, and why it's important. So please join me. You know, right now. Actually, you want to go walk right now? Let's do it. Let's do it. Who should we interview first? Hi, how you doing? Do you mind if do you want to do a quick interview? Sure. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So, hi, I'm Josiah. What's your name?
Melissa.
Melissa? Nice. So I guess, well, number one, what does you know about the Ramble?
Well, I came from the City Market Co-op to get my hours in because you get 10% off if you do some volunteering, and I live in Heinsberg, so figured it's like a nice homegrown event to come help out on.
Hey, who doesn't like 10% off, right?
Yeah, well,
that's wonderful.
It doesn't hurt in this economy.
Oh yeah, definitely. Anything could help in this economy. But what do you think about this event overall? I mean, how, you know, are you enjoying it? You know, what do you think it does for the community? How do you feel about it?
I do. I think things like this are super important for people to come together in neighborhoods and just have fun. And this is the heart of what that is, and it's been around since 2004. So it's like, you know, it's kind of slow right now, but by the time tonight, it's going to be popping.
Popping, yeah. All right, cool. So is there anything you'd want to let anybody know if they're a little bit anxious about going to the Ramble, if they don't really know what it is? How would you tell about them? How'd you advertise?
I would say it's super safe feeling down here, and everybody's chill. There's tons of activities. Just basically ramble on and have a great day.
You know what? We are really good at that. And thank you so much, all right? Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. I'm here with Todd.
Edwin.
Edwin, nice. And so, why are y'all here today, if you mind me asking?
Well, we love the Ramble. We come to it every year. It's so much fun. We're here at the field days this time and really excited to do some games. Yeah.
Is there any other events that you'd be interested in, maybe for the Ramble?
We're going to do the big bike ride at the end of the day and the roundup with all the food and music. And what are you looking forward to today at the Ramble?
I'm looking forward to popsicles.
Yeah.
Honestly, me too. These popsicles, they got like orange flavor, which is the best flavor popsicle. You know that. You know. But overall, I guess, well, why do you like it so much? I mean, like, how long you been doing this for? Like, you know, tell me a little about yourself.
Over a decade. We wouldn't miss it. We love our neighborhood. This is really a chance for the community to come together and have some fun and celebrate what we all love about this place, which is the people and the diversity and everything. So.
Yeah, I think that's all that really needs to be said, really. All right, thank you so much. That was really wonderful, all right? Appreciate it. Well, I guess one of the most important things that we learned from talking to the lovely people here is about community. Again, this has been the whole centerpiece of the show, is why we do this, is why we have the archives, which, by the way, you should be donating. Hold on, wait, I'm going to kick a ball. Whoops. But anyway, community. is important. It's why we're here. It's why any of us are able to do what we do. It gives us strength. It gives us hope. It gives us power. And so to have events like this is super important, like they said, to help us keep together and keep us strong, especially in terrible situations and things that would normally scare us. I mean, look at all of it. Everybody's having a good time. Everyone's, look at it. Oh my God, wait, who's gonna win? Uh-oh. Oh my God, Edwin went crazy. They won that. Oh my God. See, it's stuff like this that really just reminds us of our humanity and our connection, and it's beautiful. And to have the archives to record stuff like this, it brings a tear to my eye. Not being recorded, but we're really grateful to have this here, and overall, we really need to continue supporting events like this. It's important to have these things, and it's important to have these moments. And, you know, what else needs to more needs to be said, you know? And we're going to keep going and seeing other Ramble events, obviously, but this one I think is definitely going to be one of my favorites, though, because, I mean, even all around, you get to see this direct impact of this, right? Children happy, people out here enjoying themselves, enjoying their time, enjoying their life. Enjoying their that's what I'm saying. Dude, enjoying their popsicles. Where else would you find people enjoying popsicles? Nowhere, because they're, like, expensive. But now we get to enjoy them here. Hey, good job, bro. Good job. Yes, it's important to keep your community center focused, and I think this is a great display of that. So that's it. Hi everybody. All right, so you probably just saw us at the Ramble, the field day version, and now we are here at the Kant Street at the Kant Fest? I don't know. We're over here and we're having another Ramble event. We're gonna go talk to some people here, learn more about it, hopefully learn about why it's important, and just overall experiencing. Again, this is also very important, you know, very educational content, but it's also just more about living and experiencing the world. So actually that's what we're gonna do right now. Hello, you wanna come with me? And we're gonna go, we're gonna learn some stuff. We're excited. Hold on, we gotta make sure we're not too far away. How y'all doing? Sorry. Would y'all be open to an interview at any point?
Yeah,
that's
for
cool.
sure.
All right.
Still setting up,
Yeah.
but, yeah, we don't have anything to like going on cute yet. to look at yet. But
No,
we'll,
that's
we'll
fine. You know what?
Soon.
We could like imagine it there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It'll be there.
All right, cool. Just
Are you good to go get the other table alone? Or do you
Oh,
want
we're gonna go keep looking, but that's one interview.
Just for a company. Honestly, probably for emotional support.
What are you guys doing?
Hi, good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Would you be open to an interview by chance?
Sure.
Cool. All right, so I just really want to learn about what you're doing here. This is that you definitely know how to market. This is very
good
cool.
to know.
I know. All right, so hold up, wait. First of all, hi, I'm Josiah. We're gonna be interviewing. What's your name?
My name's Alyssa. Nice to meet you.
Do you want to tell us a little bit what you're doing here?
Yeah, so we are the apartheid-free community, a part of the Vermont Coalition for Palestinian Liberation, and this is a campaign pledge. So we are bringing this pledge to Burlington for the third time. The City Council has shut it down to be voted on, to be put on the ballot for 2 years in a row, and we are out here educating people on what it means, why it's important, why it is important for our collective liberation, why it's important for the liberation of the Palestinian people, and we are really paving the way to make this happen in Vermont. And we've already passed this pledge in 5 towns across the state last year on town meeting day, and so we're trying to get it on the ballot again for town meeting day for next year in 2026, and we have an open letter for people to sign to demand that the City Council give us our democratic right to vote. So yeah, that's what we're doing.
Nice. Do you want to tell us a little bit about, I guess, you already talked a little bit about you're trying to push this message out. What message are you trying to specifically push out, just so we can learn more about it?
Yeah, so
hopefully teach some people about it as well.
Yeah, so the first thing that the pledge says is we affirm our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people and all people. So this is something that we feel like is just fundamental, and everyone, basically should believe in, and usually does believe in, that all people deserve freedom, justice, and equality. But the Palestinian people are under illegal occupation with the Israeli government, under illegal apartheid regime. It's the largest open-air prison in the world, and right now they're undergoing a horrific genocide and forced starvation that's abetted also by the United States. So we are just out here trying to, put out a statement. We want towns to sign on, and then eventually it will lead us to boycott, divest, and sanction BDS, so that we can take any funds and investments we have out of this, Israeli apartheid regime.
Jeez, well, thank you for telling us that. That sounds really important. I've never covered anything this actually serious before, so I'm really grateful for that. And so I guess if there's one last thing that you want to leave the audience who is watching this with, what do you want to say?
Palestine will be free.
Yeah, hey, there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right. Okay, no, I'm. Yeah, this is CCTV. That's right.
Oh, sick.
This is, by the way, this is a good friend of mine. He lives here, and yeah. Actually, do you want to do an interview?
Like, what are you doing? Sure.
As a community member, you know, I mean, we are just gonna learn a little bit about the Ramble, obviously,
Like
but
CCTV. I like Megan, whoever else.
Yeah, Megan,
Josiah.
she just did one. Yeah, I also am there.
Megan and Josiah.
Yeah, but I guess so. First of all, you want to introduce us to who you are?
I'm Kathir, MacDev, and I live on Decatur Street, and there's a block party going on.
Yeah. What do you think about it? I mean, some of the things. Have you looked around? As a community member, what's your perspective?
I don't know, pretty chill. There's free food, a lot of free stuff, free food, free lemonade. My neighbors are giving out lemonade right there, and they're so cute, and have matching. They're like 3 and 4, 2 and 4, or 3 and 5, somewhere in that range. I babysit them. I should know their ages.
Nice.
But they have matching like lemon outfits.
Oh.
They're selling lemonade over there.
Oh.
Selling? I hope it's free.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's in this economy, you never know. You know, lemons got to make their money.
Lemons do gotta make their money.
You gotta make lemonade, and so.
Are you CCTVing all day? We got Rylan's over there too, Nico's little sister. We're chilling and selling clothes and
that's fire. I'm gonna be. Well, I think once we record this, I'm gonna be done in a bit. But you know, you never know. I might pass by. You know, again, this Ramble's been really interesting. I really wanted to just learn more about it and experience this member as a community member. So I might do that around particular people.
As a community member.
Of course, yeah. Hey, thank you for talking with me, man.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
It was a pleasure to meet you as well. Thank you. Namaste. You got a camera on?
Well, I'll just have to change.
Which can you go?
Yeah, I could just be wet.
But how is it?
I can't do that.
That's
not
right.
No,
I didn't do that. Mama.
Are you guys going to be around for a little bit?
What's your name?
Sweet.
I love your lemon shirt, by the way.
All right, good
You guys
luck.
got good.
Tink you.
Yeah. Have some brisk sales.
I hope
How's
we
it
have
been
brisk
going today?
sales.
You guys are selling lemonade?
What are we doing?
You could put it in this little thing. Oh, wow.
Actually, we're getting out of here.
We're getting interviewed. Do you guys want to share what we're doing?
Are they sharing?
No. Oh, grown-ups out of here. Grown-ups aren't allowed to help with the lemonade.
Oh, okay.
Well, are you going to
You
talk
got the
to them and
floor.
tell them?
You got the spotlight.
What are we doing? We are giving away free lemonade and inviting people to make a donation to Migrant Justice to help support our farm worker neighbors and make sure that folks are healthy and safe in our communities. And we're just getting started.
Nice.
Yeah.
What inspired y'all to do this?
Why did we want to do this?
Yeah. Outside of obviously supporting migrant justice, I mean, you know.
Do you guys like lemonade?
Yeah. We like lemonade a lot, and we thought people might want to drink some on a hot day, right? Yeah.
Hey.
And we also wanted to make sure we had the opportunity to spread the word about important work happening in our community.
Now get our campaign chair.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
To get our camping
So you just want to talk about the migrant work for a little bit again? If you want to just leave a lasting message for anybody who's wondering, is thinking about it, I'm like, man, I want lemonade and I want to support migrant justice. How can I do both? Why should we care? Or why should people care about this issue?
Well, Migrant Justice is a farm worker-led organization, and they have a campaign
Let's be a little bit
calling
more,
on
working as a
Hannaford
team, okay? Because we
to
haven't finished
join
setting
the
up.
Milk with
Do you wanna
Dignity
come back,
program,
come up with me and get the
and
rest of
we
the
think
stuff
that
so
just
we can finish
benefits
setting up?
everybody to make sure that there's justice in the food that we're eating and the workers that are working hard every day to make it get are treated fairly. Yes, we got to get some ice out. And
Yeah, right. She knows how to run a stand. Anyway,
we
especially
got to get the ice.
coming from the son of an immigrant myself, I really do appreciate all the work you guys are doing. All right, so hey, just keep going. You have one. Actually, oh my God.
Would you like some lemonade?
Yes, I do. I don't want. I don't know. Like I don't know how to say it, but I was like, man, that looks like really good lemonade, and
let's
just
get a
got
fresh
ice.
cup
You want one
for-
too, Aubrey?
Oh, yeah.
All right,
Okay.
okay, well, wait. Here. All right, so one for her, and then.
That one's wait. Let's get a fresh cup for them. Can you put lemonade into this cup, please? This will be mine, and we'll do a fresh cup for them. Okay? Can you put lemonade into that one?
I bet you didn't know you was getting fresh lemonade today, did you? Straight from the source, a lemon. Look at this, it's a lemon doing it right now.
All right.
Okay,
Can you
wonderful.
bring that over?
Oh my God, thank
Okay,
you.
and then one more.
And one more for her. She's very tired from
Thank
camera.
you. Did you help make this lemonade? Did you make this? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
Do you want to tell them what's in it?
Maple.
Maple lemonade?
No way.
Okay, I think it's full.
That's the most Vermont thing I've ever heard.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Have a great day, guys. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you
Have a
so
great
much.
day,
I
too.
appreciate
Thank
you,
you.
all right?
If
You
you
have a
see
good
anyone
day.
that looks thirsty, send them our way.
You already know. Well, that's the first thing. Of course, oh, no, thank you.
Yeah,
No, listen,
it's
I'm
very
glad to be
important.
here. Again. Okay, so now we are a lemonade marketing studio. We're switching tactics. But now by reality, they seem they were very nice. They're very sweet. And you guys talking about very sweet, how you doing? Good. Do you mind talking a little bit about, or would you mind?
We're kind of still getting set up. I'm really sorry.
No worries. Walk past here. So you want to start heading out?
Yeah.
Wow, that is really good lemonade. And I guess talking a little bit more about the Core Fest, this has been a great experience. This has honestly been really fun. I'm really glad that we got to be out here and do this. And just, not only just obviously, experience the community and all the stuff that we've been talking about, but also just to have a good time. These are all people who care about each other, and care about these causes that they want to support. And obviously there's a very important causes to support, and there's people taking action. You love to see it. Really pushing themselves to, unite and try to overcome obstacles that.
Hi there, and welcome back to CCTV's Telethon programming. I am now joined with Dan Lee Powell, who is a member of the Mushrooms for Vermont group, who has been working. They're working on the decriminalization of psilocybin mushrooms in, is it the state of Vermont or in Burlington in particular?
Well, it's both really. Any kind of binding legislation will occur at the state level, but we're having some difficulty getting support at that high of an audience, and so we're bringing it down to the municipalities where we think that people will be more effective in getting legislation passed. So we're using a petition and gathering signatures for a town meeting day measure this year.
So can you tell us a little bit about, I think both what you're doing today at the Ramble in terms of signatures and why you need to get signatures, and as well as why exactly is this something that you want to be put on the town meeting day ballot?
Great, I'll answer that second question first. Yep. This is thank you. This is something that 2.1% of Americans were recorded to have used psilocybin in the year 2023. Assuming similar numbers, we've got a great population of these people who are already using this substance. And so we want to enable people to receive the resources to educate themselves properly and to use these things safely. They are powerful tools. They've been proven to help people through trauma and addiction, in addition to having spiritual applications. But if people don't know what they are or how to use them, there's the opportunity to misuse them and put themselves in dangerous situations. And so we're here to help as an emissary to these medicines.
So how many signatures do you need to get for it to be put on the ballot, and is there a deadline?
There is a deadline. It's a couple weeks before town meeting day. We've got lots of time. What we're doing in Burlington is just a standard Vermont-wide town meeting day process. It's a little bit different municipality to municipality, but with 5% of each city's voters putting their signature on a petition like this, the council will have the opportunity to thumbs up or thumbs down the measure. We'll do that on our own, but then we can put it to the city's population for a vote at town meeting day. And the idea is if we can get that official hand raise that the people of Vermont want this, and the state will catch wind.
Dan, thank you so much. And before we wrap up, I would love for you to let folks know how they can either get in contact with you, learn more, anything like that.
Thank you so much. We're partnering currently with some organizations to expand our reach. So we'll be rolling out websites soon, but currently we're operating under the Instagram Mushrooms for Vermont.
Dan, thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing more from you as this process goes on.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. And I want to thank Dan again for coming in and visiting us to let us know about Mushrooms for Vermont's effort. And I feel like that's a good shout out for our town meeting day coverage, which, you know, as you know, town meeting day isn't until March, which is several months away. But stuff is always happening to get things on the ballot in terms of, you know, counselors' races, all sorts of stuff. So stay tuned for our town meeting day coverage many months from now. So I would like to now introduce, I don't actually know what's happening next. Okay, we're going to go to a commercial break. And when we come back, you will find out what's going to be on the telethon. So stay tuned.
Wait, you can tell me a bit about like what you do here?
Yeah, so my name's Jordan Mitchell, and I'm Chief Archivist here at CCTV, Town Meeting TV, and a large part of my role with the archives is to, I guess, foster these analog materials and help make them available to the community. And you'll see in this closet here, we have a couple hundred tapes that are from the 80s and 90s. Our collection goes back to 1984, which is when the CCTV first started.
You guys know who Bessie is?
Swimming on the Moon?
Bessie's Films.
What's Bessie? How did you get involved first with CCTV?
Yeah, I volunteered just as a way to get exposed to the community and the studio programs that were happening. I learned like a television camera, you know, operation, and then eventually learned to like direct on the switcher on the TriCaster as well. I thought the space was so cool.
It's a focus. Once you've got that focus, you're going to zoom out and frame up your subject.
We have a lot of rich history. It's a mix of municipal meetings and jazz festivals or other festivals, protests on Church Street in Burlington.
What other Cheetos can we have in there? Oreo? Peanut butter cookie? Is this all of it? This can't be all of it.
No, so there's a second closet as well. So this closet is like the really older stuff. Kind of has a little bit of that old smell to it if you really take an inhale. The founding archivist, Nat, was very detail-oriented, and as you can see like on the spines of all of them, they're all numbered, so we know how many tapes we have and we know what's on the tape.
92.99? Oh my god.
No way. As you can see. Okay, and this closet is some of our newer stuff. It's still pretty old, but in here is everything from the 2000s and even early 2010s. We had continued to put content first on tape, and then we kind of transitioned to DVD.
It's like this.
So we've digitized about half of our collection, which means you can watch it digitally on our website. And if you go on our website, you'll see like a program page for all of the programs in our archives, but some of it might just not have a video attached to it. That's because it's stuck here on tape. It's unique that we saved everything. A lot of public access centers did not save their tapes just because of storage. My understanding is in the 80s and the 90s when they would like play programs on television, they would put in one of these tapes. That's why they're all 2 hours.
You all had one definition of community when you came into the class, and now you have a new definition. One word, a phrase, wherever you arrived.
Resilience.
Trust.
Togetherness. Collaboration. Inclusive.
Great. Democratic. Equity.
Yeah, right on. Round of applause. Way to get out of there early.
I just very briefly want to say thank you so much. I think I was very shocked, honestly, seeing your total budget and everything you do with that. And we often have conversations about investments that we could be making as a municipality and trying to sort of squeeze every dollar out of taxpayer funds. And clearly you all are doing that in a variety of ways. So I really appreciate it, appreciate the role you play in preserving our democracy. Thank you.
I also just appreciated seeing some of the numbers in here. I think we're clearly getting great value for what we're receiving, you know, based on the rates that you charge for production. And we'll offer my annual appreciation for Town Meeting TV for working with us on catching up on our funding share.
Can I just add to that they're also safely storing all of our equipment that normally lives at 2 Lincoln, so it does not get messed up in the renovation. So much appreciated.
And thanks for your election coverage.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's like our Christmas or holiday. Yeah. We love it.
I'm always happy with CCTVs and Town Meeting Television Services to Essex Junction. I've been a longtime board member, and Amber is now a board member, and we can't keep our government transparent without them. So
I think what you're doing is important. You know, it just holds everyone accountable.
I see your crews all over the place at different events, covering political events, non-political events. It was really nice to see, I think it was 2 separate crews rolling through the Winooski Senior Center for Election Day. Just, you know, and providing that coverage of Election Day that we wouldn't have received otherwise in Winooski. So the work you do is definitely appreciated by the community, so thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience in sticking with us this evening. I want to echo the comments made by Councilor Kane and others. Deep gratitude and thanks for your team that we have here at all these meetings and all our other city events. And thank you, Kevin, for your representation of us on the board. I really appreciate your being here this evening.
And thank you for Travis.
Yes, thank you, Travis, once again.
I've been on the town meeting trustees for, 7 years or something between Burlington and Winooski. Every year, they get less funding from cable and somehow provide more coverage. And that has been consistently trending for like a decade. So, great job.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer.
A little painful, but yes.
Yes.
It's true.
If I can just make a statement while everyone's here, I just wanted to say what a tremendous effort y'all have put forth as we bounce our meetings around from City Hall to the community center to the Brownell Library. This is now our more permanent home as City Hall is renovated, but your team has been excellent in making the adjustments and meeting our needs, and even as we try to find space that's private for executive sessions, they've been accommodating to all of that. And so I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you and extend a bit of gratitude to everyone involved for that, because it's out of the norm, but the ability to adapt has been amazing. And so I didn't want that to go unsaid.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how we managed without having everything online. It's so convenient when you want to catch up on something or miss something. So super helpful.
Thank you.
And good job getting $1 million out of the legislature.
No, it's always a great experience. It's always very professional. Everyone's very patient. Everything works really well. Couldn't be happier with the service.
Thanks. I just want to thank you all. Your work really contributes to the strong sense of community here. And I'll say that I would not be a city councilor if it wasn't for your work. Just the accessibility of being able to explore and learn so much at your own pace about city affairs is just a tremendous asset. It's incredibly valuable. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to CCTV Rewind. My name is Maria Lambert. I'm an intern here at CCTV, and I'm here with Molly Lambert. Molly is the former executive director of Church Street Marketplace, former secretary of Commerce and Community Development for the state of Vermont, the former president of Vermont Captive Insurance Association, the former state director of rural development for USDA, and currently my grandmother. We are going to play some clips from the archives that we are, of course, working so hard to protect. The first up is one from 1993. We'll play them and then reflect on what's changed and what hasn't.
Sounds good.
Here we go.
Character that Church Street has to offer. And yet, they can enjoy the special character that Church Street has to offer. And there are some moderately priced establishments on Church Street. And once people wander and discover those, you know, they're happy about it. It couldn't be a greater mix.
I think that's actually a really important point. So you have an analysis really of the whole Church Street area based on, I guess, price points. Is that how
exactly based on price points? Sure. And you.
We'll try again.
Some moderately priced establishments on Church Street, and once people wander and discover those, you know, they're happy about it. It couldn't be a greater mix.
I think that's actually a really important point. So you have an analysis really of the whole Church Street area based on, I guess, price points. Is that how
exactly based on price points? Sure. And you would find that in certain locations, like you'd find in any downtown, that there would be a block or two. You know, you can always use downtown Chicago, and you can talk about the water tower on one corner, which attracts people from all economic backgrounds, and then you go to the Bloomingdale's over on the other corner, and it's a different shopping atmosphere. But yet within a 2-block area, you bring everyone together. It's really a tremendous combination.
Now there was a lot.
Excellent. So in that clip, you talk a lot about price diversity and why that's so important to retail in a downtown area overall. Is that still true, or why is that important?
Well, I think the first thing I want to observe is I have not changed in the last 25
Not at all.
years.
Not even a little bit.
Not a bit. And that's really fun to see. And what Lauren Glenn Davidian, who founded CCTV, was getting at was the idea that the businesses on Church Street might not be inclusive enough for the community or the region or the state. And as we went further into the conversation, we spoke about the different businesses that were there, and I gave examples of, Woolworths and JCPenney and so forth. And anyone who is on Church Street today at this very moment, and believe me, I was down there earlier today, there are thousands of people on Church Street just enjoying the music and the sidewalk sale and the excitement and the entertainment. Which points to the necessity, not the necessity, but the brilliance of having an all-inclusive community. And but that point of diversity in price points for the economic piece of the downtown, of course, is important, but there are many other features of the downtown that are so inclusive.
What are a few that you're
It's a
thinking of?
public space without walls. You can walk down the street and enjoy the music or enjoy the number of people that you can watch interacting, or seeing friends that you haven't seen in a long time, or making new friends along the way, as we often do when we walk down the street together. So yeah, it's an important point.
Sure.
And will always be. And Church Street, I was reading about Samantha McGinnis. She is the brand new director of the Church Street Marketplace.
As of
July 1st.
Yeah.
And her predecessor, Kara, would have the same values, as did Ron Redmond, as did I, and as did Penrose Jackson, who was really the executive during the formation, when the bricks were laid and so forth. What everyone wanted to do was to make sure that the people were the center of the street. It was the movement of the people, with the trees and the businesses off to the side.
Yes.
So, crash.
Maybe that's a cue then. Should we?
The whole stack
there
is
they go.
going down.
I think that's a sign. Should we move to our next video then? Was that our cut signal?
I would.
Maybe. All right. Going on to the next.
Yet seeing what a Costco, which is being built in Colchester, will do to a downtown, we know from around the country that these type of wholesale clubs do have an effect on locally owned business. And more often than not, those people who are in the locally owned businesses look at it as a detrimental effect. There are people making millions going around the country telling all small communities how to survive when a Walmart comes to town. They describe niche marketing, different strategies, offensive strategy, but I think people really have to understand that local retailers buy their product at a certain rate because of the volume of business that they do.
Right.
A Walmart and a Costco, with the national market that they have and the volume in which they can buy, can absolutely put that local retailer under the table in a flash, because the local retailer simply can't compete on price.
Right.
So when that clip was filmed, obviously the Costco hadn't been built yet. Now I drive past it all the time. So what was the impact of Costco and Walmart and all those other bigger brand name businesses that have since made their way into Vermont?
Sure. Obviously, there have been many changes over 25, 30 years that have been part of our regional economy, our state economy, to say nothing of our local city of Burlington economy. Costco is a good example of a thriving national retailer that is providing great service to our region. Maple Tree Place, formerly known as Pyramid Mall before it really took root, has certainly grown and settled into their space of retail and their customer base. And you can even look at, or I don't mean to say even look, but South Burlington has now taken on more of a downtown feel with their development of housing and Market Street and so forth. And then we have Pine Street in Burlington, which is just such a wonderful addition and another market attractor. So I think, and probably really important, if we had gone on into that clip a little further, I spoke about the importance of Burlington Square Mall to Church Street.
Right.
And the Burlington Square Mall, as we all know, who have continued to live here, is now no longer. And in fact, I think it wouldn't be too harsh to say it was called the Pit for about 4 years. 200,000 square feet of retail taken right out of the downtown, left these Church Street businesses amidst all of the other competition that they faced to do exactly what the advisors were saying years and years ago. It's niche marketing, it's services, it's making sure that the marketplace is maintained and secure and full of entertainment and festivals that draw people that the other centers are not able to provide.
Yes.
And of course, the other thing that you do in any marketing situation is you distinguish yourself, not by negating the really good things that other retail provide, but by emphasizing the assets that are part of your location and your inventory and your ability to dine and shine and so forth. And downtown Burlington is this amazing combination of geography, which is spectacular.
Yeah.
Really.
The lakefront.
Yes.
Views.
Yes. Actually, I would say world renowned, and we've been to a lot of places in the world. Not, not to say that other places aren't beautiful, but Burlington has a
It's pretty special.
very special attraction. And of course, the university and all of the other colleges in proximity to downtown, and the history. We have 3 buildings at the top of Church Street, which are part of the National Historic Register, a very unusual distinction to have a trio of buildings. And any successful promenade has that kind of situation, whether you're in Spain, whether you're in Paris, whether you're anywhere that has a successful walking venue. In order for the people to be the center, you have kind of the stage effect, right?
Yeah.
Those buildings serving as the backdrop, and the street and the people movement serving as the drama, the excitement,
the intrigue.
The intrigue, exactly. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I think they're just...
We've adapted.
We've adapted.
To make the smaller local businesses really distinct in their appeals and their draws.
Exactly.
And then would you think, in the situation where you have Costco's and Walmart's and these big names coming in, that's the best way to protect local businesses and preserve that part?
I think like any challenge, there's not one solution, right? So one of them is to certainly loudly amplify your assets that your competitors don't have without mitigating the value that the competitors have to the customer. There are so many things that you can do on Church Street at the same time. You can dine, you can listen to music, you can go shopping, you can people watch, all of these things that should draw people to a particular center. And I think the maintenance, the effort that the city puts into supporting the marketplace. I was looking at the list of mayors since 1981 when Church Street was founded. So Bernie Sanders, 1981 to 1991, was mayor. very important that Church Street get off to a good start. And then you had Peter Clavel, who was an outstanding supporter of the marketplace and served in Bernie Sanders' administration. And then you had Bob Kiss, who was another great supporter of downtown. Peter Brownell, a Republican. You had Republicans, Democrats, progressives. And now we have the mayor, Mulvaney Stanek. I bet they call her Mayor Emma, really. That's her first name. But at any rate, running on a platform of making sure that our downtown and its surrounds thrive. And there's a tremendous balancing act that has to go into that.
Naturally.
We're all intertwined, you know? When I was on Church Street, certainly there were tensions, cultural tensions. And so we collaborated with United Way and Howard Mental Health at the time, not the Howard Center. We collaborated with the local police to make sure that they were a visible and wonderful presence on the street. One, to minister to the people who needed attention, and two, to encourage others to feel safe and to enjoy all of the amenities that were available. But everyone needs to use that street. Everyone needs to
the heart of
be
downtown.
part of it. Exactly. It's a very important part
I agree.
of how you administer a commercial district.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to pass over the 1993 interview and go to, I think it was 2012. And we're going to go to the 30th anniversary of Church Street, when you were no longer executive director, but you made this really lovely speech, and we're just going to play a short clip from it.
And I no longer had red hair.
Let's see.
So, Molly Lambert. A visionary and somebody that we lean on every now and then for advice and counsel, Molly Lambert.
So I'm sure you've all done the math already, and as Ron pointed out, this is 30 plus years that we're celebrating today. 30 plus years and millions of people later, this street has become one of America's finest front porches. And I love a lot of things about this street. I can count the bricks, I can tell you about the earth line, I can do a lot of things, but my favorite part about this front porch is it doesn't have walls. And that means that anybody, any status, any color, any race, any age, any ability or disability can enjoy this street, can come together, share their stories, can engage in retail and food and beautiful art, but most importantly, they can come together and share stories about each other.
We won't play the full speech, as excellent as it is, but you go on to expand on this metaphor of Church Street being a front porch and a place where everyone is welcome. And before we touch on that, this is a celebration of Church Street and all that it's accomplished. What are you most proud of from your time as executive director of Church Street?
Well, I think most proud of the collaborative way that we worked to bring this asset of our community to its highest potential. So as I mentioned before, not only did we work with the 37 property owners who own the buildings on Church Street, and not only did we tend to the need of the retailers and the vendors and the cart owners on Church Street, we wanted to make sure that we included first and foremost the consumers' needs for Church Street. So whether it would be the product we sold, the environment we provided, the promotions and festivals that we held, the collaboration required from the city, from nonprofit organizations, from the business owners, from the retailers, and so forth. I think that's the thing of which I was most proud, the ability to convene a disparate group of people, you know, and try to establish that trust among us that we were all working for the same thing, which was the health and vibrant future of the entire community.
And that leads me right into my next and potentially last question, which is how do you feel about the health of Church Street today? And do you think that your statements about it being a front porch and the necessity of that place still hold true?
Yeah.
13 years later.
Yeah. It's, I would say the other metaphor that I have used about Church Street is, and it was true during the time I was there, 28 years ago, whatever it was, 30 years ago, is that in addition to being a front porch where people are part of the action and they're kind of, you know, picture yourself sitting on the front porch and you're observing and you're so forth. It's also the community's living room.
Okay.
And like our own living rooms, it's where all of the good parts and the challenges become real. And in Burlington, we are still so fortunate to be able to see what the community needs. It's not hidden. It's not, so I think Church Street is a place where, one, it hasn't changed in terms of welcoming all types, all races, all people with abilities, disabilities, all, you know, it hasn't changed from being that all-inclusive spot. But there are certain friction points, and the city is dealing with a number of them, including budget challenges.
Of course.
And what you and I were speaking about earlier, this is all intertwined. Church Street is an essential economic engine. The property owners on Church Street pay a tax above and beyond the normal commercial business tax. So the maintenance and the support, the extra focus that Church Street gets is supported by those business owners. But the other thing is that our merchants pay additional taxes to the general fund in Burlington, and those monies, as has been pointed out by several of our partnering, or not even our nonprofit partners, those taxes are very important to supporting the nonprofits who serve the most vulnerable people in our community.
King Street Center.
Yes, a King Street Center and 20 other nonprofits that they noted, you know, who serve the most vulnerable, as I said, in our population. So it affects them. I met with a business person an hour and a half from here, who owns a resort center, and said, when Burlington has a bad day, downtown has a bad day, we experience it.
Really?
They experience the change in their business, which just points out the university, the hospital, the medical center.
Well, it really makes it like the heartbeat that's pumping the blood to
Exactly.
the rest of the state.
Yeah, really good metaphor as well. But yeah, so I think, yes, there are challenges. But as I said, I was just on the street an hour ago, and I was walking down. One, I was stunned by all the new businesses that are there. It is really an exciting place to be, the new businesses, as well as Outdoor Gear Exchange celebrating their 30th anniversary on Church Street, and promoting downtown the Italian culture, or the Italian Cultural Society, hosting these events on Wednesday evenings. There's an Italian name for it, which I'm Irish, I just would not be able to get it out right. But these evenings that are just attracting people to stroll. Nothing special about it. It's just come meet your neighbor.
Walk past someone's front porch.
Yeah. And I just saw another promotion that they're doing on Thursday night, I think it's called something on the bricks, music on the bricks or something. For every Thursday night, they're having music in downtown and on the street.
There's so much to look forward to.
It's so much to look forward to, and it's all intertwined. You know, that collaboration that I mentioned earlier is so, so important. And policy is part of it. Promotion is another part of it. Safety, personal safety is a big part of it. Transportation and access, big part of it. I mean, it's so many things that go into making something successful.
Perfect. Well, we appreciate your collaboration for coming on and spending this time with us at CCTV. You're an excellent guest. I hope you all enjoyed some clips from the archives and got to see what we're trying to protect and go to Church Street.
And our granddaughter, which is a wonderful asset to our community, who is a wonderful asset to our community.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the telethon. This has been CCTV Rewind.
iFi, an app for your phone to watch videos in your language. The Vermont Language Justice Project has a mobile phone app that will let you find and watch lots of videos in your language. The videos share important information about life in the U.S., your health, and services that are available to you. The Vermont Language Justice Project is a nonprofit organization, and we make these videos with experts like doctors, nurses, and teachers. We always make sure the information in the videos is correct and truthful before we get them translated. Our translators translate the videos into many languages so that all people can get this important information. One way to find and watch our videos is in our app, which is called Information for You, or iFi for short. The app is free to download and use. We will never ask you for money or for your personal information. You will not need to create an account or share your contact information to use our app. To get the app on your phone, go to the Google Play Store if you have an Android phone, or the Apple Store if you have an iPhone. Download and install the app on your phone. After the app is installed, tap on the dark purple iFi icon to open the app. Find your language in the list. When your language is highlighted in light purple, tap on the arrow button. All of the videos you see are in your language. You need to be connected to Wi-Fi or use your cell phone data to watch videos. The videos are organized by categories to make it easy to find what you are looking for. The categories are health, health testing, mental health, climate and weather, safety, housing, food, finances, employment, children, transportation, life in the U.S., Vermont, your rights, education, and healthy living. You can scroll down to see all the categories. You can also choose which categories you want to see by tapping on the categories listed along the top of the screen. You can choose as many or as few as you want to look at. To see all the videos in a category, tap the arrow. To watch a video, tap the image. You can make the video bigger by tapping on the expand button at the bottom right of the video. You can turn your phone sideways to watch it in full screen. To change the language, tap on the arrow on the home screen. We add new videos to the app regularly. The 3 newest videos are always shown first under each category. Don't forget to check the app regularly to see new videos that have been added.
Welcome back, everybody. I am your stand-in host, Emily Brewer. I'm happy to be here. We've got a couple of minutes before our next program, and I just want to say a huge thank you to Maria and Molly Lambert. That was such a fun program. We've had some folks come in and do CCTV Time Machines programs before, but never a live one. So kudos to them for kind of doing that on the spot. And I'm not sure how much Maria said, but Maria is a current Town Meeting TV intern. And when Travis and I were speaking to her about the opportunity, she was like, actually, you know what? Like, I've been here before. I did an intern here when I was a high schooler. And that's one of the, like, super cool, like, lovely things about this organization is just, like, how many people you touch without even knowing. And so that was super special. And then the fact that her grandmother has, featured in the archives to the point where they were able to do a reflective program on it is something that's really special. So it's really important that we keep these archives alive. And I think the CCTV Time Machine program really exemplifies that. And I'm really happy that they did that. So if you are just tuning in, I want to remind you that you can donate at cctv.org/donate. You can also call 802-862-3966 to make a donation on the phone or make a pledge. And you can also visit telethon.cctv.org. If you visit that cctv.org/telethon link that's on your screen, you can click through and get to the store. And we've got some lovely community donated pieces here in the store. All proceeds will support the CCTV archives directly. And so we've got some beautiful artwork. You can kind of see it here. This one is very big and kind of heavy, so I feel like I could maybe pick. Oh, it's not as heavy as I thought. Wonderful. Look at that. And fun fact about this piece by Steve D., our very own Steve Diffenderfer, field producer here. The idea, of course I don't have my notes where he told me about this, but this piece is called Infinite Corner, and the idea came to him while watching an episode of Community where Chevy Chase's character is playing a video game and he gets stuck in a corner for 15 minutes. And so there's more to it than that, but that stuck out to me. That stuck out to Steve, and I love that that inspired this piece. So, check out telethon.cctv.org to see all of what we have available. I think we've got some gems here. I've been like wanting to open this whole time, but I don't know how it opens. Megan is helping me out because I'm assuming Megan donated these. So we've got some beautiful, oh my God, maybe I need to buy these. You better go on there fast before I buy them. Some really special, there we go. Ali's gonna show us. Look at that.
I also have it.
Beautiful. There's like some gold in here. Okay, he's gonna do it again. And I swear this is the last one. You're just gonna have to buy it and find out what the pieces are if you're that curious. Yeah, we got some quartz in there, and yep, you're gonna have to beat me to the website, so you better run. Anyways, the idea behind the store is it's kind of just if you need a little extra incentive to want to support the archives, you can get something in return from your donation as a gift. Now, I'm not going to put that back in its box because that requires 2 hands. Just a reminder that if you want to donate, cctv.org/donate, we are up to $2,260, which is, that's quite a lot of money raised during a community telethon, but we do have a goal of $10,000 because we did receive a $10,000 match donation, very generous, from community members Bob and Orly. And so I've got tape stuck to me. They will match donations up to $10,000 in support of the preservation of the CCTV archives. So keep that in mind as we continue our programming in the telethon. We only have 2 hours and 40 minutes left. That's crazy. We started filming at 6 p.m. last night. And if anybody's wondering about my Pikachu shirt, I'm going to give a little promo here. Myself and Chris Lavalette, we have a Pokemon podcast that we do just about monthly here at the studio. And we're going to show the Pikachu in full force here. And we typically do the podcast without visuals. We've done a couple of episodes with the camera. We've built models. We've played the Pokemon trading card game. We've done all sorts of stuff. But last night at 2:45 a.m., we decided we're going to draw Pokemon from memory. And Chris had been there for hours leading up to it. And I had just come back from vacation, drove 4 hours back from Maine. And so we were both a little delirious. And so that was just a really super fun program. And Chris and I talked a little bit about the preservation of the archives during that program because Chris works really closely with the archives. He digitizes programs every day. And I've mentioned this before, I'll mention again, it is happening far too frequently for our liking that he is running into tapes that are sticking, jamming, deteriorating. The audio is messed up. There's all sorts of problems. And that's just kind of unacceptable because the tapes that we have in our archives, over 40,000 programs dating back to 1984, are truly indispensable, and invaluable. So I encourage you, if you aren't as familiar with the CCTV archives as I am, come into our studio, 294 North Winooski Ave in Burlington. We're upstairs, accessible by elevator. There is a parking lot. If you're out at the Ramble today, come on and join us. I encourage you to come into the studio and check out our closets full of VHS tapes and DVDs. Just browse them. Just take a peek at the writing on the tapes. I've got a couple of them here. This one is, I can't even read that one. Let's see, Empower Youth. And it's a 2-hour-long program. And so when you walk through those closets, you will be amazed by what you see in there. And it is just a treasure trove of content dating back to the 80s. That's 40 years of content that is just so precious. And as we saw with the CCTV Time Machine program, you know, it matters to be able to look back and reflect on how things have changed, what things haven't changed, and it's really special that we have that free and publicly accessible, and we will always keep it that way, which is why we need your support. So we've got a couple more minutes before we kick it over to some ramble footage. And I thought that I have an announcement, a very special announcement. So I'm sure you've heard of People's Kitchen. Well, People's Kitchen is here in our studio right now. And you are invited to come in, get some free hot food, and cool down. It's hot out there today. It's a little smoky out there. We've got air conditioning. We've got delicious food from People's Kitchen. Come on in to 294 North Winooski Ave. We're upstairs. Please come in. We'll give you a tour of the space. We'll get you some hot, fresh food. I can smell it from here, and I'm very excited about it. And so come on down. That's 294 North Winooski Ave. Super, super excited to have People's Kitchen here and cooking up some free food for us and for you. So I don't know how much time I have left. But I thought that one of the things that I might talk about while we have some time and before we throw it to some footage of the ramble is, you know, I've been working for CCTV for several years now. For those who are just joining or have no idea who I am, my name is Emily Brewer. I do marketing and outreach here at CCTV, and been working here full time for 4 years now. And I got involved with CCTV as an intern. And I think that's something that's really special about CCTV is just the sheer amount of opportunity that this organization creates. So I went to Champlain College, studied media production, and I had no idea what I was gonna do. And I had actually never heard of CCTV before. I know, it's blasphemous. But so my advisor pointed me in the direction of CCTV, and I started out as a video production intern here, working with Megan O'Rourke, and then it became very clear very quickly that, like, actually, I think social media and marketing is more of an avenue that I wanted to pursue. And so I started working very closely with my predecessor, Barry Silver, created a TikTok for CCTV, just really got to have so much fun and really dive into being a part of the community. And one of my favorite memories from being an intern is going to one of Momo's Market's block parties at Pomeroy Park. And I just showed up with my cell phone, and I was just recording what was going on, made this really cute TikTok video for it. And this actually happened several times. When reviewing footage from what I was recording as an intern, you could see people just kind of like looking at you like, what's this person doing with a camera? But I was so into it when I was there doing it and just so entrenched in the community event. I had no idea people were looking at me strangely. And it was just really beautiful to be able to just, like, you know, I didn't grow up here. I'm from Maine and moved here for college. And it's really lovely to be so involved with the community and, you know, get to talk with everybody who comes in here for shows. It's really special. So I would encourage you, if you don't know much about us or you have been watching us for years, please come in, come visit us either today, any day. We're always here. We're always here, and we would be happy to give you a tour of the space, would be happy to show you our archives, and we'd love for you to produce your own show. If you're interested in creating your own show or podcast, like I mentioned, I've got a Pokemon podcast. You can really do whatever the heck you want. Please contact maketv@cctv.org and contact Jordan or Steven, and they would be more than happy to set you up with with your own program. And again, if you're feeling a little nervous about it or whatever, I really encourage you to come into our space. We're open 10 to 6, Monday through Friday. I personally would be super happy to show you around, but I know everybody else here that I work with would love to introduce you to our space. And so before we move on to our next program, which is the Juxtaposition with Reverend Mark Hughes, a longtime community producer, I encourage you to check out his other programming, his other Juxtaposition programs. I just want to reiterate that this telethon, there's been so much work put into making this telethon be a thing. I see so many of my coworkers making this happen right now. I've seen so many community members come in and enjoy the programming, and we are doing this for a reason, and that is to help support and preserve the CCTV archives. So if you are interested in donating to support us in our efforts to preserve the archives, please visit cctv.org/donate, or if you would like any of these lovely items in exchange for a donation, you can visit telethon.cctv.org. We are at $2,100. Actually, this has been updated, so we're at $2,200 of donations of our $10,000 goal. So can you help us reach that goal? We've got about 2.5 hours left in the telethon, and we would love to see that number go up a little bit more. Before I pass it over to Reverend Hughes, I'm going to once again mention that we have People's Kitchen here, and I'm not sure what exactly they have for food, but you're just going to have to come in and find out yourself. 294 North Winooski Ave in Burlington. We are upstairs. We have an accessible, we have an elevator to get on up here. We've got a parking lot if you need it, plenty of bike parking, so encourage you to come on down. Now look at that. We've got everybody still having fun in the pool at Rat's Mission right across the street. So you can come in, get some food, cool down in the air conditioning, and then you can even go take a dip. Look at that. I am so jealous right now. So anyways, thank you guys for tuning in to this telethon and listening to me ramble. Haha, get it, ramble? Anyways, I'm going to throw it to the footage of the ramble, and then you are going to hear from Reverend Mark Hughes with the Juxtaposition.
So you could go up to 2 hours, or actually up to 6 hours.
On one film?
On one film.
6 hours on one film?
Yeah.
How can you go 6 hours on one film?
I don't know. The tape moves really slowly, and it.
The movie thing is like the ones like this only for a half hour. The great big reels like this are only for about 45 minutes, half hour. You know, the ones that they play in the movies, in the theaters?
Yeah. Okay, that's film though, and this is video.
Here at the Fletcher Free Library, and also at Contoy's Auditorium, and also at the Church Street Center and some other places around town, the Vermont Storytelling Festival. And we're going to show you what kinds of places it's going to be taking place inside. Come on.
Hello, my name is Peter Burns, and I'll be your suave and sophisticated host for the storytelling here at 7:30 on Friday evening. There'll be a variety of different kinds of storytellers and different styles of stories. I'll know you enjoy it, so please come join me for this evening of stories. Thank you.
Hi! Where's Zucchini Princesses? Nothing? You had fun. That was because it ain't great.
I saw on TV real things.
Pardon me, ma'am. May I ask your name?
My name is Mrs. Dick Righteous.
Mrs. Righteous, could you look into the camera and say hello to our viewers?
Hi.
Now, when you say nip womanhood in the bud, what do you mean, Mrs. Righteous?
Well, I mean that we are here. I have a statement. Do you mind if I read my statement? We are here to prevent the feminist blight of blue jeans, flat shoes, and female facial nudity. We expect to see an American dress code as the law of the land. We also support a new congressional group, HULA, the House Committee on Unladylike Activities.
What I've done is made beauty. You say, what is it? It's beauty.
And I wrote this script in Vermont last year, as a matter of fact, during Christmas vacation at Stowe. And we got involved in a story of what would happen if Superman really got involved in the real problems of the world. And one of the main actions of the story is that in response to a letter-writing campaign from students all across the country about the breakdown in U.S.-Soviet relations, Superman yields to their request and vows in a speech at the United Nations that he's going to end the arms race. The time has come now to realize that there are no Supermen, and that nobody can come down and help us single-handedly. But we have the next best thing. We have people like Pat Leahy in the Senate.
You tell me if you're pleased with the turnout today.
Oh, I'm ecstatic with the turnout. There's so many more people than we ever expected to have. It's at least 3 times the number we expected.
Really?
Do that without advertising, that's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce to you the 38th President of the United States, Gerald R. Ford.
Mark Hughes, the Executive Director of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, and you caught me again on juxtaposition. That's right, we're here in a telethon, and this is dope. I'm in the studio right now, and there's a whole lot of moving parts in here. There's just craziness all around me. I walked in, there's food flying all around. I didn't get a chance to get anything to eat yet, so I'm kind of hangry, but I got some things going on. Got a bunch of stuff I'd like to cover with you, but first, I definitely wanted to just welcome you to Juxtaposition, a special episode. I always wanted to say that, a special episode of Juxtaposition. So we're coming at you live here. This episode, no truth, no justice. And then I said, Joe Justice. I think I was going to say no justice. Anyway, no justice, what? So anyway, so the thing is anyway, I'm sorry for the delay. We had a little bit of a delay trying to get to you, but everything's pretty fluid here in the studio. Issues affecting black folks affecting change here. This is the whole premise of Juxtaposition. This is a Racial Justice Alliance TV program. We're going to be talking to you today a little bit about Raise Up Justice, which is a multiracial, gender-neutral, intergenerational, interfaith, multi-abled, politically non-affiliated moral fusion civil rights movement that we're working on in the heat of the moment. So this movement is focusing on truth, is focusing on justice, and it's centering the legacy of slavery. We're grounded in the golden rule, focused on civil rights, oriented to human rights, and based on nonviolence and directed towards the beloved community. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that later, but we've already started that work. We're going to invite some folks out this upcoming Thursday at 6 p.m. If you haven't already been to one of those meetings, just go ahead and stop in to the Richard Kim Center where we will continue to do the good work and get you into some good trouble. First, this just in, press release for immediate release. Vermont Racial Justice Alliance announces the return of the 1619 traveling exhibit and the Vermont commemoration of First African Landing Day. The press release says as follows: today, July 24th, the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance announced the 1619 traveling exhibit will go on display in the Richard Kim Center on Friday, August 1st at 5 p.m. Additional details on other display locations will follow. Vermont First African Landing Day 2025 will be commemorated on Saturday, August 23rd. That's 2025 from 12 p.m. Till 5 p.m. at the Richard Kim Center and also at Roosevelt Park. Get that on your calendar. All are invited to attend. Tickets are available. You can find those at Eventbrite. Watch our social media for just some emerging details on these events. You can find us at VT Racial Justice Alliance. That's VT Racial Justice Alliance on Instagram as well as on Facebook. The 2025 theme is Stand. Is inspired by the Ndinkra symbol Wawa Aba, which means seed of the Wawa tree. This seed is reputed for its hardness. This year's theme speaks to the remarkable strength possessed by our ancestors and that enabled them to stand against slavery, convict leasing, segregation, lynching, Jim Crow, the list goes on. Yet slavery and its legacy persist, and the fight for the rights for the least of us continues to be the fight to protect democracy for all of us. So having done all we can do to stand, we stand. So this theme is timely. It's imperative that this should serve as a call to action for all who believe in justice. It's a time to stand for civil rights. All are encouraged to come and experience the speakers, the music, performance, dancing, spoken word, exhibits, drumming, soul food. There'll be double dutch. Wow, I like it. Double dutch, bouncy house, yard games, skate bounce, 3-on-3 basketball competition, a youth hangout area, and more. The Richard Kim Center will host the Diaspora Series, the Black Legacy Wall, the 1619 traveling exhibit, as well as a wellness drop-in center. So we're excited to invite the community to join in with us and all of our friends at Juniper Creative as we build a mural on the east wall, the Hyde Street wall, and that's the Richard Kim Center. So the mural will be unveiled during the annual Richard Kim Center Back in School Block Party in October. Don't miss our special guest, Miss Black Vermont Harmony, and I'm sure you probably saw Harmony earlier. I think I looked at the schedule. So again, for details on the commemoration, there's a website. It's called firstafricanlandingvt.org. Again, firstafricanlandingvt.org. Go there. You can see all of the things, as well as you can find an Eventbrite. And you can just follow VTRacialJusticeAlliance.org, VTRacialJusticeAlliance.org. You can find all those details. Wow, that was a lot. Woo! Community TV. I want to talk a little bit about community TV before we get going. We've got a lot of stuff to cover, so I'm going to keep it popping. Somebody asked me, what's going on? What are you doing over there? And I said, this is community TV. And they're like, yeah, okay. So there's a conversation about PEG. You see Bernie over my shoulder. There's a lot of things going on here. There's been a lot of things happening here for 41 years. And here's the thing. Before that, community TV was kicking probably 20 years before that. What we know is it's a form of non-commercial mass media where folks like us, like you, like me, folks like us, that we can create our own content, just like I'm doing right now. If it weren't for community TV, you wouldn't have heard that press release. You wouldn't be hearing from me. You wouldn't see juxtaposition. Come on, it's time for you to reach for your wallet. What I'm trying to tell you is the reason why we're here is because we're here to represent the voiceless. Because if it were not for community television, there are many folks who have something to say. They would just have no outlet. They would have no place to say it. The point I'm making here is this voice. If you really take a close look at the word vote, you would come back to this word called voice. Voice is everything. There are so many people in the United States that do not have a voice. Community TV is what's popping. It makes it possible for some of us to be able to come to the table with our voices. Look back over the years with black folks in this community, whether it was like Larry McCrory, whether it was my father-in-law, Richard Kemp, whether it was many others who've come. And I can just name off a lot of names. I don't want to start name dropping in my memory. Is a 62-year-old's memory. The point I'm making is we want to be able to go back and have access to these many moments that were captured. And right now they're captured archaic medium. What we want to do is we want to be able to transfer that. It's just that simple. So folks, this is my plea. Yep, I'm here. There's something in it for me. Just to be quite honest with you, this is really important to us, the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, many other organizations that come here, reach for your wallet, reach for your credit card, let's go. So community television was initiated to provide local communities with access to media production and programming, fostering local voices and stories that might not be represented in the mainstream. So this initiative, it's aimed at creating a sense of belonging, increased community engagement. It emerged as a response to the growing need for more diverse and localized content and broadcasting landscape. So this is how we mix it up. Without community television, we're pretty much done. So we know we're already seeing they're coming at us from all different directions. There's so many there's so much in progress right now to literally erase much of the progress that we've made as a nation, and they've even come at the funding for public television as well. So not to be confused with community TV, but I think you get the point. So that's my spiel there. That's my long commercial. I'm going to come back to that before I'm done today. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, let's talk about Raise Up Justice. You see, our civil rights are under fire. Our civil rights are under fire. You see right here, this is something on, oh wow, I love how you got that fundraiser telethon thing scrolling across there, man. That is dope. I'm loving it. So yeah, Raise Up Justice, this initiative is so crazy important. Our civil rights are under fire. It's time for us to push back. We gotta hold our elected officials as well as our appointed officials to a higher standard today, more of a standard of accountability. We got to come together. We got to protect folks in our community, got to protect one another in our communities. Our civil rights, essentially, they're laying at the foundation. They're laying at the foundation of our democracy. What we do next matters. What we do next really, really matters right now. So I came by to let you know that we're watching that, and we want you to join up with us in this movement. There is so much hanging in the balance, and we are standing on the shoulders of those who came before us. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that were invested in the civil rights and the protection of those who are in need of protection in this nation. So it is the soul of the nation. It is the soul of the nation. So we know that systemic racism is central to this issue. We know that what's been going on right now is it represents everything that's happening right now with public policy is representing a backlash to everything that exposes systemic racism and everything that exposes the legacy of slavery. There's a flat out backlash or a clapback that's happening right now. So I try not to let any of my episodes go by without talking about the definition of systemic racism. So caught you. Here it is. So the definition of systemic racism, as we're going by it, is the roots. The roots. We get it from the roots, current realities, and future reparations. It's called Racist America. It's a book by Joe Fagan and Kimberly Ducey. I recommend you go ahead and grab a copy of it, but let me just insult your intelligence for about 20 seconds and say that it is the unjustly gained political, economic power of whites in the continuing economic and other resource inequalities along racial lines. But there's more though, because there is an emotion-laden, racist framing created by whites to maintain and rationalize their privilege and power. And what we're seeing right now playing out in front of us is a textbook example of that across the nation. So this is what we're established for. This is what this is incorporated into the mission of, thank you for that slide, the mission of Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. Our mission is today and always has been to secure sustainable power, ensure agency, provide security for American descendants of slavery while embracing their history and preserving their culture. That's what we are here to do. So again, so very important. I'm going to keep coming back to this, but you really need to get your credit card out right now, and you need to. I came in. I think I looked at some numbers, and it looked like we were under $3,000. Come on, y'all, let's go. Let's get some money on the boards. We need to get some things popping around here. We really want to preserve this media. When I start thinking about a lot of these folks, because this is a direct tie-in. It's a direct tie-in because the black and brown folks who came before me in this community, they're all back there on those tapes. So that's pretty important to me. Like I said, I got skin in the game, so I'm asking you to help folks out over here so we can get all of this material digitized, because we don't want to lose that. We don't want to lose that. It's already bad enough that we have erasure happening across the nation right now. We don't want to lose what we've worked so hard to capture with those who come before us, were kind enough to come in and put down for us. So we'll tell you a little bit more about First African Landing Day. I'll take you over to another slide. This is a really powerful graphic. So again, come on and experience these music performances, this dance and spoken word exhibits, drumming, soul food, all that other stuff. And don't forget about that theme, Stand. That theme is pretty powerful. Stand. It's in every single year. What we try to do is we try to create a theme that's real, that's present, that kind of ties into our, what's currently going on right now. We threw a lot of stuff against the wall. We bickered and argued, and we finally came back. We looked at each other and we just said, we just got to stand. So it's so super important. There's a lot of symbolism in this particular graphic, this representation. Every year we try to do something like this. So I just want to strongly encourage you, those who are watching, please come out and support us there. Come out over to the Richard Kemp Center on the 1st of August, where we'll be there to we'll help you get down to Roosevelt Park. So First African Landing Day, can't say enough about it. As a matter of fact, our next episode, which is the second Wednesday of next month, somebody here on set can look at their calendar and tell me before I get off the air what day is the second Wednesday of next month. I have no idea. Somebody will tell me before I'm done. But the second Wednesday of next month, that is our next regularly scheduled juxtaposition program. And with that, we're going to devote that entire time. August 13th. Look at that. People around here, they love me around here. Not. That entire program we're going to devote to this. So it's going to be pretty powerful because I'm going to take a deep dive. I'm going to tell you where it came from. I'm going to tell you, and this is just so you come. If you want to, you can come into the studio because we're just doing the same thing. But we're live at 5:25. It'll be up on YouTube immediately, and also it'll be broadcasted. So I'm going to tell you, I'll give you a little bit of a hint. We created First African Landing Day, and the governor proclaimed it after we created it. So just wanted to make you aware of that. What else can I tell you about it? I think I'm going to save the rest. At the top of this broadcast, one of the things that I told you that this was all about, as I go back and look at my notes, our program today, we were talking about truth. And I think it's so important. It's so important right now. And this is the reason why we started the Truth and Justice series, which I'm going to tell you a little bit more about before we get off the air today. I will say that it is the fourth Tuesday at South Burlington Library, the fourth Tuesday. So we're going to come back to that. But I'm telling you, more and more, and the reason why we pivoted from last year, we were doing what we called the Equity Matters series, which was conversations about equity across all social determinants of health throughout the entire year. This year, we pivoted and we said we're going to call this thing the Truth and Justice series. Why? Because truth matters. Because truth really matters. And what we know and what we understand is without truth, you can't really have justice. And we're seeing that play out. So this slide right here, as we're entering into our last 10 minutes of this broadcast, I just wanted to show you a slide from the control room. This slide, it's on crime trends. Crime trends. Come on, control room. Give me my slide. Thank you. So there's this slide right here. This right here is a. I want you to take a close look at this because everything is tied up into a lie when we start talking about public safety. This whole idea of this Homeland Security Task Force, these Homeland Security Task Forces that have been established, and this close coordination that we're going to get immigrants out of here that are dangerous, and that everything is so horrible. Everything is so horrible. What we see here is these are FBI figures and the Bureau of Justice and Statistics figures, and what we're showing here is a precipitous fall, a sharp decline in crime, violent crime especially, ever since 1990. Mostly it's very, very little variance here. And what I'm trying to do is, what I'm trying to show you here, thank you, control room, is that that most of this nonsense that we're talking about is based upon a lie. If we could get at truth first, then what we would determine is really what we'd want to be looking at is let's look at the health and wellness of our people. Let's stop otherizing. Let's stop labeling people. Let's stop calling folks who are addicted to drugs drug addicts. Let's stop calling folks who might be involved with larceny or theft criminals. Let's start treating people humane. Let's take that route rather than creating this false narrative of crime and somehow or another building this case around it. So the last few minutes, I want to just speak to you a little bit more about the narrative of Rise Up. With Rise Up, what I'll say is we've got first things first. Without civil rights, there can be no democracy. Without civil rights, there can be no democracy. And we should say that at least one more time. Without civil rights, there can be no democracy. What we have here is that civil rights, what we have to understand about a nation, because civil rights were necessary in this nation, because this nation was created where everybody did not have rights. That's how this nation was created. It was created in a manner where only some of us had rights. So it was necessary through the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment that civil rights were created. Without civil rights, there is no democracy. They are fundamental to the democratic integrity and the societal well-being of this nation. Our national history of slavery and segregation have made civil rights necessary to deter discriminatory practices. Additional strategies have been necessary to transform systems that continue to produce racially disparate outcomes, systemic racism, and mitigate their impact, DEI. True justice, stability, and safety for all Americans is only achievable through civil rights and acknowledging and addressing the impact that slavery and segregation has and continues to have on our nation today. Systemic racism. There is nothing more important in the fight for the soul of this nation than the fight for our civil rights, the fight for justice. This administration's policies represent a backlash against civil rights in all things exposing and addressing systemic racism. They're using racism as the primary wedge to divide the nation by implementing cruel policies seemingly targeting black and brown folks. These policies end up hurting more poor white people and place our democracy and our security as a nation at risk. They always do, they always have. Unfair justice systems is not justice at all. They are tools to ensure that mean, greedy, wealthy folks can seize absolute power. There has been a rollback on the enforcement of civil rights in the United States to a time of the fall of Reconstruction. And we're talking about 1890, somewhere between 1890 and 1910. That's where we are as a nation. And we cannot get confused about this. We're talking about when lynchings, when convict leasing were the order of the day. The work of exposing and mitigating systemic racism, the legacy of slavery, disparate impact, is now federally banned and designated as being illegal. These rollbacks on civil rights and the attacks on actions addressing disparate impact are meticulously targeting. They're targeting the dismantleization of the infrastructure that was designed to finally move this nation to a more perfect union, where the union and justice of her promise. Instead, these rollbacks and the attacks, they take us back to historical patterns of maintaining racial hierarchies. The Department of Justice has been directed to divert resources away from good faith enforcement of this nation's hard-fought civil rights laws that are rooted in the spirit of Reconstruction Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment and the U.S. Constitution. They have redefine diversity and equity and inclusion as discriminatory, and they have established it as a high priority for prosecution. Meanwhile, consent decrees, voluntary agreements between law enforcement departments and the DOJ, they've been withdrawn from severely limiting fair housing, the Fair Housing Act and the affirmatively furthering fair housing, to modifying the scope of Title IX discipline enforcement and civil rights protections of the Office of Civil Rights, OCR, at the Department of Education. Civil rights have been dismantled nationally. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has severely impacted the health insurance benefit discrimination provisions. They've been eliminated. In summary, the DOJ has abandoned the enforcement of civil rights laws as we know them in this nation. They have instead weaponized the Department of Justice to pursue a political agenda, anti-DEI. This is where we are. This is who we are as a nation. So the rise up demands that we spoke about earlier are rooted and grounded in the civil rights movement. So on Thursday, this upcoming Thursday at the Richard Kim Center, we'll meet again, and we'll do that also the third Thursday of this month in the same location. Now, this is where it ends. Find your wallet, get your credit card, log on, support this station, because what we got to do here is we got to continue programming like this kind of programming that doesn't exist anywhere else. This has been juxtaposition. This is issues affecting black folks affecting change. Reverend Mark Hughes, I'll see you on Thursday.
So you could go up to 2 hours, or actually up to 6 hours.
On one film?
On one film.
6 hours on one film?
Yeah.
How can you go 6 hours on one film?
I don't know. The tape moves really slowly, and it.
The movie thing is like the ones like this are only for a half hour. The great big reels like this are only for about 45 minutes, a half hour. You know, the ones that they play in the movies, in the theaters?
Yeah. Okay, that's film though, and this is video.
Here at the Fletcher Free Library, and also at Contoy's Auditorium, and also at the Church Street Center and some other places around town, the Vermont Storytelling Festival. And we're going to show you what kinds of places it's going to be taking place inside. Come on.
Hello, my name is Peter Burns, and I'll be your suave and sophisticated host for the storytelling here at 7:30 on Friday evening. There'll be a variety of different kinds of storytellers and different styles of stories. I'll know you enjoy it, so please come join me for this evening of stories. Thank you.
Hi! Where's Zucchini Princesses? Nothing? They're outside. I don't think he has a name right.
I saw on TV real things.
Pardon me, ma'am. May I ask your name?
My name is Mrs. Dick Righteous.
Mrs. Righteous, could you look into the camera and say hello to our viewers?
Hi.
Now, when you say nip womanhood in the bud, what do you mean, Mrs. Righteous?
Well, I mean that we are here. I have a statement. Do you mind if I read my statement? We are here to prevent the feminist blight of blue jeans, flat shoes, and female facial nudity. We expect to see an American dress code as the law of the land. We also support a new congressional group, HULA, the House Committee on Unladylike Activities.
What I've done is made beauty. You say, what is it? It's beauty.
And I wrote this script in Vermont last year, as a matter of fact, during Christmas vacation at Stowe. And we got involved in a story of what would happen if Superman really got involved in the real problems of the world. And one of the main actions of the story is that in response to a letter-writing campaign from students all across the country about the breakdown in U.S.-Soviet relations, Superman yields to their request and vows in a speech at the United Nations that he's going to end the arms race. The time has come now to realize that there are no supermen, and that nobody can come down and help us single-handedly. But we have the next best thing. We have people like Pat Leahy in the Senate.
You tell me if you're pleased with the turnout today.
Oh, I'm ecstatic with the turnout. There's so many more people than we ever expected to have. It's at least 3 times the number we expected.
Really?
Do that without advertising, that's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce to you the 38th President of the United States, Gerald R. Ford.
I know, we will. We'll get to that. All right.
It gets boring looking at us. That's what he's saying.
You can only look at him. I know, he does that very nicely, but why don't you... I mean, if you want to film them for a while... Okay. I'll stop, but...
He gets his name in the free press, it's all over.
That's
the
right. Now he has an enormous ego. He thinks he's a creative artist.
All kinds of...
Put the camera on this guy. Okay, go ahead.
That's what happened. I didn't film that old North End
we're trying to
show.
make this man into a household word. We have people that know who he is.
You were an outspoken critic of the Vietnam War.
Yes.
And I remember once you telling a story about when you went to see the president, Lyndon Johnson, to talk to him about that.
Oh, well, that is... And so I ended up just spending, I think half an hour with him, and we talked about this and that, and finally I gathered up all my courage, and I said, Mr. President, I said, couldn't we give some consideration to the cessation of bombing of, I think it was Cambodia or North Vietnam? With that, he turned on me, and he had a way of turning on people, and he gave me 5 minutes worth. And then he stood up, and obviously I stood up, and he said, Governor, he said, why don't you go back to Vermont, take care of your affairs, and let us take care of these affairs down here? And I said, yes, Mr. President. Out I went.
I'm practicing with a bunch of people that are going for their black belt, and I'm doing the same thing they are, so I would hope that at least they give me a brown belt.
You haven't got any pictures of you doing that, do you? No?
They've taken so many pictures, and they keep saying we're going to get them, we never do. So I keep bugging them. I did have some that they took, the Free Press took one point, but I don't have them right here. There. Yeah.
Hello, beautiful people. It's Lydia Diamond, and this is Tea Talk. And I want to welcome some very special black folks, special to my heart. Infinite, good brother to my left, and the boss, good sister to my right. And I want y'all to know how excited I am to be live on the telethon. We're trying to save the archives because they are essential to our community. And call us up and give us a donation. The bigger the better. Now I'm gonna have my good sister over here introduce herself first.
Do I talk to you? Talking to everybody? The whole...
Talk to everybody. Let them know who you are, beautiful.
I'm Dr. Jolivet Anderson Duaning, and I'm an instructor of History and American Studies at St. Michael's College.
Infinite, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Infinite Colcleasure, and I am a substitute teacher at Integrated Arts Academy, kindergarten through 5th grade.
God bless you. You got the babies. Woo! Oh, yeah, them gray hairs coming, bro. Oh, yeah. And we have another special guest. My good brother, Brian Cena, is here. Say hello, Brian.
Hello, Brian.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Brian Cena, and I live in the Old North End. And I'm a social worker and a performance artist who does many things, who practices those things in many ways, which we'll touch upon in our discussion.
Thank you. So I shared with everyone that my question is, how has the political chaos hit home? And I just want to share that for me, I feel like it's too much. It's too much chaos going on from the parasite president. I'm not going to lose my cool. I'm going to pass it on to whomever wants to go first. If you have something that you'd like to, add to that, do you have a response? How do you feel? Because I've been stressed. Okay, I got a couple new gray hairs I don't appreciate.
Okay, I'll start.
Thank you.
As a person who works in higher education and who's also an artist, I cannot co-sign the parasite piece because, and not that I don't feel those things, but from a professional place, I can't co-sign that.
Right, no worries.
But from a personal place, I can say that I have been affected by what's going on in the country right now because of what's happening in higher education and with regard to student loans. So as a person who worked very, very hard for 16 years to try to get a PhD, that required me to take out a lot of loans on top of being a parent, raising an older person, having and raising a child. So what's happening right now in my personal life is that I made the conscious decision to start paying my loans off early. The Biden administration wiped off some of my loans, but I still had a big chunk left. And I'm not behind or anything like that, but now I have a 19-year-old daughter who is going to Berklee College of Music. And I didn't know the child was even a drummer. I didn't know any of that. So she got to Vermont and turned into a drummer, and she turned out to be pretty good. And that's an expensive school. So now I have to take out Parent Plus loans to help her because that's what's hurting right now. And with the shift and the changes that are happening with the Department of Education and payment plans being affected for people that are in the process of paying loans and what it's going to look like in the future for my daughter to have to pay back loans, that's how it's personally affecting me. And sometimes it keeps me up at night thinking about the amount of debt that we're going to have just to get the education and just so she can live her best life and live up to her fullest potential in some of the best spaces that have grown to be these spaces in the country. So that's kind of where it has hit me the hardest personally.
Wow. And it's painful. I mean, don't co-sign anything that I say, but I really do. Like, your daughter is phenomenal. Yeah. She's a phenomenal artist. I've seen her play the drums. Listen, I want to help, and we're going to talk some more. All right, baby?
We don't have to focus on her. Let's stay on the archive. Let's stay on.
Yes, we are saving the archives today. All right? CCTV. You know, CCTV archives, you know, is like, I think I said it yesterday. The government wants to cut PBS. PBS has been a part of my life for generations. You know what I'm saying? And so it's not okay.
No.
It's just not okay.
It's not.
Would you like to respond, good brother?
You know I came here for the food. Somebody said the People's Kitchen was upstairs.
I know that's right, baby.
You want some tacos? I was
We
like,
got the
yeah.
BEST in the house.
You know? I didn't really come here for the tea. Especially the black tea.
Not the black tea. Not the black tea.
Go ahead, Brian.
Ooh, funny.
Go ahead, Brian.
So, when you were describing like the impact on education, I was thinking about, like, while listening to you, it was like making me recall something tangential but relevant, which when I went to the African American History Museum in Washington, D.C., it was very moving. I don't know who else has been there. And the exhibit where they, in the basement it was, where you go, you start in Africa and it takes you on the journey through the Middle Passage to the Deep South, through history, and it shows you the arc of civil rights and the different waves throughout time. It made me realize that I'm standing on the shoulders of ancestors and that we have been through this over and over before. And the Black Lives Matter movement was the biggest wave yet in civil rights in United States history. It warned us, however, in that exhibit, that every time there was progress, there was a backlash. And that is what we are seeing. That we had this massive step forward in breaking, in challenging the racism, like deeply rooted in the foundation of this country. And there are people who are uncomfortable by that because when people have any privilege and they see others get it, sometimes it feels to them like a loss. And so I'm not rationalizing it or justifying it, but I'm trying to understand why people would have a problem with everyone having freedom and rights. And I think it's because they fear they're going to lose something. And what this president has done is he is playing off of that. It reminds me of Bacon's Rebellion, where indentured whites and enslaved Africans united in a rebellion, and at which point the indentured whites were that's when whiteness in this country was really institutionalized, given a little bit more rights than the enslaved Africans. So then they turned on them. You know, they divided that group of people who were oppressed when they realized when they come together that they could turn the system on its head. So similarly, the people who run this country, the wealthiest people, are taking advantage of the backlash to grab as much as they can, as quickly as they can. And so, the president, this isn't just about racism, it's economics. He and those big tech bros who stand behind him now, they are using this moment of divisiveness, scapegoating black people, scapegoating immigrants, scapegoating queer people, to divide people so that they can seize more wealth. And I think that's what we are seeing play out. And I think,
if I can interject, there's a trajectory in what you just said, right? A historical trajectory. I'm putting on my historian hat here.
Right now.
That historical trajectory, I like to position it as looking at what it is to be a slaveocracy and what it is to be a democracy. So at the end of the Civil War, right, in 1865, the country had to wrestle with what it was going to do with black people, how it was going to treat black people who were formerly enslaved, these emancipated people. And what they were transitioning into was a democracy, right? Because if it was a democracy we were transitioning into at that time in history, then we have to ask the question, what was it before? And it was a slaveocracy. And a slaveocracy is simply the people who, the wealthy, who can afford to own slaves, because not every white person could. The wealthy, and some black folks did as well, Native Americans did as well. Everybody could not afford that, but those wealthy plantation owners, those landowners, were the ones that were also in charge, not just of economics, but politics, of social order, of all of those things, and they made the rules. And so when you come in and say, no, now these people are free, the question becomes, okay, they're free, but they're not going to have the same rights as me. So now that was the 13th Amendment that said we're free. So, if we don't want them to have the same rights, now we got to do another amendment that says these people are citizens, right? Well, okay, they're citizens, but they can't have the franchise, right? They can't vote. So now we got to do the 15th Amendment, right? So can you imagine the conversations that had to have been going on in between the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment? Because once you take an inch forward, you're going to go a foot back. black is exactly what you just described. It's like what the writer Carol Anderson talks about in her book White Rage, right? Nothing makes people angrier than when black people have some level of progress or semblance of progress or the threat of progress, and there's this backlash, and we have to ask why. Who are these people that are so offended and upset when certain groups of people that look like me have progress in the country or have access to what the country says it is about for its citizens?
I guess I'll respond with, more of a boots on the ground experience that I'm having in the neighborhood, in the community, in the Burlington community, which is more of a solidarity experience that I'm having. And so I'll just have to say that there are some folks, who have been showing up differently in ways that, and it reminds me of what it was like when I first moved to Vermont in 1991 after Rodney King got beat up out in LA. I didn't have a TV at the time, and I went outside, and I remember white folks being extra nice to me in the street, and I had no idea what was going on. And then I found out what happened to Rodney King, and I think people were like feeling that and trying to extend a different type of humanity towards me. And I feel like I have been experiencing that a little bit more in where I am in my neighborhood. I can't speak for anybody else. And then of course, you have some folks who are not doing that well, and poor folks sometimes come at poor folks when we're not doing that well. And so you have that experiences, also, right? And I'm in the Old North End, I'm at where the new folks, the people who are just moving here to Vermont from all over the world, and the people who've been here for generations, are, kind of
clashing.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes clashing, and it does look like sometimes some people might have more, in terms of what they call the benefits, entitlements, right? It's not everyone should be entitled to, certain benefits, that kind of mentality. So that's going on there too. What I'll say is that in the schools, I don't feel that coming from my children, fortunately. I don't feel, our children are experiencing other things, of course, still impact from COVID, still, the stuff that we endured and experienced when we were coming up in public schools. A lot of that stuff is still happening in our schools. But I would say that I feel like I'm fortunate enough to be with young children, where there's always some magic, in the space, even though it's hard work. I feel blessed to be in that environment right now.
I know that's right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have to give a shout out to my granddaughter, Brooklyn. And I had Brooklyn, Ohana, and Marcel with me yesterday. And we were here, talking, and and Robin Lloyd was with us. And we were talking about Tea Talk. And my granddaughter said, because I've been trying to get her to come on the show, she said, how about we do a Nana trivia? And I was like, oh, Lord, really? I thought it was a great idea, but it shook me for a second. Oh,
something right here. There we go.
So, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful idea, beautiful conversation, because children give us life in ways that we don't always appreciate, or boost them up, and it gave me life for her to even say, let's do it near the tree. And I'm like, well, wait, what's your name? Okay, I'm not gonna go there. But I wanna say thank you because you guys give me life as well.
Thank you.
Like, I've known you, I've known Brian, I've known Infinite for a very long time. I can't believe I'm still here in Vermont. I've been here half my life. But you know what? I love that I have the opportunity to grow and to connect. And I love CCT for allowing me to have Tea Talk because with all of the chaos going on, it has allowed me to calm the chaos, you know, just a little bit, you know, and I can't stand the parasite president. That's why he's the parasite president. You know, you talked about 1991, and I remember him from back then when he went after the exonerated 5. It wasn't that back then, but I remember that. You know, it pricks my heart. I still have that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm old enough to remember that as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm so happy that they have been exonerated, but it was so painful. And it wasn't just painful for them and their families. It was painful for the community of New York City. So I am grateful for every one of you. Good brother, them babies is a blessing. And I appreciate you.
Well, I'd like to say something about archives, unless
Absolutely, go for it, baby.
And it's in line somewhat with the discussion about young people, and it's important for us to really question how we're going to be preserving information and conserving information for the future. When I go home to Louisiana, or when I brought boxes back with me after my mom passed away, and inside of those boxes are old report cards, pictures, there are newspaper clippings, there are things that are tangible, right, that I can touch and feel, and I can look through. And the research that I have done, because I've gone to different archives in the country, and we have an archive for the Edmondites at St. Michael's College that goes way back and talks about their role in the civil rights movement in Selma, Alabama. So I know the importance of archives for preserving and conserving history, because there are places and spaces we can go to find out about society. But when we're looking at society, we're also looking at ourselves. We're trying to figure out who we are and what it means to be human and what it means to have this human experience. So archives are important because there are places that hold on to this history. It keeps the culture, it keeps the paperwork, but it also keeps the videos like they do here. And young people now, I mean, when someone passes away, their pictures are on a phone that we may not even have the code to get into. So we don't have anything to pass down. There's no image for young people to hold into their hands and say, that's mama, that's daddy, that's grandma, right? So I think that we really need to have a discussion about what that means to us as Black folks, people of color, as all groups that have been marginalized, but just as human beings overall. It's like, how are we going to make sure that we are collecting information in the present that can be shared into the future, and where is it going to be housed? Where are we going to keep that? Because if I didn't come from a line of Black women who held on to paper, who were appreciative of the fact that they could read and write, and wrote down stuff in notebooks all the time. If I didn't come from that, I would not value it the way that I do now, because I wrote a whole dissertation for my PhD off of what my grandmother left, her handwriting, right? A whole 64-page ledger of her life and experiences from the 1940s up through the 1960s in North Louisiana. So I did not, and she taught my step-grandfather how to read and write, because he couldn't read and write. And so I'm the first generation that didn't have to go into the cotton field work.
To God be the glory.
And I'm not talking about, because when I say cotton fields, people think slavery. No, I'm talking about the 1950s in North Louisiana, okay? When people had these small farms and they started moving from the rural areas into the cities, and they started working in the chair factory and the lumber yard. That's that industrial piece that we talk about when we're teaching history, that rural to urban migration. So that is my lived experiences going back 6 generations in my family. And I think it's important for everybody to try to go back as far as they could possibly go back. to better understand what people went through, the process and the struggle, and to really question how people lived and how they chose to fight. Because fighting is not always marching. Sometimes it's about quiet justice. And that quiet justice is those folks that said, we're going to do what we have to do to help, but we're not going to be out front, right? And so we have to question organizing, and how can we organize in a society where everything is being surveilled?
Yeah.
Those are legitimate questions, I think.
That's right.
Yeah.
If I may add something about history, that humans, so I spent a lot of time reflecting on the human experience as a social worker, and humans, we have this collective memory that we pass on maybe through oral tradition, through art, now through digital means, and it's sort of this collective memory that we can learn from. And what we're seeing now is history repeating itself. The state economist has warned that President Trump is bringing us to the brink of another Great Depression that cannot be stopped at this point. So people should be ready for that. We should be looking at what the ancestors did to weather the storms and preparing for a Great Depression. The National Guard, in an unclassified briefing, has told us that we're preparing for World War III. And if you look at history, every time there's been a global crisis in the 20th century, there was a sort of a reawakening of something in humanity. World War I changed the way people thought on Earth. World War II changed the way people thought on Earth. And so there's something about being human where we actually grow through the trauma if we support each other through the trauma, and we repeat trauma. And so I share that because I think at this moment in history, it's important for us to document. It's important for us to look at the past and look at how humans survived in the past, how they weathered and how they learned, and also look at the mistakes they made, that our ancestors made, and try not to repeat them as we head into similar challenges in the next few years.
Inside of those stories in my grandmother's ledger is survival. When I sit there and I read between the lines, the things that they were doing on a day-to-day basis, survival is in there, preparation is in there. Yes, you're so right. You're so right.
I guess I'll say, my piece to the archival, to the point of hard copy, and one of the reasons why I'm still spinning vinyl and not doing digital.
Last night was everything. Thank you.
It's because I inherited. I still have albums that I inherited from, my mom's mom, right? And so in 1973, when I was born, when Nixon did what he was doing, and our neighborhoods were trashed, hip hop was born.
Hey, what
right?
you say?
So we've done more than just persevere, right? We make something out of nothing, and it survives beyond us when we're gone. Long after we're gone, we'll still have the legacy.
You make $1 out of 15 cents.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. That part. I'm so grateful. You born in 73, I'm born in 63. I'm
a 68 baby.
2003.
Oh, Lord. I ain't mad at you, Brian. But my grandbaby's older than you.
It's so not for real.
This is fantastic. I can't tell y'all how thankful I am. And hopefully, somebody done called in and donated $500 or $1,000 because we are here to help save the CCTV archives.
Let's go.
So, thank you, every one of you. And let me tell you, next month is hip hop's 52nd or 53rd birthday. So if I call you,
52nd.
Okay. So if I call you, you'll know why. All right, because I want to celebrate hip hop. Listen, no shade to Motown and rock and roll, because we created it all anyway.
That's true.
But hip hop has a special place in my heart. And so I'm never giving that up. So next month, we're going to celebrate hip hop because it's hip hop's birthday. I am so appreciative of every one of you. Thank you.
And shout out to Lydia and Tito.
I love this lady. Listen, I have anything else you want to share before we get done?
Well, just like that, if you want to celebrate hip hop, maybe we could try a premiere of the diss track I'm writing against Phil Scott, modeled on Kendrick Lamar's "Not Like Us." It would be a great way to combine topics. Maybe you'll come dance in it with us. Infinite could scratch in the background.
We are family, and I love having a good time with my family. You hear me?
Yeah. I'd like to invite everybody out to Jamaica Supreme on August 2nd for Jamaican Independence. I am not Jamaican. I'm very Black American, but I'm hanging with the Jamaicans on August the 2nd.
Oh, but the food
at
gonna
Jamaica
be off
Supreme
the
at
hook.
1 o'clock. Jamaica
That's
Supreme
right.
Restaurant on Lime Kiln Road.
Thank you.
Wait,
it's gonna be free food, a raffle, fun, bouncy castle. It's gonna be lovely.
You wasn't there last year then?
I was out of town.
Oh, baby. Yeah. It was off the hook last year, so I know exactly why you're excited. Yes, indeed. August 2nd.
Yeah.
That's good news. Thank you so much.
Send money.
Thank you all. Thank
Send
you,
money.
thank you, thank you.
Please.
I wanted to bring these few points just to point out that these videos and this messaging is really helping us learn new things. We are learning new things that we otherwise did not know or had no idea they existed. Also, it helps us be careful about dangers that exist around us. These videos, this messaging, carry important messages that we think are to strengthen and to build our lives in this new culture. They carry education about, again, new things that people need in order for their life to prosper. And it helps bring change in the community. Things that when you learn new things, you know how to bring change around you and in the community in general.
Do you have video production experience? Are you interested in local government and public affairs? Do you want to produce media that makes a difference? If so, we want to work with you. Town Meeting TV is hiring part-time field producers to cover Chittenden County municipal meetings and public events for our government access platforms on TV and online. Meetings typically take place during evening hours and with some weekend event coverage. Help open the doors to local democracy and keep the community informed. If democracy means more to you than just meetings, this position will be a great fit for you. We're in need of someone with open availability in the evenings and some weekends. Scheduling will vary from week to week, with between 5 and 15 hours per week. Please email a resume, cover letter, and one reference to Stephen Herron, Town Meeting TV Co-Director of Production. sherron@cctv.org. Town Meeting TV, we want to work with you.
The telethon is Friday, and I'm excited. Oh, and I want to be the first to donate. I'm donating $41 in cash today. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but put me at the top of the list. I want to donate $41, 42, because we have to give one for luck, because we want to remain right here. The community is in need of Channel 17, CCTV. We need this always, just like I talk about the People's Kitchen and the free food. Everybody eats no matter what. We gonna have a party this weekend, raising the money to save the archives. They are essential, and we need to have those memories always in good shape because our children will learn from them. I got grandbabies now, so.
Deep breaths. We're here.
We're here.
We have an hour and 23 left of the telethon. I am Emily Brewer, and I'm joined by
Jordan Mitchell, who is going to text my sister that I'm live because she wanted to watch.
Well, good thing you're doing that because I just texted my dad that I'm live. So
great.
we got to get the family involved
I love
here.
supportive family and friends. I think that's been a lot of what this whole telethon has been.
That has been the theme of the telethon.
Yeah, a lot of community members coming in and doing programs on, on their weekend, on their days off. And, of course, it's a part of the Ramble as well. But yeah, just a lot of support from staff coming in, working,
working overtime,
the midnight shift.
People volunteering. We had Jerome Lapani in the front office. Calling folks that have touched the studio in one way over the last couple of years and letting them know about the telethon and how they can support the CCTV archives. And he's just doing that because he supports the CCTV archives. And that's been really nice to see. I think, there's been quite a few people that have come in that we know very well. And there's been quite a few people that I've never met before, which I think has been a really cool opportunity about this telethon, is really just like bringing in folks from the community who can gain value from CCTV in one way or another, who may not have come in otherwise. So that's been nice.
And with Jerome's footage, right, we've been importing all of his bread and puppet footage. So he records a lot of the bread and puppet content up in, is that the Northeast Kingdom area of Vermont? And so you can watch it on his YouTube channel, but also we've been trying to help him save it and archive it so you can watch it on our channel, and it goes back, many
hundreds
years.
of hours.
Hundreds of hours of
Hundreds
footage.
of programs, and that's been something that we've been trying to kind of pilot in the last couple of months, is the addition of community recorded footage of the community that wasn't necessarily recorded by CCTV, but we want it preserved in the archives. And it's the same thing. It's like, a big reason we are pushing for that, and we're doing that with, Jerome is a good example with Bread and Puppet, but we encourage folks to send in their protest videos. They're like footage from the floods. Like, a lot of this content that you're seeing on social media, that's the only place that it's going. Like, maybe they're saving it in their Apple iCloud, they're saving it in their Google Photos, whatever. But you're posting it on Facebook, you're posting it on TikTok, you're posting it on even YouTube. That stuff could go disappear like that. And so that's one of our main goals with the archives, is just like continuing to keep up with relevant formats. And I'm kind of just talking out of my...
You know what I realized? We didn't introduce ourselves.
I did, yes, I did.
Did we?
Well, we didn't say who we are. We said our names, but we didn't say what we do here.
No, yeah.
We were a little distracted about, we had to make sure that Miss Ryan Mitchell was watching.
Yes.
Shout out. But yeah, so I'm Emily Brewer. I've been doing a little fill-in hosting, do marketing and outreach here, and I'm joined by Jordan Mitchell. And Jordan, would you like to tell us a little bit about, start with what your current role here is at the studio, but then let's chat a little bit about how you got involved with CCTV in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm the current co-director of operations for Town Meeting TV, and I also wear the other hat of chief archivist. So as members of the community are looking for content in our archives, I help them find it. But I've been here a little more than 3 years now, and the way I got started was I attended UVM and was looking for production opportunities. And actually, one of my film classes, my first year with Deb Ellis, she brought in her class into the studio, and we sat in the open space, which is where like our Studio B has been set up today for the other studio. But we sat there, and Megan O'Rourke gave a history of CCTV, and I don't think we experimented in the studio. I think we just stuck to the history portion of CCTV. I don't think I think it was only like a 50-minute class, and we were like walking from campus, and we had like 10 minutes in the studio. But yeah, so I came in with Deb's class my fall semester first year, and I was like, this is a really cool place. I grew up in upstate New York, and we didn't really have anything like this. And so then I think that spring semester, or if anything, a couple months after I started volunteering. And I would spend my Friday nights here volunteering for the Live at 525 shows. I would run the cameras, and then did that for a couple months and later learned the switchboard, so directing on the TriCaster. And did that for like a year and a half, and then COVID happened, so the CCTV studio went remote, and so it kind of ended, but I kept in touch as I finished up graduation and then continued to volunteer here until eventually there happened to be a job opening, and started doing just the archiving when I first started working here, and then my position has grown into what it is now, but keeping the root of the archiving the whole time.
Sure. So that's really how you transitioned into your archival role. Was you started as a production volunteer, and then what was the job that, like, what was your title when you started here working full time?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think it was
it's a loaded question for anybody that works here.
And production associate. And actually, I just remembered at the time, kind of like between graduation and working here, I was working at a different full-time job downtown on Church Street. And I actually remember running into Kevin there. And Kevin, at the time, you had your arm in a sling. Maybe you had shoulder surgery or something. I don't know if you remember this, but and you're like, oh, I kind of remember you from volunteering, and you're like, oh, you should come in. And so then I came back, and a couple weeks later started working here. And but I remember that.
I never knew that. That's so fun.
I don't know if you know that, Kevin, but
he doesn't remember.
Yeah, no, that's all right. But I'd run into Kevin at some point, and Kevin does a lot of the studio production here, so. Just kind of kept in touch in many ways. So then when I started working here, I think it was just archiving associate or something like that. But basically my full-time job was coming in and digitizing the content. I would sit in that back room and I would put in a DVD and I would put in a tape and I would watch them go. I would edit the programs for the website, and then if members of the community had emailed asking for content, I would digitize that as well.
What was that like? Did you enjoy it?
Yes,
It's a lot. I mean, it's very routine based.
Yes.
It's a lot of the same thing over and over and over again, but it's very important.
Yeah.
And it's meticulous because you had, just pages and pages of notes of, notes from Nat Air, one of the co-founders of CCTV, who just meticulously wrote down metadata and information about all of these tapes, and then you have to be really careful to make sure all of that is copied over properly and matches everything. And so what was one of your favorite things when you were doing archiving full time? What was your favorite thing about it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, and it was very meticulous, but I think finding the different types of programming. So at that point, I had only been in Vermont for, 5 years, and not full time because, college wasn't, I wasn't here all the time.
Sure.
But I'd been exposed to Vermont for about 5 years, and just seeing, all the political figures. Of course, I knew of Bernie Sanders, but I didn't know of other former mayors or other senators, and even just local representatives. So seeing both the political people and how they were involved in Burlington and Chittenden County. But I also really liked the old development stuff, and I've mentioned this a couple other times, but for folks who know the area, Williston, is a very developed area now, right? There's Walmart and REI and gas stations and movie theaters and the strip mall. There's all that stuff, and that used to all just be farmland. In the 80s, late 80s, and we have footage of that when it was just, one main road kind of going, I guess that must be Williston Road, going from Burlington to Williston to, Richmond, and we have footage of when that was just farmland, and I think that's pretty cool. There's also one, I think it's maybe from the 90s, but it's just traffic on Pine Street, and it's just the camera at, I don't know what intersection, maybe it's Pine Street and what's down there, maybe Maple and something like that. It's one of those intersections.
That would be the
Arcade
classic
Street,
one,
just looking, I guess that would be south down Pine Street.
And then it's just all these
old
traffic.
It's just all these cars coming by for 20 minutes.
Well, the beauty of that is it's just when that was recorded, it's it's traffic on Pine Street. But then you look at it, 30, 40 years later, and you're like, oh my God, look how much, even just on a video of cars on a street, look how much has changed. Look how much the development has changed, look at how much cars have changed, and then think about that in terms of your Williston example.
Right.
Like, this was all just farmland, and now it's all these big box stores. And, you know, I remember during our election programming, one of the Williston representatives coming in and saying that the population of Williston more than doubles every single day, just because of the sheer amount of like.
Every day?
Yes, every day, because everybody comes in to work and
then they leave,
shop,
right.
and then they leave.
Right.
And
I meant exponentially. I was like, wow.
By tomorrow, there'll be 3 million people in Williston. No, but it's just like, and then I think about the CCTV Rewind episode with that we had on the telethon just a couple hours ago with Maria Lambert and her grandmother Molly Lambert. Like, the sheer amount of footage that we have in the archives that, I mean, you know, a lot of the stuff that we're looking at in terms of programs like that is a difference of like 40 years. But even looking back, 2 years, 5 years, like.
I don't know if on like camera 2, if you want to get a shot of like one of these monitors behind me. So behind me, we've been playing the Decades. So it's a compilation of footage in our archives for the 35th anniversary. The former archivist Michael Blood had made like 10-minute or so compilations of each decade that we have in our archives. And so it's just short little clips of political figures, of course, you know, mayor at the time, Bernie Sanders. And there you can see that, I think that's the CCTV, maybe one of those microphones is us, maybe it's that one. But even in this, and this has been playing, I think, during all these studio shows, and Megan O'Rourke is in one of these. Yep. And she keeps seeing it, because it comes up every couple hours, and she's like, oh, that's me from, you know, a couple years ago. So I think, you know, we've been trying to showcase the archives through this telethon as well.
And, you know, I hope one of the things about this telethon that I hope that people get out of it is, you know, stop by. Like, I would love if more people just swung by the studio and like saw for themselves just like the sheer amount of VHS tapes and DVDs that we have in our collection that, you know, and you can talk a little bit about this. A lot of them are digitized, which effectively means that they are preserved for now. We can talk a little bit more about that as well, because just because that they are preserved now in today's standards of preservation doesn't mean 2 years from now they will be preserved in a way that can still be accessible, which is why this is an ongoing process and really requires like constant research, constant updating, and but just like, I hope that people can see it with their own eyes, because when you see something with your own eyes, it's like, it really like sticks with you and hits, rather than just seeing it. And like, I wish we could just like pull the curtain back and like, if you want to,
Here,
I mean.
I'll pull the, maybe Ali, can you go really wide on camera 2?
So we'll see it. We'll do that in a second when we get him. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, I feel like even just seeing it on camera, it's like, oh yeah, there's like squares and rectangles. But no, then you go up and you're like, you read the titles on the VHS tapes and on the DVDs, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, you should just
talking,
do it.
I'll do it.
You look at these titles and you're like, whoa, Church Street Marketplace Celebration from 1998, or like, you know, a speech from the Pride Parade in 1992. Like, there's just all sorts of stuff that when it's one thing to hear about it, but it's another thing to like actually see it. And so Jordan's gonna pull the curtain back behind me, and we're gonna show you. No, we're flying by the seat of our pants right now. Here we go. She's gonna reveal some of the DVDs that we have back here, and I love this. So we have, what is it? It's about 40,000 programs on
10,000 tapes and DVDs.
10,000 tapes
and 10,000 DVDs.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't realize it was 10,000 each. 10,000 tapes, 10,000 DVDs. Now think about that in terms of like people. Like, that's a lot, that's a huge number. And we're getting resituated here. But every DVD that you see behind me, every little tiny like rectangle, that holds hours and hours of local community programming. And, you know, luckily we're at a place where DVDs aren't deteriorating as fast as VHS tapes are, but we still have hundreds of VHS tapes that we need to digitize because...
I think with the DVDs, it's more likely that people don't have DVD players anymore.
Exactly. That's
same thing with the tapes. But
it's true.
computers don't come with them anymore.
Yeah, and you have to buy a thing that can play it, and even then, nobody sells those anymore. So you're getting to a point where it's like, all right, this stuff needs to be digitized. And I think, you know, one of the really unique things about our archives, and we can speak on this a little bit more, is the fact that it is completely free and accessible to the public. So there are a lot of organizations out there, particularly like news media, that have archives dating back, you know, however long, but you can't access them, or you can't access them for free. And I think that's one of the most important parts about the CCTV archives is, you know, if somebody wants to see something that was recorded 30 years ago, like I think of, and Jordan can actually, so my question for you is, folks do reach out to you and say, hey, I see that you have this program listed on your website, it's not there, can you digitize it for me? And I'm thinking of like, there was a band performance in the 90s, these teenage boys, just like, you know, they've got their own like just kind of garage band. They're performing right here, same floor, like same kind of background, and one of the band members requested it. And it's just really, like, you know, that's a simple one, but I think it's really cool that you know, if you come through these doors, you know that your footage of your program that you recorded is going to be available. And yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the things that have been requested that stick out to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Even this week, a staff person from CVOEO, Champlain Valley Office of Economic Opportunity, I believe.
I think that's that, yes.
I guess CVOEO is working on a project and they're looking for some video archives. So they reached out, you know, they saw we had stuff in the 80s. And it looks like it was actually in collaboration with CVOEO, like they maybe had a show with us for a couple of months in the late 80s where they were interviewing people. So that came up, which was interesting, and we'll see that digitized in the next couple of weeks. I had a program, I don't remember what the context was, but I guess it was a preschool in Burlington. And it was, I think, like a parent and child, and the child was in the preschool, and Nat had recorded it. There must have been a connection that I'm forgetting, but the child in the program reached out to me and was like,
wow.
I'm the kid in that clip. Like, I want to see that. So I had that a couple months ago, which was interesting.
That's super cool.
Yeah, what else? Not super recent, but City Market, when they had their big anniversary year, maybe that was last year or 2 years ago, we have footage of City Market, which used to be in the Old North End on Archibald Street, just outside.
I didn't know that.
I think it was just like out of, I might have this detail wrong, but I think it was just kind of out of someone's house, because, you know, the co-op.
Sure.
And then the way they moved locations was just like community members, passing boxes from one another.
No way.
So, like, from that place to their next location, and we had that in our archives as example. A couple other
That's
things
awesome.
as well, but like that really early City Market. So I think, yeah, it's interesting what people see, or occasionally I'll have people, you know, my late grandparent was in that, or like a friend from a really long time was in that. You know, it's also people just wanting to see people
Absolutely.
again, but sometimes it's a historical context as well.
And I think either way, it's just so special that we have that saved, preserved, and available for people to access. So that's one of my favorite parts about the archives. I don't know how much more time we have left on this interview.
We're happy to keep filling. I see
I've got more
Travis
questions.
over there.
So.
Travis, does the next act need more time to set up? Or next act, do you need more time? Are you all set?
We've got a pretty exciting next act here, but there's.
Something else. They need 5 minutes for
Oh well, we
need
can
5 minutes. We'll keep
talking. Oh, they want
to sound check. Yeah.
Oh,
so it sounds like we're gonna wrap up.
We're
and
getting
then we're
cut
gonna
off.
Roll.
No more Emily and Jordan.
We're gonna go to commercial where we're gonna play 6 commercial videos for you.
So I do want to say, thank you, Jordan, for speaking about the archives. You can learn more about the CCTV archives, cctv.org/archives. archives with an S or archive with an E?
I don't know.
Either way, you can
One
go to
of them.
cctv.org to find more info. I always get confused about that.
You can email me at archive@cctv.org.
And if you email archive@cctv.org, Jordan would be happy to work with you to get a program that you want digitized or something on DVD, or if you even just want to come by and see, this was the sneak peek. The real fun is the 2 closets full of VHS tapes that we can't show you because it's over there.
Although Megan was in them this morning at 6:30, so about 11 hours ago.
Scroll
Megan
back
O'Rourke
on your little
was
scrolly
in the
bar if you're on
closet just
YouTube.
opposite this wall, and she was reading off programs of the spines of the tapes that were. Oh yeah, that was the program she did. She's reading off things from the 80s and 90s.
That's awesome. So check that out, and or stop on by 294 North Winooski Ave. You can email archive@cctv.org with any questions, or if you want to make your own program, like some of the many programs that you've seen today on the telethon, you can email maketv@cctv.org. Thank you so much, Jordan.
Thank you.
We could keep talking for 5 hours, but we're going to let them do their sound check, and then you're going to get to listen to instant bullshit, which I am very excited to hear. So stay tuned.
Wait, you can tell me a bit about what you do here?
Yeah, so my name's Jordan Mitchell, and I'm Chief Archivist here at CCTV Town Meeting TV, and a large part of my role with the archives is to, foster these analog materials and help make them available to the community. And you'll see in this closet here, we have a couple hundred tapes that are from the 80s and 90s. Our collection goes back to 1984, which is when the CCTV first started.
You guys know who Bessie is?
Swimming on the moon?
Bessie's Films.
What's Bessie? How did you get involved first with CCTV?
Yeah, I volunteered just as a way to get exposed to the community and the studio programs that were happening. I learned a television camera, operation, and then eventually learned to direct on the switcher on the TriCaster as well. I thought the space was so cool.
It's a focus. Once you've got that focus, you're going to zoom out and frame up your subject.
We have a lot of rich history. It's a mix of municipal meetings and jazz festivals or other festivals, protests on Church Street in Burlington.
What other cookies can we have in there? Oreo? Peanut butter cookie? Is this all of it? This can't be all of it.
No, so there's a second closet as well. So this closet is the really older stuff. Kind of has a little bit of that old smell to it if you really take an inhale. The founding archivist, Nat, was very detail-oriented, and as you can see on the spines of all of them, they're all numbered, so we know how many tapes we have and we know what's on the tape.
9,299? Oh my god.
No way. As you can see. Okay, and this closet is some of our newer stuff. It's still pretty old, but in here is everything from the 2000s and even early 2010s. We had continued to put content first on tape, and then we kind of transitioned to DVD.
It's like this.
So we've digitized about half of our collection, which means you can watch it digitally on our website. And if you go on our website, you'll see a program page for all of the programs in our archives, but some of it might just not have a video attached to it. That's because it's stuck here on tape. It's unique that we saved everything. A lot of public access centers did not save their tapes just because of storage. My understanding is in the 80s and the 90s, when they would play programs on television, they would put in one of these tapes. That's why they're all 2 hours.
You all had one definition of community when you came into the class, and now you have a new definition. One word, a phrase, wherever you arrived.
Resilient.
Trust.
Togetherness. Collaboration. Inclusive. Great. Democratic. Equity. Connection.
Great. Yeah, right on. Whoa! Way to get out of there early.
I just very briefly want to say thank you so much. I think I was very shocked, honestly, seeing your total budget and everything you do with that. And we often have conversations about investments that we could be making as a municipality and trying to sort of squeeze every dollar out of taxpayer funds, and clearly you all are doing that in a variety of ways. So I really appreciate it, appreciate the role you play in preserving our democracy. Thank you.
I also just appreciated seeing some of the numbers in here. I think we're clearly getting great value for what we're receiving, you know, based on the rates that you charge for production. And we'll offer my annual appreciation for Town Meeting TV for working with us on catching up on our funding share.
Can I just add to that, that they're also safely storing all of our equipment that normally lives at 2 Lincoln, so it does not get messed up in the renovation, so much appreciated.
And thanks for your election coverage.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's like our Christmas or holiday. Yeah. We love it.
I'm always happy with CCTVs and Town Meeting Television Services to Essex Junction. I've been a longtime board member, and Amber is now a board member, and we can't keep our government transparent without them. So
I think what you're doing is important. You know, it just holds everyone accountable.
I see your crews all over the place at different events, covering political events, non-political events. It was really nice to see, I think it was 2 separate crews rolling through the Winooski Senior Center for Election Day. Just, you know, and providing that coverage of Election Day that we wouldn't have received otherwise in Winooski. So the work you do is definitely appreciated by the community, so thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience in sticking with us this evening. I want to echo the comments made by Councilor Kane and others. Deep gratitude and thanks for your team that we have here at all these meetings and all our other city events. And thank you, Kevin, for your representation of us on the board. I really appreciate your being here this evening.
And thank you for Travis.
Yes, thank you, Travis, once again.
I've been on the town meeting trustees for, 7 years or something between Burlington and Winooski. Every year, they get less funding from cable and somehow provide more coverage. And that has been consistently trending for like a decade. So, great job.
Thank you, Councilor Newby.
A little painful, but yes.
Yes.
It's true.
If I can just make a statement while everyone's here, I just wanted to say what a tremendous effort y'all have put forth as we bounce our meetings around from City Hall to the community center to the Brownell Library. This is now our more permanent home as City Hall is renovated, but your team has been excellent in making the adjustments and meeting our needs, and even as we try to find space that's private for executive sessions, they've been accommodating to all of that. And so I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you and extend a bit of gratitude to everyone involved for that, because it's out of the norm, but the ability to adapt has been amazing. And so I didn't want that to go unsaid.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how we managed without having everything online. It's so convenient when you want to catch up on something or miss something. So super helpful.
Thank you.
And good job getting $1 million out of the legislature.
No, it's always a great experience. It's always very professional. Everything's very patient. Everything works really well. Couldn't be happier with the service.
Thanks. I just want to thank you all. Your work really contributes to the strong sense of community here. And I'll say that I would not be a city councilor if it wasn't for your work. Just the accessibility of being able to explore and learn so much at your own pace about city affairs is just a tremendous asset. It's incredibly valuable. Thank you.
I wanted to bring these few points just to point out that these videos and this messaging is really helping us learn new things. We are learning new things that we otherwise did not know or had no idea they existed. Also, it helps us be careful about dangers that exist around us. These videos, this messaging, carry important messages that we think are to strengthen and to build our lives in this new culture. They carry education about, again, new things that people need in order for their life to prosper. And it helps bring change in the community. Things that when you learn new things, you know how to bring change around you and in the community in general.
Do you have video production experience? Are you interested in local government and public affairs? Do you want to produce media that makes a difference? If so, we want to work with you. Town Meeting TV is hiring part-time field producers to cover Chittenden County municipal meetings and public events for our government access platforms on TV and online. Meetings typically take place during evening hours and with some weekend event coverage. Help open the doors to local democracy and keep the community informed. If democracy means more to you than just meetings, this position will be a great fit for you. We're in need of someone with open availability in the evenings and some weekends. Scheduling will vary from week to week, with between 5 and 15 hours per week. Please email a resume, cover letter, and one reference to Stephen Herron, Town Meeting TV Co-Director of Production. sherron@cctv.org. Town Meeting TV, we want to work with you.
The telethon is Friday and I'm excited. Oh, and I want to be the first to donate. I'm donating $41 in cash today. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but put me at the top of the list. I want to donate $41, 42, because we have to give one for luck, because we want to remain right here. The community is in need of Channel 17, CCTV. We need this always, just like I talk about the People's Kitchen and the free food. Everybody eats no matter what. We gonna have a party this weekend, raising the money to save the archives. They are essential, and we need to have those memories always in good shape because our children will learn from them. I got grandbabies now, so.
Awesome. Thank you. For our very last performance, remember, this is our last performance. You still have an hour left, 50 minutes to donate, 802-862-3966 or telethon.cctv.org or cctv.org/donate. Our last performance here is Instant Bullshit. These are our friends. Thank you for being here. And thank you for closing it out. I'm very excited to hear what you have to for us, or perform for us. I'm exhausted, people, and I have one last thing to say. If you want to hear their audio live in person, it'll be out later next week, or you can come into the studio at 294 North Winooski Avenue. Without further ado, Instant Bullshit.
What about like? Oh wait, maybe I should turn this way a little bit. Actually, sorry. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You gotta have something if you wanna be with me. That was my one.
It's good.
It's gonna be bad words in this song, so everyone yeah, baby. I want you to be mine again, baby. I know my lifestyle is driving you crazy. I cannot see myself without you. Call that fast, ain't no need to. I go out of my way to please you. I go out of my way to see you. And I want you to be mine. I want you to be mine. I see you driving around town with the girl I love, and I'm like, fuck you. I guess the change in my pocket wasn't enough. I'm like, fuck you, and fuck her too. Said if I was richer, I'd still be with ya. Huh, no, ain't that some shit? And although there's pain in my chest, I still wish you the best with a fuck you. I'm sorry, been a born a Ferrari, but that don't mean I can't get you there. You see the next box, and I'm on Atari, but the way you play your game ain't fair. I pity the fool that falls in love with you. Oh, well, I got some news for you. Oh, go around and tell your little boyfriend. I see you driving around town with the girl I love, and I'm like, fuck you. I guess the change in my pocket wasn't enough. I'm like, fuck you, and fuck her too. Said if I was richer, I'd still be with ya. Huh, no, ain't that some shit? And although there's pain in my chest, I still wish you the best with a fuck you. Now I know that I had to borrow, begging, stealing, lying, cheat. Now, trying to keep you, trying to please you, 'cause being in love with your ass ain't cheap. Now, I pity the fool that falls in love with you. Oh, well, I got some news for you. I really hate your ass right now. I see you driving around town with the girl I love, and I'm like, fuck you. I guess the change in my pocket wasn't enough. I'm like, fuck you, and fuck her too. Said if I was richer, I'd still be with ya. Huh, no, ain't that some shit? And although there's pain in my chest, I still wish you the best with a fuck you. Baby, why you wanna hurt me so bad? I tried to tell my mama, but she told me this is one for your dad. Yeah, she did. And I was like, why? Why? Why, baby? Yeah. I love you. I do love you. Oh, driving around town with the girl I love. Fuck you. I guess the change in my pocket wasn't enough. I'm like, fuck you, and fuck her too. Said if I was richer, I'd still be with ya. Huh, no, ain't that some shit? And although there's pain in my chest, I still wish you the best. Fuck you. Yeah. I was told I could be anything that I wanted to be. Work hard so you can make money and fulfill your dreams. But if you look at the people that are better than me, trying to find a way around this power scheme. What's it all mean? 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 Get up, go to work, go to sleep and repeat. You can't seem to meet needs, working hard like machines, broken hearts torn apart, making sure you're closed off and avoid getting hurt to preserve your self-worth. What's it all mean? 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 Should I drink or do drugs? 'Cause I only live once. Or ask God for some help so I don't go to hell. Or invest in my health and acquire much wealth. Hide away your soul vein, 'cause we end up the same. What's it all mean? 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 If I keep it slow and steady, then I'll win the race. Got my eyes on the prize, let's take it day by day. Even though on this journey we might fall on the way. If you fall 7 times, make sure you get back up, babe. What's it all mean? What's it all mean? It's what it all means. What's it all mean? What's it all mean? It's what it all means. What comes up must come down. What goes around comes around. Around the sun we revolve. Life itself still evolves. Lots of things we don't know. Always more room to grow. Everything still goes on. After we're dead and gone, life goes on. 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 Life goes on.
It's weird. I feel like there's like when sound waves are out, so sometimes it sounds quiet, sometimes it sounds too loud. Your mic sounds too. Oh, a different microphone. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry.
I was worried my ears was being too loud.
No, you're so good.
Sometimes it sounds too quiet.
I think. How's it sound?
Rug is just like.
Is it okay? You're good. I think it's okay. Yes, please.
I was like, oh.
Sorry, I was missing my friend. This is my favorite mic. Thanks.
The other E.
Aw.
A major. Father in A major. Okay.
Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water Since I've come home, when my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, yeah, Valerie, Valerie, hey, Valerie, 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 yeah, Valerie, why don't you come on over, Valerie? I just remembered what song we're singing next. An instant class. Yes, indeed.
Hey girl, I know our love is gonna last forever, but these VHS tapes are not. Did you know that the average lifespan of a VHS tape is 25 years? Well, now you know. So that's why you and me gotta join forces in making these VHS tapes last forever. Let's digitize these tapes like we digitize our love. So I have a proposition for you. And Beck is gonna give you that proposition.
Yeah, let me talk to him. Baby girl, what's your name? Let me talk to you, let me buy you a drink. I'm T-Pain, you know me. Convict music, nappy boy, ooh. I know the club closes at 3. What's the chance of you rolling with me? Back to the crib, show you how I live. Let's get drunk and forget what we did. I'ma buy you a drink. Then I'ma take you home with me. Got money in the bank. Shorty, what you think about that? I'll be in the gray Cadillac. We in the bed like, oh, oh, oh. We in the bed like, oh, oh, oh. Talk to me, I talk back. Let's talk money, I talk that. Crumb juice bombs, oh cliche. Shorty got flags, oh behave. Let's get going, walk it out. That's right, that's what I'm talking about. We gon' have fun, you gon' see. On that Patron, you can get like me. I'ma buy you a drink, yeah. Then I'ma take you home with me. Got money in the bank. Shorty, what you think about that? I'll be in the gray Cadillac. We in the bed like, oh, 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 oh. We in the bed like, oh, 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 oh. We in Years in my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of home for a destination. And I realized quickly when I know I should that the world is made up of this brotherhood of man. Oh, whatever that means. So I cry sometimes when I lay in bed just to get it all out what's in my head. And I'm feeling a little peculiar. So I wake up in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, 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 yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, 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 yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? I try. Oh my God, do I try? I try all the time in this institution. And I pray, oh my God, do I pray? I pray every single day for revolution. And so I cry sometimes when I lay in bed just to get it all out what's in my head. And I'm feeling a little peculiar. So I wake up in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, 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 yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, 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 yeah. Hey, hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, 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 yeah. Hey, I said, hey, what's going on? 25 years and my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of home for a destination. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you for having us. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, wherever he may be. Thank you, CCTV, for making this possible. Oh, sorry. Thank you, my bandmates. You're welcome.
Archives ain't gonna save themselves. Shout out the archives. Shout out the archives.
Yeah, shout out archives. Thank you for CCTV for keeping Burlington history going for all this time and doing all that they can to make sure it continues to happen. This is like a foundational aspect of like building and preserving community. So Cody Lorraine, he had a break. He's finding out that nobody gives a fuck. I did my job, I paid my dues. Love is for fools, 'cause nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. I feel liberated, over medicated. It was overrated. Damn, what you want, I can tell by the look on your face. Let me out of here. I've been gone for so long. Don't you know that this is the moment you're watching us throw it away? Cody Lorraine, he had a break. He's finding out that nobody gives a fuck. I did my job, I paid my dues. Love is for fools, and nobody gives a fuck. My sweet Lithonia, what have you done? These are your children, and I am your son. Cody Lorraine, what have you done? Nobody gives a fuck. Cody Lorraine, he had a break. He's finding out that nobody gives a fuck. I paid my dues. Love is for fools, and nobody gives a Hold on. Oh, I forgot this one's like. All right, we have one last song for you, especially dedicated to the archives.
Oh, if you received a text from me with lyrics earlier,
Oh my God.
everybody check your phone. Check your phone. Did you receive lyrics from me?
Okay, karaoke.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's interactive because that's what community's all about.
I'm gonna do the last verse of the song, and I want you to all do it with me, okay?
What are the words?
I'm gonna practice the lyrics. So, what can save us from this mess? The archives on the VHS. What can save us from this mess? The archives on the VHS.
Yeah, I'm going.
I got it. Okay, that's it. All right, let's go. And then there's the, yeah.
All right.
And there's the 40 years of history. Leave it up to you and me. You'll catch on. You'll catch on.
Listen to your neighbors.
Yeah.
That applies to all aspects of life.
Ooh.
Oh.
Life lessons here.
Oh, Lord. Sorry. This song requires props, it requires new instruments, it requires new technology. If I can get it to stay. Uh-oh. Give me 1 second. But the thing is, it won't be.
Maybe like me, you could just hold it up to you.
Hold on, dude. Okay, Nate, come here. Thank you.
Yeah, Nate.
We'll put you to work on this on
I was there when they cooked this up. I was there.
Day one's right here.
Yeah. Real groupie shit.
Thank you guys. We're instant bullshit.
Give it up one last time for instant bullshit! Oh, I'm hitting that mic. I can hear it all the way in my headphones. Awesome. I just want to ask y'all one question. What made y'all decide to come out, especially last minute, to come join us and save the archives? Why were the archives important for you all to come and join us?
Thank you. I've been in Burlington almost 4 years now, and like every single protest, every single thing that I've been to that's been meaningful, like CCTV's been right there, Charlie's been there with the camera, like at everything. Town Meeting TV is the only media station I've seen at everything that's important happening in Burlington, whether or not the corporate sees it as important. So that's why I think Town Meeting TV is important.
Facts. Is my mic on? Hello. So pretty similar answer, but we're moving into an uncertain future, right? We live in an era where government censorship is the norm. We're seeing government websites being wiped. You can't trust the big news media. Everybody knows that across the aisle. We know that it's all bullshit, if you will, right? It's a bullshit. But in this time, what we can rely on is our local community. It's our neighbors, right? And it's the local media. They tell the truth. And the archives, we're preserving the history so it can't be erased later by any entity with bad intentions. Also, in the same vein, support your mutual aid groups, right? We got People's Kitchen, they were out here. We got Food Not Cops, all these people. Hang on to your neighbors because that's what's going to keep us through this next era that we're all navigating together. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for your time. Instant bullshit.
Alrighty. Well, again, you can call. We have less than 15 minutes left, 802-862-3966. We're going to roll some bumpers for you all real quick, and then we'll meet you all in Studio A to wrap the show up. Thank you.
I know, we will. We'll get to that. All right.
I'd like to introduce some new flavors to you all.
They just canceled Linda.
In the camera.
Wait, you can tell me a bit about like what you do here?
Yeah, so my name's Jordan Mitchell and I'm Chief Archivist here at CCTV, Town Meeting TV, and a large part of my role with the archives is to, I guess, foster these analog materials and help make them available to the community. And you'll see in this closet here we have a couple hundred tapes that are from the 80s and 90s. Our collection goes back to 1984, which is when the CCTV first started.
You guys know who Bessie is?
Swimming on the Moon?
Bessie's Films.
What's Bessie? How did you get involved first with CCTV?
Yeah, I volunteered just as a way to get exposed to the community and the studio programs that were happening. I learned like a television camera, operation, and then eventually learned to like direct on the switcher on the TriCaster as well. I thought the space was so cool.
It's that focus. Once you've got that focus, you're going to zoom out and frame up your subject.
We have a lot of rich history. It's a mix of municipal meetings and jazz festivals or other festivals, protests on Church Street in Burlington.
What other cookies can we have in there? Oreo? Peanut butter cookie? Is this all of it? This can't be all of it.
No, so there's a second closet as well. So this closet is like the really older stuff. Kind of has a little bit of that old smell to it if you really take an inhale. The founding archivist, Nat, was very detail-oriented, and as you can see like on the spines of all of them, they're all numbered, so we know how many tapes we have and we know what's on the tape.
$9,299?
Oh, way. As you can see. Okay, and this closet is some of our newer stuff. It's still pretty old, but in here is everything from the 2000s and even early 2010s. We had continued to put content first on tape, and then we kind of transitioned to DVD.
It's like this.
So we've digitized about half of our collection, which means you can watch it digitally on our website. And if you go on our website, you'll see like a program page for all of the programs in our archives, but some of it might just not have a video attached to it. That's because it's stuck here on tape. it's unique that we saved everything. A lot of public access centers did not save their tapes just because of storage. My understanding is in the 80s and the 90s when they would like play programs on television, they would put in one of these tapes. That's why they're all 2 hours.
You all had one definition of community when you came into the class, and now you have a new definition. One word, phrase, wherever you arrived.
Resilient.
Trust.
Togetherness.
Collaboration.
Inclusive. Great. Democratic. Equity.
Connection.
Great. Yeah, right on. Wow. Way to get out of there early.
Thank you all for such an amazing 24 hours. I'm really impressed with what we had done here. We brought the whole community into the studio. I'm really tired, so I'm gonna eat this rum cake while you all talk about how this day went, and I'll close this out when we're ready. We got to talk about the donations, how much we made, and let's just go over. How is everyone feeling about the day? I'm gonna hand this off to someone.
Okay. First of all, I just want to say thank you, Travis. Travis has been here the entire 24 hours. Thank you so much. And he is the force behind this telethon. So he deserves that rum cake right now. And this is, I don't know, I think this has been a really cool experience. Unfortunately, I wasn't here or fortunately, whichever way you want to look at it, I wasn't here for the full 24 hours. But from what I was here for, it was really amazing to see all of the different folks come into the studio, people that I have known for years, people that I've never seen before. And just, you know, one of the really special thing was People's Kitchen came and brought some delicious tacos. And, you know, as Travis mentioned, is like, I was just eating lunch with a bunch of people I didn't know, and it was awesome. And that's what is really special, I think, about one of the many things that is really special about this organization and this telethon, and like Travis said, bringing the community together. So that has been really fun. And I'm gonna also hand this off maybe to Megan next, talk a little bit about last push donations, and then we'll hear from Emily and Jada and Jordan.
Yes, last push donations. So as it may have been mentioned before, we want to thank Orly Yadin and Bob Summers for seating us with a $10,000 donation match. We are just over $4,500 that we have raised, which is really amazing. Thanks to and a lot of new donors, a lot of folks that have come back, and a lot of new folks who have watched, who have just been brought in by all of the energy and all of you. And I think I was saying to you all, like, the donations, as one of the people who's the executive director and leading the organization, it's important, but really the energy of feeling the community and all of the folks here and the music and Tags, who came in, who was at summer camp 15 years ago and digitized every Bernie DVD in 2015 and came back as part of the Ramble. So I want to hear from you all. Steve, this is one of your first big events with us here. Jada, you've been with us all day here, which is awesome. Emily, you're just a cheerleader and champion for CCTV and bringing students in. So I want to hear from all of you. And if you haven't had a chance to donate, it's not too late. cctv.org/donate. And let's hand it down the line. Yeah.
We'll start. 1 to 2 sentences, people.
That's all I got in me. I'm tired too, but this has been a wonderful experience and a lot of great talent on set, and this has been a lot of fun. A lot of informational programming as well that we enjoyed in the last 24 hours. Am I going?
Jordan,
I'm going down to Jordan.
It's interesting to have this mic over here. I see why we use lavaliers. Yeah, super great to see the energy of everyone here and really the community coming together and the staff coming together. And, of course, with the Ramble, it was great. So super glad to be here. And, we've so far raised just shy of, a little more than $4,000. This is not
accurate.
I'll do this while you're keep
Okay.
talking.
Yeah, here, we'll see here. Megan will give us a live update. So just super great to see. And, we've still got 4 minutes and 18 seconds if you want to donate. And, we can fill this whole thing in. That would be really great. But yeah, it's great. I'll pass this down.
And I just want to echo that the energy here has been amazing. Like, this is one of our, we do a lot of kind of live stuff typically around the elections, and the energy for the elections can sometimes be somewhat tense because there's just like this 30 years of history behind it. Whereas this telethon, like, it's surprisingly the very first 24-hour telethon CCTV has ever done, which simultaneously made it both kind of nerve-wracking and really exciting to just let go and go with the flow, have fun, and that has been really amazing. So I'm really happy to have been a part of it.
Yeah, Laheim. I really am so fucking proud of my best friend, Travis Washington. Let's give him a hand. All right. Stop playing with him. Big Trav, not the little one. Yeah, and I really appreciate Megan and all of the Emmas and Emilys and Diffs and everyone who had a hand in it. Without community, there's no liberation. Words are, Lord. Thank you.
Well, it's wonderful to be here. As soon as I heard about this event, I knew I wanted to be at the way beginning and see it get started and be at the middle and be at the end. And I was definitely a cheerleader on the sides and insides. I love being in these rooms because I always feel like I end up sitting at this table totally unprepared about what I'm gonna say, and then it goes into the archives. And I wanna, can I share your fairy? I have some fairies that help me cheerlead, and this cheerleader says, the fairy of the CCTV 24-hour telethon to save the archives. And she says, we did it! And she's wearing the same purple as Travis's power shirt.
Oh, there it is.
That
is wonderful.
Well, we did it. Okay, and yes, I'll hand it back to Megan.
Oh, no, I think we're going to
wrap it up. It's time.
Yes, I got this. I just want to say thank you to all the community members who made today possible. We had over 50 community members, staff people, programming for us today. That's really, really incredible. We have tons of people in our community out here in the studio to make it really lively. It was just amazing. The whole reason why I'm awake still is because of all y'all's energy. Thank you so much. It is still not too late to donate. We still have 1 minute and 15 seconds left, y'all. 802-862-3966. You can go to cctv.org/donate, or you can go to telethon.cctv.org. But in all seriousness, I just want to, thank Megan, Emily, Jada, Emily, Diff, Jordan, Stephen, H, Kevin in the studio who's been holding it down. Thank you so much. Ali, who has been here since 8:30 this morning, running cameras. Phenomenal. Miles, who has been a constant support this whole time. I see you too, Alex. Thank you. Brooke, who came in. Fareed, thank you so much for bringing People's Kitchen. April, thank you for bringing the band in, for closing us off. That was phenomenal. Beck, thank you for singing. That was amazing. And thank you, everyone else. Josiah, thank you for hosting. Aubrey, thank you for learning the switcher. Faraja, thank you for learning the switcher. Logan, thank you for holding the camera. Charlie, thank you for being here. Chris, thank you for the switcher. Everyone. All right, do you want to count it down? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you!
Up to 2 hours, or actually up to 6 hours. On one film.
6 hours on one film?
Yeah.
How can you go 6 hours on one film?
I don't know. The tape moves really slowly, and then
The movie thing is like the ones like this one, like for half hour. The great big reels like this one, 45 minutes, half hour. You know the ones that they play in the movies.
yeah. Okay, that's film though, and this is video.
Here at the Century Free Library, and also at Convoys Auditorium, and also at the Church Street Center, and some other places around town, the Vermont Storytelling Festival. And we're going to show you what kinds of places is going to be taking place inside. Come on.
Hello, my name is Peter Burns, and I'll be your suave and sophisticated host for a storytelling here at 7:30 on Friday evening. There'll be a variety of different kinds of storytellers and different styles of stories. I really enjoy it, so please come join me for this evening of stories. Thank you.
Pardon me, ma'am. May I ask your name? My name is Mrs. Dick Righteous. Mrs. Righteous, could you look into the camera and say hello to our viewers? Hi. Now, when you say nip womanhood in the bud, what do you mean, Mrs. Righteous?
Well, I mean that we are here. I have a statement. Do you mind if I read my statement? We are here to prevent the feminist blight of blue jeans, flat shoes, and female facial nudity. We expect to see an American dress code as the law of the land. We also support a new congressional group, HULA, the House Committee on Unladylike Activities.
What I've done is made beauty. You say, what is it? It's beauty.
And I wrote this script in Vermont last year, as a matter of fact, during Christmas vacation at Stowe. And we got involved in a story of what would happen if Superman really got involved in the real problems of the world. And one of the main actions of the story is that in response to a letter-writing campaign from students all across the country about the breakdown in U.S.-Soviet relations, Superman yields to their request and vows in a speech to the United Nations that he's going to end the arms race. The time has come now to realize that there are no Supermen and that nobody can come down and help us single-handedly. But we have the next best thing. We have people like Pat Leahy in the Senate.
You tell me if you're pleased with the turnout today.
Oh, I'm ecstatic with the turnout. There's so many more people we never expected to have. It's at least 3 times the number we expected. To do that without advertising, that's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce to you the 38th President of the United States, Gerald R. Ford.
I know, we will. We'll get to that. All right.
It gets boring looking at us. That's what he's saying. You can only look at him.
I know, he does that very nicely, but why don't you... I mean, if you want to film them for a while, okay, I'll stop, but...
He gets his name in the free press, it's all over.
That's right. Now he's an enormous ego. He thinks he's a creative artist.
All kinds of...
Put the camera on this guy.
That's what happened. I didn't film that old North End
We're trying to
show.
make
He's
this
coming
man
out
into a
now.
household word. We have people don't know who he is.
You were outspoken critic of the Vietnam War, and I remember telling a story about when you went to see the President, Lyndon Johnson. Talk to me about that.
Well, that was... And so I ended up just